You won't fight for yourself, you fight for somebody else. Let that drive hit your heart. You find somebody needs you to go to the next level. Somebody needs you to make that next call. Somebody needs you to get that next check, whether you feel like compelled to do it or not. Somebody out in that world needs you to be here, to be fully present, to learn, to put it into place. Because if you'll do it for them, you'll change yourself and you'll reach the best of who you are. And sometimes you need someone to fight for, somebody who is there, who's pulling you. You got to find somebody or something to fight for, to lift you out of bed Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, even when you don't want to do it. Here's the ultimate challenge. For those of you who are here, you're already good. You're already good. You're probably the ones in your family who are a little bit more crazy than everybody else, who tried a little bit harder or believed in your dreams just a little bit more, even though they said you're crazy, you kept going for it. You're probably that person who studied more personal development than your friends or your family. You're probably that person who's already into education. It's one reason you're here, because you know the transformation that can happen right here. You're probably already a little bit of that person who's got fire and will inside. You've got a little bit of that. The issue is your story sometimes goes like this, and you're looking for that. I've been there. I'm so struggling, like I'm doing everything right. You know, I'm learning, I'm trying, I'm making the calls. I'm sending the emails, making the videos, shaking the hands, following the dream, having the hope, doing my gratitude journal every night. Thankful, joyous, doing everything I can, but I wasn't breaking through and it was driving me crazy. When you leave this event in a few days, when you walk out that door and you walk out these doors, remember, seek clarity, generate energy, raise necessity, increase your productivity, develop influence by challenging people to be better versions of themselves, and step into the unknown and just listen. Be with it. Listen through the fear. Do that, my friends, and not only will you lead yourselves, you lead your teams, you lead this industry. You got to have the necessity inside that says, I want to be excellent at this. And if you got that inside, then tell you what, wake up on Monday, my friends, and when you do walk out these doors, and you walk out the doors of your homes and organizations for the rest of your lives, do me a favor and go earn this. Go pro.
I started studying this book over 50 years ago. Hill said there's a difference between wishing for a thing and being ready to achieve it. Results don't just happen. Results are the physical expression of what's going on inside. If we let the outside control what's going on in the inside, there's going to be nothing but a repeat performance. The results always tell the truth. And if we don't like the results, we're the only one that can change them. I have found if we don't go right back to the basics, what's going on inside that causes us to behave as we behave and get the results we get, nothing's going to change. We've really got to understand that. You will have people in your organization that you recognize has tremendous talent, and you sit down and you talk to them and they answer you and you swear to God that they got the message. And nothing happens. To change things, you've got to build a new program that makes the existing program obsolete. You know, I think it was Hubbard said, when you read a good book through the second time, you don't see something in it you didn't see before. You see something in yourself that wasn't there before. If we don't follow the direction of someone that is demonstrated by results, they know what they're talking about, the odds of us winning are pretty slim. Goals are not to get. Getting is a side benefit. Goals are to grow. Surround yourself with the dreamers and the doers and the believers and the thinkers. But most of all, surround yourself with those who see greatness within you, even when you don't see it in yourself. That is what this is all about.
it's okay, but I'm going to stand up because I've been through a lot. Bring it, girl. And I am going to give you guys just a few quick steps that have helped me. The first one is stop feeling sorry for yourself, because you are not doing yourself or your future any good by throwing a pity party. I have had phases in my life where I could have felt sorry for myself. Building in this profession over these years, I've been a single woman trying to get a man. I've been a girlfriend trying to keep a man. I've been a wife dealing with a man, and now I'm a divorced single mom without a man. But don't feel sorry for me, because I don't feel sorry for myself. Because if I had felt sorry for myself in any of those phases in my career, I would not be who I am today, and that is a 7-figure earning network marketer. So don't feel sorry for yourself. The second thing is embrace the pain. Look, you can't go over it, you can't go under it, you can't go around it, you can only go through it. And I can hear some of you saying right now, you just don't know my pain. And I don't know your pain, but I'll give you a little snippet of mine. In 2013, I lost my mom. In 2014, I lost my sister. In 2015, I lost my husband. And in 2016, I have spent all of 2016 trying to make that official. And I can tell you, I know pain. But let me just share this. This time last year, I was on this stage. I didn't act like this. I didn't talk like this. I didn't feel like this. And I finally had to use my personal development on myself. I had to say, you've got to stop avoiding this. You've got to accept this, and you've got to go through the pain. And you know what? A better version of me was waiting on the other side. And I am excited now that I can look at me and be proud that I made it through a dark time in my life. And if you embrace the pain, you'll be able to do the same thing too. The third thing I want to share with you is don't compare. The comparison is a thief of all joy. It will make you resentful, bitter, jealous, and unproductive. And many of us are looking at other people, but ladies, we're looking at other women, comparing our car to their car, comparing our business to their business, comparing our relationship to their relationship. But I'm going to tell you right now, don't compare, because ladies, the woman you think her life is better than yours, her lashes, her nails, her hair is fake just like yours, boo. So don't even worry about it. All right? Don't even worry about it. And the fourth and final thing is get excited. Don't just get excited about where you're going, but get excited about where you are right now. Bad situation and all. Bad situation at all. If you're facing the biggest fight of your life, get excited about that, because God doesn't give little fights. God doesn't give big fights to little soldiers. And if you're facing a big fight, that just means you have grown up into the armor that you were ready to wear, that only He knew you were ready to wear. So I just want you real quick to get excited. Get excited because you're the creator of your destiny, the artist of your masterpiece, the author of your story. Get excited because the world is going to see who you really are. That is kind, caring, compassionate, strong, bold, and an all-out badass. So get excited.
You have something special. You have greatness in you. You made a decision. You know many people who should be here, but they're not here. And you're here because you know the value of investing in yourself. You're here because you have a goal and a dream that you're determined to achieve. This business, this industry allowed me to develop my confidence in myself, because I didn't believe in myself for a very long time. You can do more than you can ever begin to imagine. This is a special time in history. It's something in each and every one of you that waits and listens to the voice of the genuine in yourself. It will be perhaps the only guide you will ever have or hear. And if you cannot hear it, all of your life, your days will be spent on the ends of strings that somebody else pulls. And I submit to you that you showed up because you said to yourself, nobody's going to pull my strings. You showed up because you said, I'm going to control my own destiny. You showed up because you have dreams that you're determined to live. Give yourselves a round of applause. There are people waiting to hear your voice. You were created on purpose with a purpose, for a purpose, and with the methods and techniques and strategies that all the speakers and Eick has shared with you. This is your winning season. You were born to win. It's in your DNA. It's who you are. I dedicate this to you and to your dream. If you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight for it, to work day and night for it, to give up your time, your peace, and sleep for it, if all that you dream and scheme is about it, and life seems useless and worthless without it, and if you gladly sweat for it and fret for it and plan for it, and lose all your terror of the opposition for it, and if you simply go after that thing that you want with all of your capacity, strength and sagacity, faith, hope, and confidence, and stern pertinacity, if neither cold poverty, famish or gall, sickness or pain of body and brain, and keep you away from the thing that you want, if dogged and grim, you besiege and beset it, with the help of God, you'll get it.
There's a simple phrase that the greatest athletes in the world have. They say the training never stops. Hello. So I'm here because I love network marketing. I love it because it's one of the few places on earth where a person can be an entrepreneur without all the hassle. It's your ability to change the emotional state of yourself and others. Because in the end, that controls everything. Belief is a poor substitute for an experience. You know, people have beliefs about network marketing, but if they get an experience of it, it's very different. And so our goal is to give people those experiences. All of these men and women, the people that are the best in the world, have one thing in common: hunger that never ends. That hunger to be more, to do more, to give more. So who came here today because you really want to change your life and business here? Say I. Charisma is energy. And who has that available? Everyone. But who usually experiences it day to day? Very few. And unfortunately, most people in our culture are being taught to constantly fit in as opposed to step up. But we can control what we feel. We can control our experience of life. Responsibility equals power. Because if I'm responsible, I'm response-able. I'm able to respond. But if I'm blaming you or the outside world, I have no power. Completely focus on what you want and not on what you fear. And if you commit everything you've got to do it, there's no guarantee that you're going to succeed, but your chances grow geometric. You need to be able to identify and communicate what will you do for others more than anybody else. You use more of your gifts, you experience more of your gifts. How many feel better right now than you did before? Say I. Disappointment is a gift. It either destroys you or it drives you. If you choose to let it drive you, you'll conquer anything that stops you, and you'll conquer anybody that gets in the way of that. And what you need to build is an identity that separates you from others. And if you do that, it will influence people. Your energy will influence them, and your identity will influence them. And your energy can become part of that identity. It's not just what you say. It's the state you say it in.
Screw it, just get on and do it and have a blast.
He doesn't know how to dress, does he?
I know. I didn't know where to go with this.
Hang on a minute. What have I got in my pocket? They're not very big, but they're big enough, I think.
You have to first of all say, well, what is an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur is somebody who thinks that they have an idea that can improve other people's lives, and then says, screw it, I'm going to do it, and gets on and does it. You need to surround yourself with brilliant people, and a good entrepreneur tries to find better people than themselves. Being an entrepreneur need not be lonely if you are the kind of person that embraces the team of people around you. I think it's fantastic that 80% of network marketers are women, and network marketing gives so many women the chance to have a family, work from home, make some extra money on the side. All of you are making a real difference to so many women's lives all over the world. In the end, I think the product that you're selling speaks for itself, and I think word of mouth is actually key. You may well fall flat in your face, but then pick yourself up, keep trying until you succeed.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 7 of the GoPro Recruiting Challenge. Wow, what an epic lineup we've had in the last 6 days. But man, what do we have ready for you today? This is off the chain. We've got 5 of the best recruiters in the world going to be teaching you how to become a recruiting machine. You're going to hear from Marina, who's CEO of Network Marketing Pro, has a special message, particularly for the women that are part of this challenge. We're going to hear from my friend Armando Christian Perez, aka Mr. Worldwide, aka Mr. 305, also known as Pitbull. You're going to hear from Pitbull. You're going to also hear from the leadership legend, John Maxwell. You're going to hear from superstar marketer, business entrepreneur, Grant Cardone. You're going to hear from my new friend. He tells me to call him Sly, Sylvester Stallone. This is pretty something. I will tell you this. Tell your friends. You don't want to miss this. Go tell your friends to make sure that they are watching this. I know we said we're going to start at the top of the hour. I came on a little bit early because I was too excited. Too much stuff going on. Let me do a little bit of housekeeping first. Also to tell you, first of all, don't spam this link. If you do, we'll block you. We'll block you forever. Just don't spam. It's really dumb for you to do that. You're not paying attention if you're spamming links into this page. We're teaching you how to be able to go recruit around the world. You don't need to recruit inside of this community. Secondly, do you have the slide for notes? Yes. If you'd like to get the notes, there's way more people that have joined or watching here on the various pages. We have this broadcasting in 3 places. Way more people that are watching here than are actually connected to us. So if you're not getting emails from us, and if you'd like to get the notes from the entire 7 days, if you'd like to get the notes, put the word notes into the comments. If you'd like to get the notes from all the trainers, all the presentations over the course of 7 days, what a valuable thing that would be. All you've got to do, we'll give them to you for free. All you got to do is go register inside of this challenge, because some people shortcut it and found their way in here. Just go to GoProRecruitingChallenge.com, give us your email address, and we will send you the notes. Okay? Like I said, it's free. We'll send you the notes when the challenge is over. Also, a lot of people have been asking about the recordings of these 7 days. As a matter of fact, I had some friends of mine say, please turn these 7 days into an audio program turn them into an audio program so we could just listen in our car over and over to all these different speakers, which I think is actually a great idea. So here's what we're going to do. If you want to get the recordings, we'll give you a link in a moment. Oh, here's the link, GoProRecruitingChallenge.com/lifetime access. And we're going to give you the video lifetime access of this. But if you give us a little bit of time, we'll also give this to you in audio. We'll give it to you in video and audio so you can listen. You'll have the notes, you'll have the video, you'll have the audio. So throw the recordings up one more time. Lifetime.access, I think. The recording site, yeah. GoProRecruitingChallenge.com/lifetime access. Make sure you take a picture of that or screenshot that. Now, I'm going to just quickly go through because we got a minute before we start. The people who won a GoPro ticket for a friend yesterday, 30 of those. I'll just list the names really quickly. Magnolia Thomas, Cynthia Morales, Timothy McClendon, Michelle DeRue, Andrew Innes, Allison Hertel, Derek Thomas, Diane Davies, Andrea, sorry, that's my phone. My fault. Where was I? Andrea. Andrew Greenaway, Mark Millier, Wendy Poulin, Michael Campbell, Maria Hoffman, Debbie Severe, Carol Latham, Ashley Castillo, Ingrid Mario Torres, Mindy Height, Catalin Luini, Stacy Oliver, Peggy Burse, Karen Southwood, Elizabeth Storch, Sandra Jackman, Tanya Wise, Elizabetta Colonna. Hey, Elizabetta, I was just on with you this morning. Victoria Medeiros, Teresa Harris, Melissa Glasper, and Christine Rodriguez. I know I butchered many of those names. If any of them sound familiar to you or a friend, make sure that you claim the prize, and I'll tell you how to do that in just a moment. We have 10 people who won a VIP upgrade, which is $1,000 upgrade. Lisa Cash, Valentina Dinami, Ritsuko Ichihara, Gina Barodi, Deborah Scott, Nancy Luann Rolfs, Francesca Cordovesio, Stacy Leonard, Anne-Marie Tolman, and Susan Amin. So here's how you claim your prizes. If you go to GoProRecruitingChallenge.com/claim, GoProRecruitingChallenge.com/claim, and we will send you your prizes. Okay, what's next? Today's prizes. We're going to go a little nuts today. And again, these prizes are for people who've purchased it. The drawing is for people who've purchased a GoPro ticket already, and half for those people, and half for the people who purchase a GoPro ticket, event ticket today. Okay, half for then, half for today, and we're going to give away a ton of stuff. Throw the slide up there. We're giving away 10X books. We're giving away an Apple TV. We're giving away ring lights. We're giving away iPhone 12s. We're giving away Airbnb gift cards, John Maxwell books. We're giving away a ton of stuff for free. All you got to do is share this post and have either had a ticket in the past or get a ticket today. If you've been thinking about it, I promise you today, I'm going to make it impossible for you to say no. If you've been on the fence about getting a ticket to GoPro December 11, 12, and 13, I'm going to make it impossible for you to say no, because we're just going to give you so much value. It's going to be ridiculous. And for some of you, some people said, you know, I've got so much information from this challenge already. I don't know if I can take any more. Look, This is just recruiting that we've been talking about. We're going the virtual GoPro event is going to help you organize your entire business. It's actually going to take your overwhelm and bring it down. It's going to give you order and a game plan and strategy. It's going to show you step by step how to be able to create a business and create a life inside of this profession. It's literally the most important event in network marketing history, and you need to be a part of it. And you can do it for as low as $297. So show them again the 3 tickets, please. Here's the 3 ticket choices that you have today. You can make it while we're in this broadcast. You can get a general admission ticket, December 11, 12, 13. You can get a VIP ticket, which is going to be super fun. You're going to hear about more today. Or you can get a platinum ticket and attend in person. Come to our home, attend in person, and be backstage during the event in December if you can get here live and in person. So those are the 3 choices. virtualgopro.com is how you can do it. And let me remind you of the bonuses that we have so far. And I say so far because guess what? Guess what? There's going to be more today. More bonuses today. So throw the bonuses up. The social media mastery home study course, 7 skills in 7 days, the 20 and 30, how to recruit 20 people in 30 masterclass, Pete Vargas's Communicate to Convert, Dean Graziosi's Start Over Challenge, Fraser Brooks' Succeed with Instagram Stories, Les Brown's speaker training, and Les Brown's, what was the other one? What was it called? Choosing Greatness or something? Choosing Your Future. That's another 197 inside of that. Trent Shelton's 5 Hours to Freedom, and Jesse Lee Ward's scripts to be able, the recruiting process. All of that is like what, 2,800 now or something, with the 197 added on to that. So we just got to change that one. So like $2,800 worth of stuff for a $297 ticket. All ticket levels will get those bonuses. But let me tell you something. After today, those bonuses go away. All that $2,800 worth of stuff is gone at the end of today. So if you've ever thought about getting a ticket, I want to make it just literally impossible. Find a way. I saw somebody last night that said, hey, I have an idea for you. I can't remember who did it. They said, go to PayPal. If you go to PayPal, you can actually create your own little payment plan on PayPal, buy the ticket, and have a payment plan for yourself if you want to. So that's a strategy for you. Find a way, figure it out. You're going to hear from some of our speakers today, some amazing things. So we're going to blow your mind. Absolutely going to blow your mind. So with that, I want to introduce the first of our recruiting trainers. This young lady, I want you to hear something here. This person has personally recruited over 4,600 distributors, personally. She's also recruited over 25,000 customers personally. She has a team of over 500,000 people. And guess what? This young woman is making over $1 million a month in network marketing. Success leaves clues. She's going to teach you. She's going to give you a 15-minute masterclass on how to be a recruiting machine. Stormy Wellington, take it away.
Awesome. Well, I'm so excited to be here. This is truly a dream come true to be training on the platform with such amazing people. I'm so grateful to be able to lend my contribution to this industry that has absolutely changed my life. I got 15 minutes and it is, what time is it? It is 2:07. So I want to get through my training, but I want to give you guys some meat so that you can be able to implement this information into your business in order to get results. First and foremost, let me say this. I've been in network marketing for 12 years, okay? For 12 years. And my first year in network marketing, I was just really getting my feet wet, even though I made $1 million my first year in network marketing. And what I would tell you that I've learned from the very beginning to right now today is that you got to be hungry. You have to be very, very, very hungry. And in order for you to take your life and to take you know, this industry to the next level, you have to see yourself in this industry. You can't just look at other people and celebrate their success. You got to be able to see what can your contribution be. And so I remember a very long time ago, again, 12 years ago, I remember getting in this industry saying that I didn't feel like I belonged. I looked around and I saw, I mean, truth be told, I saw a bunch of Caucasian people. I saw a bunch of Asian people. I saw a bunch of Latino people. And so I really didn't think that network marketing would work for a little Black girl like me. I really didn't. But I remember this. I remember looking around saying to myself, wait a minute, here are people from different backgrounds. If they can do it, I can do it. And so I did something called Liddy. I get Liddy. Write this down. Litty, Liddy. I get Liddy. Number one, you want to learn about your company, okay? You want to learn about your company. You want to learn about what is the top income earner doing to be the top income earner, okay? What I find that a lot of people do is they follow the bottom feeders. They follow those that may take good pictures or have good posts, but they're not really implementing what works. And so getting Liddy is seeking out the top income earners in your company. Who makes the most money, okay? You got to know that there is a reason why they are making the most money. And one of the things I learned way back when is that in this industry, you got to know that it is okay to be a copycat, okay, as long as you copy the right cat. So step number one, I want you to seek out the top income earner in your company, okay? I want you to seek out the top income earner in your company. They are the top income earner for a reason. One of my favorite books is The Science of Getting Rich, and it talks about success is about doing things in a certain way. So that means in your company, there is a certain way to succeed. So again, follow the top income earners, okay? Be grateful for the top income earners. Never be jealous of the top income earners. Never look at them and say, oh, they're making all the money because of the car. They're making all the money because of the jewelry. They're making all the money because, no, you got to reverse engineer their business. I want you to go back. Don't watch them today if they are a top earner. Listen to them today, but try to go back to where they were 10, 12 years ago in the game and learn from their bottom, learn from their foundation. So one, get Liddy. Learn, learn, learn. Never stop learning. Never stop growing. Never stop learning. Okay. Now I want to tell y'all a little secret. You got to be current. Technology, social media, Instagram is everything. And what Instagram wants, they want more authenticity. Facebook wants more authenticity. We want to see your personality, okay? We want to know, who is your children? Do you have children? Are you a mother? Are you a father? Are you someone that takes care of your grandmother, your aunt? Like, the world wants to know who you are. And so part of what I do is, after I learn, number two is I implement. So a part of implementation is obviously taking what you've learned and putting it into action. And so one of the things I learned is that people want to know who you are. People like to do business with people that they feel like they have a connection with. Okay, remember, they may not know you, but what you put out on social media is everything. Okay, so let us know a little bit more about your life. Let us know about your imperfections. Don't appear to be perfect. Don't come on social media all the time super perfect. Give us a little bit about your downfall. Tell us where you came from. Tell us what made you do this industry. Tell us why you're here. Now, let me tell you something about the implementation. It's about being consistent as well. You got to learn to be consistent every day. Implementation. I want y'all to write this down. Okay, as a leader, the speed of implementation creates group momentum. Okay, how many of you all have been tuned in for these past 6 days and you have already put into effect the things that you've learned? Okay, if you have not already started to put into effect the things that you have learned, you have already gotten it wrong. Remember, the speed of implementation creates group momentum. Okay, and you don't want to try to learn from everybody. Learn from the right people. Okay, now let me tell you something about implementation that's important as well. Okay, I am in the health and wellness industry. And there was a point in time that I was learning from my upline, okay? And my upline was in a different phase of his business too. So the way he dressed, the way he carried himself was different. Now, I want you to know that though I am making 7 figures a month, though I do have over 550,000 people in my organization, though I have coached 31 families to millionaire status, okay? I'm still in the phase of my business that I'm hungry. I am hungry for more. My goal is $5 million a month. And you got to know this. You got to recruit until you get the best fruit. A part of implementation, a part of learning is that you never stop recruiting. Okay, don't fall in love with your team. I'm sorry to say this. Love them, but don't fall in love with them, because if they quit, if somebody quits or somebody leaves your team, you will be heartbroken. So I want to encourage you guys today to always be in phase one of your business, but I want you to carry yourself like your business as well, okay? There are some of you all that's in the health and wellness industry and you're dressing like you're in the technology industry, okay? There are some of you all in the technology industry and you're dressing like you're in the health and wellness industry. Like everything has to match up. Everything needs to line up. And so I encourage you to pay attention to what are you selling? Are you selling health and wellness? Are you selling, technology? Are you selling intellectual property? What is the product that your company wants you to push? Figure out what that product is and represent that product. You cannot sell a dream looking like a nightmare, okay? You have to represent your company and represent your brand. And I want you to take this T. The T is tweak. Sometimes you got to tweak what you learn, but don't tweak too much. For example, if you're making grandma's favorite cake and it's your favorite cake, and she said, put 3 tablespoons of sugar and you put 2.5, then you got it all wrong because that's not enough sugar. However, grandma could have used regular sugar. And now that it's 2020, we know that we got to use a better grade of sugar. We got to use cane sugar. We got to use brown sugar. So it's okay to tweak grandma's cake and put a healthier version of the sugar in a cake, as long as you don't tweak the wrong things. And so let me tell y'all something. Stop going against the grain. Again, if the top earner says we're recruiting 10 people today, your goal is to line up with that top earner and you go recruit 10 people today. And you say to yourself, if she says 10 people, if he says 10 people, that means that there are lots of people that's going to get 10 people. I'm going to get 10 people too. Already claim that you're going to get 10 people too. Don't say, oh, Stormy said get 10 people, so she can get 10 people. I can't get 10 people. Yes, you can. Stop counting yourself out. Stop thinking that it's not possible for you. Start believing big right now. Start believing that you can do it. That's a part of the tweaking process. Saying, you know what, I can do this. I am going to be the person that they start calling on because I'm going to follow the leader. I'm going to learn from the leader. I'm going to implement what the leader says. And I'm going to tweak it a little bit because I may not be from Carroll City like Stormy Wellington. I may have not had my first child when I was 15. I may not have the story of being an exotic dancer, a booster, and a shoplifter, but I got a story too. I may be in corporate America. I may have dealt with sexual harassment. I may want to recruit people that have dealt with sexual harassment. So my voice and my message is now to those women and those men who have dealt with sexual harassment. See, a part of your recruitment has to be speaking to your people, my friends. Stop talking to everybody. Stop trying to be like everybody. If you have a corporate America story and your passion and your hunger for network marketing is to get out of corporate America because you've been touched on and you've been treated like less than, then that's your story. And you stick to your story and you tell your story with pride. And you be grateful for your story. Because there are other men and women in this industry and in the world that will get into network marketing if you stop trying to be like Eric Worre, if you stop trying to be like everybody else. That's where the tweaking process comes in at. Be true to your story. Tell your story. Let your story be a tool to recruit more people. There are other people that are going through some of the things that you went through. And that's how you post. That's who you talk to. That's your message. Stop trying to speak to everybody. If you're not in a company that you need to wear a suit, stop wearing a suit. It don't match up. People think that you're a fraud. It doesn't make sense. So tell your story. Let the world know your truth. Let the world know where you came from. Let them know the hurt, the experiences, good or bad. Because guess what? You are looking for your type. You are looking for your type. I know that there's a lot of people that don't like me. They don't like my style. I may be too bold or too loud or too black or too ghetto, whatever. But I'm not talking to you. I'm not trying to recruit you. You're not my type. So start connecting with your type. So start tweaking your things, start tweaking your game and walk with confidence because you now know that there's another woman out there with my story that needs to know about network marketing. There's another man out there with my story who may be a single dad, who may be the husband and takes care of everything and just need another sense of community. You got to know that a lot of what we do, ladies and gentlemen, is we create a sense of community. Do you have an organization that makes people feel good? See, me and my group, we meditate. We speak affirmations, and then we sell products, okay? We're mind, body, spirit over here, okay? Because guess what? Mind, body, spirit comes first, and the money comes last. So I really have never recruited a person in my life. Truth be told, yes, that's where the why comes in at. Because we're Liddy today. The yes is I've never recruited a person in my life. I just simply share what I have to offer. And I tell the truth about what these products have done for me. I tell the truth about what all my companies have done for me. Because see, this is not my first rodeo. I've been in the game for 6 years, okay? So the why is the yes, yes, yes. You keep going. You keep growing. You keep showing up as yourself. You keep using your company's product and let the world see how they've transformed your life. Speak to your market. Speak to your people. Stop trying to speak and be everybody else. This is why it is important to learn, because once you have learned, you now know how to change the confusion, okay? Because some of these presentations that we have in our companies, they're confusing. This is another thing y'all got to know. That's why it's important for you to learn from the best, because you don't want to tweak the worst. You don't want to learn from the worst and tweak the worst. Now you a bottom feeder again. You want to learn from the best and tweak the best. So now you can simplify the game and make it beautiful for the people that you're supposed to align with, okay? And so I want y'all who understand what I'm saying to know that if I can do this, you can do it. Every single panelist, every single trainer, we all come from some humble beginnings. But you got to know another thing. What is your audience looking for? What are they looking for? Are they looking for a sense of community? Are they looking for someone to tell them something good? Let me tell y'all something that I've learned. You get more with sugar than you do with shh. Don't tell nobody. Stop being mean to your team. Stop beating your team up. Stop telling them horrible, horrible things. The truth is, yes, don't make them feel good if they need to learn a lesson, but make sure that you know that everybody wants to feel good, okay? Everybody's wearing a blinker sign on their forehead and on their back saying, tell me something good. Your team gravitated to you for a reason, okay? Yes, listen to me. Yes, 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 we getting litty today. Learn, implement, tweak, teach. Now, once you start showing up as this new person, you're going to be teaching your team, y'all. This is what I want you to know. They are watching you. You do too much of this sometimes, and that doesn't work. They need to show and tell. So the person that you need to be is the person that you see yourself as, but be that person today. And never let your memories be bigger than your dreams. After this week, you have no excuses as to why you can't become a recruiting machine in your business. Eric and Marina Worry laid it out. They put the best of the best on one platform and said, just learn. And then you implement, and then you tweak, and then you teach. Yes, let's celebrate the industry of network marketing. It's going to go to the next level because you're going to attract more of your type, because you're not going to try to be like anybody else. You're going to be like yourself. But I'm going to close it out with this. Yes, we're going to keep growing. But I want to tell y'all a secret that I learned. I was trying to be like everybody else. I was trying to dress like everybody else. And I was secretly start to feel like, oh my God, who is this woman? Who am I? Because I was becoming opposite of who I am. But let me tell y'all something. The truth shall set you free. Become yourself, but you grow in your authenticity. Type that, write that. I want you to grow in your authenticity. The industry needs you. The industry needs your story. We need to know your truth. If you need money, and that's why you're here, because you are an engineer and you're not making enough money because your check got, declined, or, you're taking care of new family members and you now have more money and more bills, less money, then tell the world the truth. But here's the deal. Become the person that you see in your upline and don't quit. Whatever company you're in, be there 1 year from now. You hear me? Be there 1 year from now, and you keep following that top earner, and you keep serving that top earner, and you keep honoring your upline, and you keep being grateful for your company, and you keep celebrating people like Mr. Eric and Marina Worry for creating such an amazing platform for us. And I promise you guys, if all of us will respect each other's company, don't down talk another company, don't down talk another upline, don't down talk another product, and we all just band together and we celebrated this beautiful industry, I tell you, more people will respect us. More people will respect us. And I tell you, that's my goal, to bring more value, more information, more truth to this beautiful industry that has absolutely changed my life. And so guys, if you're with me, if you're ready to go to that next level, if you're ready to get litty, I want you to drop some fire, drop some emojis, drop some energy because we about to take this thing to the next level. Eric, Marina, everybody. I mean, man, Grant Cardone, John C. Maxwell, Les Brown. I mean, come on, y'all. My girl Jess, come on. We're on here gaining more love and respect for this industry, y'all. And this is just the beginning. So I hope to see y'all at GoPro. I hope that I'm a part of the whole platform. And I want to say thank you to everybody in this industry. And let's continue to make this industry exactly what it needs to be, respected and admired. Thank you so much, Eric.
Stormy, thanks for bringing the fire. And if you got some fire from Stormy Wellington, put some fire emojis into the comments. Let's blow this thing up. Show your love, show your appreciation for the value that she brought to everybody today. It's no accident that she's doing as well as she's doing. With that kind of fire, people just want to be around it. People just want to be connected to it in some way. So show your love, show that fire. I want to see it from everybody. And listen, just so you know, tell your friends, Grant Cardone is coming very, very soon. But before we get to Grant, I got an incredible leader to introduce you to. He's going to give you some insights. And let me tell you the kind of leader this guy is. He already has 3,000 people from his team coming to GoPro, and he's aiming for a much bigger number than that. I know that he's got big, big plans in order to, I know he's shooting for 10,000 people just from his team. That's the kind of commitment that he's got to growing his business, and that type of leadership certainly is something to pay attention to. He's built a huge organization. He's going to teach you the key to success if you want to become a recruiting machine. Please welcome Mr. Armands Mirnix. Armands, go ahead, take it from there. Where are you connecting from, first of all?
Hello. Thank you, Eric. Do you hear me?
I can hear you. Where are you connecting from?
Awesome. I'm connecting from Dubai.
Dubai. All right. Take it from there. Go get him.
All right. Thank you so much, Eric and Marina Worry. It's amazing. This was just spectacular. Guys, if you already have a 10 or 20 pages of notes, press 1 in this chat. Because like at these 6 days, it's been amazing, crazy. And today, I don't know if you will be, walking away with the regret that you spent these 6 days so far. I don't think so, right, guys? So because there was a huge value, I get already, like entire pages, all was written. And this is what I'm taking from you guys. You are my role models. Because I remember when in 2016, I joined first my GoPro network marketing event. What I saw you, I saw your testimonials from the stage. And that actually inspired me. I remember Jesse Lee coming out, with a crazy, like a haircut, and it was, I think, pinky or something. And I realized that these people, they are not taking, too much attention on how they look. What they do, that is what they take and pay attention for. But I wasn't like that all my life. And let me just little bit get back to my story that you guys are familiar with me. And it all started, my life actually started when I was 7 years old. And I'm not talking about life when I was born, but life, entrepreneur life. So that was the moment when my mom, she had some problems, like a back injury problems. And then she called me over and she said, listen, son, I have something to tell you. And what I'm telling you is that we are right now, will be a little bit struggling because your mom is not able to work. And then, I'm a huge believer that actually the things are happening for you, not to you. If you believe in that, then press 1 or send some emojis. So what I realized that this is happening to me, but I need to figure out what. So I went to my room, I switched on the TV, and what I seen the movie where the guy was actually from the barrel taking spray and also cloth, and what he was doing, so he was cleaning the windscreen of the taxi, and that taxi driver gave him $1. I saw that dollar so clearly that I took my 4-year-old brother and said, bingo, now I know how we will make money. And we went on the street, guys, on the traffic light, and I was making the first money, but it wasn't straight away. What I was doing, we were standing there for 3 hours and we were waiting. We were waiting for the perfect moment, for the perfect car, for the perfect face. I was waiting for the perfect moment in my life, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And we were, procrastinating for 3 hours, 3 hours, no action, right? How many of you guys relating to this? I'm not talking about, washing the cars. I'm talking about you in the network marketing. All of us, we are relating to this. We are waiting for that perfect customer. We are waiting for that perfect moment that, oh, this will be my, my top leader. It doesn't work like that. Before you take the action, you need to realize that everything starts from you. You are the key. You are the person who is motivating, who is driving others. You are the person who will be motivating the entire world because of the things that you are doing. And I'm right now talking about network marketing. So what happened? I was working there, after 3 hours waiting and standing by the traffic light. Then we approached the first car. So I realized that if I will not going to take it seriously right now, that means that I will fail. And tomorrow it will never come. So I will never come back tomorrow if I will not going to do today. In the network marketing, that's what I realized as well. If I'm not taking today something, I'm not making this action here and now, that means there will not going to be tomorrow. No tomorrow, guys. Forget about it. So, and what happened? So then we did it 1, 2, second, third, fifth, 20 attempts. And guess what? Nothing. Nobody gave me that dollar that I saw in the movie. And that's why I'm talking that, guys, you have to take your life very, not seriously, but you have to take your life as a game. All of us, we are playing this life. And the way that you will be playing today, that will drive and that will be motivating and bringing the other people with you because they will see where you're going. So this is the tip that I would like to right now share with you. So right now, guys, take this. Every single one of you, actually, I want to see how many of you are less than 3 weeks in a company, less than a month. If you just recently joined, if this is your first GoPro, and this is a GoPro Live for us, it's a first one, right? But if you are 3 months only, or up to 3 weeks, up to 1 month, if you are the first, then this is the thing what you need to do. First, you have to stop to be shy. Go and approach those people who you have in the list, because the list is the most important. So why I'm talking about the list? What I did, I was going and I was approaching all my friends. I was doing the presentation and I didn't get the results the same way that I didn't get results back then. What happened? I was making my presentation very smooth and perfect. This is the goal, what you need to aim for. Make your presentation absolutely perfect. Then when you're going to do that, so you will become one of these guys who are making millions of dollars. Actually, Stormy, you just blow me away, right? Because you're making $1 million a month. And I think that this is the goal where I need to also now lift up my bar. Thanks so much for that. But what I want to say that you will be able to be like them, because here's the question. Do you think that these guys, all these people who are in the backstage, who are training you, do you think that if they will have to do it again, would they have results much more quicker or not? Of course, they will have much more quicker because they already have this experience. They know what to do. That's why you need to make sure that everything that you are doing today, you are doing not because of you want to make it perfect, but you want to learn. You want to build the muscle. You want to start from zero and get it to the hero. This is what you need to do. Here's another thing that I would like to tell you. In 2014, back injury happened to me. Do we have people here who are struggling with a back injury? I was actually, lying on the floor. I didn't have money, 20 pounds in my pocket, no future, nothing. And what I realized that I've been replaced. Someone else took my place. And then what I said to myself that I will find an industry where nobody will be able to replace me. And here's the clue, guys. The multi-level marketing, that is the place where nobody will replace you once you will build your organization. This is what I love about this industry. So that after that, what I did, I started to work on 5 presentations a day. That was one of the training that I attended, and my trainer, Andrei Havratov, who is my mentor and my friend today, what he told me, he said, Arman, secret to success is within the 5 presentations. And I said, really? I don't think so, but let me try, right? How many of you relate to that? So that we are doubting the person's, let's say, not the project, but how you call it, statements, right? We are doubting. And then what I did, I started actually to do it. And guess what? 3 hours was my first presentation, 3 hours. After that, I did 2.5, also almost 3 hours. People were running away from me. I was a crazy network marketer that people hated. And trust me, this is a normal, right? This is normal because now they're coming back. Now they see your result and they say, hey, if this crazy guy can actually make what he's making, that I need to be there. And what also there happened, there was a person, I did the presentation for 3 hours, and then the person asked to go to the loo. And it never came back. And that was a lady. And you know, the ladies always are carrying the handbags. So that's why she just, took the handbag and she left. I felt miserable. Guys, I felt miserable. I went home, I was crying. I was thinking like, oh my gosh, what is happening? What is happening? I will never succeed in this business. And guess what? Because I was building the muscle, I made it happen. I made that breakthrough. And I'm telling you that every single one of you can make that breakthrough. So here are 2 tips that I want to give you if you are guys ready. These will be assignments for you. First, if you are shy, if you are an introvert person like all of us, right? Me too. And Fraser Brooks as well, right? If you are an introvert person, here's the tip. First, what you need to do, you need to go to the shopping mall and collect hellos. All what I was doing, I went to the shopping mall and I was collecting hellos. I had the list, 100 hellos needs to be there. And I went to the person, I said, hello, have a good day. Hello, how are you? Hello, hello, hello. And I felt that people are answering. Can you imagine? These people are not like, not grumpy, they are answering. And that's what I realized. And they said, okay, if they are answering on my hello, then let me ask them question. So the second assignment, what you need to do, go and ask them question. The question that you need to ask, like I was asking, can you please tell me where I can, get some shoes, where I can get, groceries, how to get to this place, how to get to that place. And guess what? The people are answering. For those people who are right now shy, who are not sure that the network marketing is for you, I'm telling you that this will be the biggest breakthrough for you when you will realize that people are actually very easygoing. And the second thing for those who are advanced, and these guys, what I discovered, because I have a huge team, I have many leaders, and I always had a problem, not enough time. Of course, I know that there are different chatbots and all this stuff, but I prefer to have a one-to-one conversation. And what happened? So I was doing this. I was selecting 5-6 leaders, okay, 5-6 leaders who can do the presentation, company presentation. So, and then what I'm doing, I'm actually getting on a call, on a 3-way call. I'm giving some, for that person who is coming, I'm giving some value. After that, I'm identifying the person who actually will be doing the presentation. Then I'm logging out, I'm logging to the new one. I'm doing the same thing. I'm logging to the new one. I'm doing the same thing 3, 4, 5 times. And then I'm coming back and I'm making a close. This is how I'm building my structure. And this is a tip for you to try. Try it, test it, and I'm telling you, it works. And the last one, the last thing that I want to tell you, that is the power of big events. I'm so excited about this network marketing online because recruiting mastery, Go Pro Live. Why I'm excited? Because there is no stadium which can fit more than 500,000 people. There is no stadium where you can bring all your team. I was coming on the 2016, 17, 18, 19, and in the 19 actually, after I saw the Jessie Lee, when she came and she said, hey, I'm making, $1 million, and she was actually inducted into the $1 Million Hall of Fame. I said to myself that I will be the next one. 2019, together with my team, we did it. And I'm really, really glad, and I'm appreciating my team's work. Those are the people who are making impossible things. And what I want to share, that if you right now, you are bringing only, you purchasing ticket only for yourself, guys, you are making business for your upline. If you are bringing your team member, if you bring your leader, then you are making business for yourself. But if you want to help your leader to have a business, then you need to go to the second, third, fourth, fifth level. And you need to make sure that he has 5, 10 people with him. That is the power of the quick results, of the very exponential growth. This is the power. And I learned this, and this happened to me. And I'm telling you guys, if there is something that I will take away from my speech, if I will be in your shoes, that only one thing that you have to take away is make sure that you are bringing your entire team to the GoPro Live, which will be happening for half 500,000 people. It's like a crazy. This is where your breakthrough gonna happen. This is where the new $1 Million Hall of Fame members will appear. This is the place where you have to be. And thank you very much, Eric and Marina Worry, for doing this crazy step. Because I know I've been on this Tony Robbins UPW. I've been there, I saw it, and I said, wow, this is something crazy. I would like to be a speaker on there. But what then I found out later on, that you are actually, you're not even tripling. You are making, 4 times bigger. I believe that they spend $5 million. You are spending $20 million. And you are doing this not just for yourself. You do that for all your family members, network marketers like me, you, and all of us. Guys, I really, really appreciate everything that you are doing, because the network marketing is a family. And as I said last year on the stage, you accepted me. Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be in this family. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye. Eric, back to you.
Thank you, Armands. Great job. I really appreciate it. And I think you're really smart when it comes to scaling your life and scaling your business based upon getting more people to attend events. It's so smart, because you do that, everything else gets easy. Your whole network marketing year gets easy if you load up an event. And those of you who are thinking about getting a virtual GoPro ticket, I want to just tell you, I've got an incredible surprise, not surprise, but the next presenter is going to rock your world. And I'll tell you why in a moment. But if you're thinking about getting a ticket for virtual GoPro, we're going to be doing drawings at every break, and we're going to be taking a break after this presenter. So if you get a ticket before the break, your chances are going to go up pretty dramatically. Virtualgopro.com is the link, virtualgopro.com, to get yourself loaded up. And then I don't know what the bonuses are now, like $3,500 worth of stuff, some crazy number. I'll show you that later. But this next gentleman, I got to tell you about this guy. Some of my highest earning friends have gone to this gentleman for coaching help on how to tell the story, how to create your perfect presentation. Matter of fact, they came back and told me this guy is the presentation whisperer. This guy, he literally coaches the Grant Cardones and the Tony Robbins and the Dean Graziosis and all these superstar presenters on how they could be more effective in telling their story. And what do we do in network marketing? We tell our story. So I asked him if he would make an exception and come on to this. Tell your friends to come listen to this right now, because this gentleman's going to teach you how to create your perfect presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the GoPro Challenge, Mr. Pat Quinn. Pat, go ahead, take it from there.
Hey, thanks, Eric. It is a thrill to be here. If we haven't had a chance to meet before, I am Pat Quinn, and I actually didn't get my start as a professional speaker. I got my start as a professional magician and worked magic for 10 years professionally. Then I decided I needed to get a real job, and I became a public school teacher. I taught high school math for 12 years. During that time, I picked up an advanced degree in how adults learn. And so I really bring two things to the table today. The first is a little bit of stagecraft from my years of doing magic, but the second is a real understanding of how adults listen and how adults hear you when you're talking to them. I'm hyper-focused, not on you, but on the person you're talking to. Whether you're talking to one person across the table at Starbucks, whether you're talking to one person on the telephone, or whether you're talking to a small group of people on a Zoom call or in a living room, or whether you get the opportunity to present to a larger group of people, what you say and how you say it makes all the difference in the world. And so I'm here to talk to you today, not just to tell you to tell your story, but I'm going to show you exactly how to tell your story, because I only have one measuring stick of success. My measuring stick of success is not that people come up to you afterwards and say, wow, you're a really good speaker. My measuring stick of success is not that you get an email the next day that says, hey, you're really fun to listen to. My only measuring stick of success is that whoever you're talking to, one person, 3 people, or 50 people, whoever you're talking to wants to take the next step with you, wants to engage further with you. What is that next step? It could be a phone conversation. It could be, here's a video to watch. It could be, come to this event with me. It could be, sign up to be on my team. It could be to buy my product. You get to pick what the next step is. But if you want the maximum number of people to take that next step with you, and you want to do it all without ever being salesy or pushy or slimy, then this next 20 minutes is just for you. I've been fortunate enough over the last 10 years to work with some of the greatest speakers in the world. We've worked with Damon John from Shark Tank, Grant and Tony and Dean and Michael Hyatt, and household names that you've heard every single day. But most of the people that I work with are not professional speakers. Most of the people that I work with would not even consider themselves speakers. Most of the people that I work with are business owners, just like you, who want to grow their business, attract new clients, grow their team members, and be able to have those team members duplicate the successful things that they're doing. And the key to all of that is communication. The key to all of that is what we call your signature talk. What you say when you have an opportunity, whether you have 3 minutes on the phone, 15 minutes in a meeting, 25 minutes if you're on a podcast or get an opportunity to present. What you say about what you do and how you do it makes all the difference in the world. And so we're going to break that down today. Your signature talk has 4 parts. I'm going to focus on the first one of those 4 parts, which is your opening heart story. But before we get there, we need to get clarity. We need to get clarity on 2 big questions. The first question we need clarity on is, what is the problem that you solve? See, when I talk to most people about their products or about their business opportunity, they don't talk to me about a problem that they solve. They talk to me about a specific product or service. They talk to me about a business opportunity. But here's the thing, people aren't sitting around waiting for products. I've never walked down the street and had people ask me, do you have any products? Do you have any products? Do you have any products? People are actually sitting around with problems, and they're waiting for somebody who has a solution to their problems. And so one question you need perfect clarity on is, what is the problem that you solve for other people? And you're actually probably going to have 2 of these. You're going to have one problem that your product solves and one problem that your business opportunity solves. Okay. And you don't want to confuse the 2, and you don't want to share those 2 with somebody at the same time. You want to do them sequentially. Now, what is the problem that your product or service solves? Here's the thing. I know some of you right now are thinking, it solves all problems. That is a terrible answer, because nobody is sitting around with all problems. Okay. You're sitting around with specific problems, and you're waiting for somebody to say, I have a solution to that problem. And if you can name that problem, and here's the hardest part, you have to name it in the language of the consumer. You have to name it in the language of the buyer, not in your language. See, you've read all the brochures, you've read the website, you've been trained, you know the research behind your product or service. And when that happens, you start to change your language. You start to use different words. One of the hardest things for you to do is to remember what words you used to describe the problem before you became so smart about solving the problem. But if you can remember that, and use those words, and the same is true for joining your team, or for joining your company, or for becoming a distributor. The same is true. You know a bunch of words now that you didn't know then. What problem did you have then? What did you call it then? I hate my job. I'm tired of the 9 to 5. I don't have freedom. I don't have income. What was the problem? How did you describe it? And what simple language did you use to describe it? You get those words right. And by the way, you'll know you have those words right because the person you're talking to will immediately begin nodding their head and leaning into you. It happens online. It happens in person. When you state the problem in the language of the consumer, when you state the problem in the language that the person you're speaking to recognizes, like, oh my gosh, I was just thinking about that last night. Oh my gosh, I was just talking to my spouse about that last night. It's like you're living rent-free in their heads, but they recognize it immediately and they unconsciously go like this and lean into you. It happens every time. And so the first question you need clarity on is, what is the problem that I solve for my audience? And the second question you need clarity on is, who is the audience I solve it for? I know you think your opportunity and your product is perfect for every living human being in the world. And you might get there one day, but let's start with the lowest hanging fruit. Let's start with the people who you'd get the fastest ROI, the biggest bang for the buck. Let's start with the people that look like you, sound like you, act like you, and have experienced life like you. Why? Because you already speak their language. You're already trusted by them because you're like them. And so when you get clarity on these two issues, what is the problem that you're actually solving? And remember, you'll have two of these. One of these for the product or service, and one of these for joining your team, becoming a distributor. What is the problem that solves? And who do you solve it for? When you have clarity on those two issues, it's actually really easy to make a great presentation that isn't salesy, but converts at a super high rate. When you don't have clarity on those two issues, and some of you are going to recognize yourselves right here. When you don't have clarity on those two issues, you can talk a lot, but you don't get a lot of results. You can make a lot of asks, but you don't get a lot of results. And part of it goes back to not having clarity on those two issues. All right, once you have clarity on those two issues, it's time to put together your presentation. And the first of the 4 parts of that presentation are to tell your story. It's the opening heart story, an opportunity for you to connect. Do not dive right into your products. Do not dive right into your business opportunity. Start by connecting. Start by telling a story. You have a story to tell, and it can change lives. I believe every person listening to this right now has a story to tell, and there are people out there who need to hear it because they need help. They may need help with something that your product solves. They may need help with their skin, and you offer skincare products. They may need help with their finances, and you offer financial products. They may need help with their health, and you offer nutritional supplements or exercise programs. They need help, and you telling your story will change their life. Maybe there's people who need help by needing a business opportunity. They're stuck in a job that they hate. They don't have enough income. They need to help their parents or their kids. They need help. And you have a story to tell. Probably 2 different stories, but you have a story to tell. I'd love for you to have one great story about your product and one great story about your business opportunity. If you believe that you have a story to tell that changes lives, if you believe that you have a story to tell that will help others, why don't you type into the comments right now, I have a story to tell. Type it right into the comments right now and put as many explanation points on it as you need to convince yourself and the world, I have a story to tell. Because right now, I'm going to show you exactly how to tell that story. And here's the thing. Oh, did you see what I did there? I Scooby-Dooed you. What's a Scooby-Doo? Hey, when great speakers have something really important to say, they don't pound the podium and say, this is really important. When great speakers have something really important to say, they don't say, listen to this, write this down, this is really important. When great speakers have something really important to say, they simply look left, look right, and drop their heads about 6 inches. And the audience will unconsciously lean in and listen more closely to what they have to say. Here's what I want you to know. If you tell your story in the way that I'm going to tell you your story, this story right now, you'll never be salesy. You'll never actually have to sell anything. Just telling your story will get people to ask you, get people to approach you, get people to beg you to show them how you did it. I want to show you a technique called the 3-act play. The 3-act play is called the 3-act play because there are 3 acts. We'll call this one Act 1, we'll call this one Act 2, and we'll call this one Act 3. Just made those up on the spot. All right, we want 3 parts. This, by the way, only takes 2.5 minutes to do. You can always make it longer, but I don't know why you would. It only takes 2.5 minutes. Act 1 is the before. Okay. Act 1 is what your life was like before. And I'm going to give you 60 seconds to tell us what your life was like before. And so before you discovered this product, before you joined this company, what was your life like? And in the best 3-act plays, you're not going to take a long time to do this. In the best 3-act plays, you're going to boil it down to 3 specific characteristics, okay? And so you're going to tell us a little bit about what your life was like before. So before, 2 years ago, I was not sleeping well at night. I woke up the next day more tired than when I went to bed. And honestly, my love life wasn't very good. Okay, those are 3 characteristics and 60 seconds about what your life was like before. That's the first act. The second act is what we call the pivot. The second act is when things change, and you get 30 seconds to talk about the pivot. Now, when you're telling the story of your product, I don't recommend you name the name of the company of your product in the pivot. I would just say, then I changed my morning routine, or then I changed some of the vitamins that I took, or then I changed what I was using as my morning makeup routine, or then I changed something. Tell us what you changed. Don't be extremely vague, but I wouldn't name the company at this point. I would just say, then I made a change, and talk to us about that change and what it was like. And now we're going to get to the third act. The third act is the after, or the now, depending upon how long ago this story is from. And you get 60 seconds to talk about what your life is like now. And here's the best 3-act play. The best 3-act play will actually boil that down specifically to just 3 characteristics. And in the best 3-act plays, this characteristic became this characteristic, this characteristic became this characteristic, and this characteristic became this characteristic. So let me give you an example. Let's say that I have a product, and my product makes you healthier, okay? And so my product could be some nutritional supplements. I have some nutritional supplements. First thing I'm going to do is tell you, 2 years ago, man, I woke up one day and I didn't even want to get out of bed. I was tired all the time. Even if I slept for like 10 hours, I was tired. And in the middle of the day, brain fog. In the middle of the day, I wanted nothing more than to take a nap. And I'm telling you, I didn't have any energy for my wife and energy for my kids. I wasn't the dad or the husband that I wanted to be. Then a friend of mine introduced me to this new supplement. And I didn't change everything. I didn't change my diet that much. I still eat too much steak and go to McDonald's too often. I didn't change my exercise too much. But I did change what I take every morning. And I drink a shake now every morning. And it's delicious, and I love it. Let me tell you about my life now. My life now, instead of not wanting to get out of bed, I don't have to set an alarm anymore. I wake up with full energy. Instead, of having brain fog in the afternoon, I am my most productive all afternoon. I never have that lull in the afternoon like some people have. And instead of having no energy for my wife and my kids, I have plenty of energy to be the dad that I want to be and the husband that I want to be. Now, here's how this works. There's two ways that you can blow this, but here's how it works. If this describes what the person you're talking to is like now, and this describes what the person who you're talking to aspires for, then they will pay you anything for the pivot. They will beg you for the pivot. They will ask you and cry for you for the pivot. Now, there's two ways that you can get this wrong. One way you can get this wrong is if this doesn't describe the person that you're talking to. And so if I'm giving you the story I just told you, and you're not tired in the morning, and you have plenty of energy all day, and you're not a dad or a husband, and you have plenty of energy for everything, well, then this isn't going to work. And if I say, now I have lots of energy, now I have great concentration, and now I'm the dad and the husband that I want to be, or the parent that I want to be, if that's not what you want, like if you don't want that, if you just want to sit around and be tired all day and you don't want to be a good dad or a good parent, well, it's not going to work. But if this describes what you are now, and this describes where they want to be, they will run over mountains. They will push through walls to get this. So that's a product story. Now watch the exact same technique for the business opportunity. I remember my life 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I had two young kids and I knew I had to put them through college. They were like talking about college and I was like, you don't want to go to college, kids. You don't want to go to college. They're like, yeah, we want to go to college, but we didn't have any money saved for college. And I said to my wife, we got to do something. And I was like, we had no money saved. Like we were barely able to pay our bills. And my parents were not as healthy as they were. And I would have loved to have helped them out, but I didn't have any extra money to help them out. And that's the thing. And then one of my friends, my friend Tony and Sarah, they introduced me and showed me this great opportunity. And I got to tell you, I didn't think I'd heard some stuff, you know, I'd heard that, oh, you got to be salesy, you know, you got to call on all your friends and, oh, you got to do a bunch of stuff that I didn't want to do. And I'd had people approach me before and they kind of showed me a different way. They showed me a way that was different. And has it made a difference in the world today? Today, I'm happy to announce that both of my kids have applied for and are going to college, and they're going to graduate from college with no debt. They're going to graduate from college debt-free. We have money to pay the bills, and we're actually saving for retirement for the first time in our lives. And my parents did so much for me growing up, and now it's so nice to be able to do things for them. It's so nice to be able to give back to them and know that they're going to be taken care of in the same way that they took care of me in my moment of greatest need. And so if this kind of describes you and this kind of describes what you want, then I know what you're doing right now. Here's the thing. If you do this correctly, you never have to make a sale because people are going to say, well, what was it? Tell me what they told you. And I'm telling you, this works on social media. If you want people to do anything, if you want people to just watch a video, just be like, this is what I was like. Then I watched this video. This is what I was like now. And people are going to be like, show me the video. If you want to get people to go to an event, like I had a network marketing business and I had a lot of energy, but no customers. I had some product sales, but nobody joining my team. And I was starting to get all my friends and relatives angry at me. And then I attended GoPro for the very first time. Now, I don't just have energy, I have revenue. I don't just have buyers, I have team members, and my family loves me because I took them all to Hawaii last year on a vacation. And so if this looks like you now and you want to look like this, GoPro, come to GoPro. It's a simple 3-act play. You can use it to get people to do anything. Just make the anything that you want them to do the pivot. And that is how you tell your story. Now, let me tell you 2 other things about stories, and then I want to give you a great bonus for people who are going to buy tickets at any ticket level for GoPro. First thing I want to tell you about stories is the best stories are simple. The best stories don't take 10 minutes to tell, And the best stories aren't like, then it got better, then it got worse, then it got better, then it got worse, then I got sick, and then I got better. Like, they don't have these monster up and down and up and down. And that might be good for a 3-hour movie, but that's not good listening to a person tell you a story. We want the simplest emotional line possible. I'm talking about, like, here's the emotional line I'm talking about. Things were bad and then they got good. Like, that's the story I want you to tell. That's how simple it should be. Or I lost things and then I got them back. And this is the point that you should focus on. So the best stories are simple. And here's the second thing I want to tell you about stories. The best stories are ordinary. The best stories are not like, I got cured from the rarest disease of all time, or I got the biggest streak of bad luck in 60 years. No one has ever had all 10 of these bad things happen to me, and neither will you. You know, I actually coach someone who climbed to the top of Mount Everest. I coach someone who's been to the top of Mount Everest, and when he tells that story, how many other people in the room can relate to him? None. But I coach another person, and he tells a story about arguing with his spouse about whether the toilet paper should come out over the top of the roll or under the bottom of the roll. When he tells that story, how many other people in the room can relate to that? Every person in the room. What if we judged our stories, not based on how many people come up to us afterwards and like, that's an amazing story? What if instead we judged our stories based on how many people came up to us afterwards and said, that same thing happened to me? See, your best story for both your product and your best story for your opportunity that you give to other people to become distributors and join your team, your best stories are ordinary stories, stories that are just like other people's stories. And so I don't want you to ever have story envy. I want you to tell the simplest story you can. And I want you to be able to do that as simple as possible. Let me give you one last example of the full 3X plan. For years, I struggled to remember my stories. Funny things would happen to me, and I knew I was going to go on social media, but then I couldn't remember those funny things. And I knew as those things were happening, there were teaching moments that were happening, but I couldn't remember them. So I would lose my stories. When it come time to give a presentation, it took me forever to write the presentation because I had to always start with a blank sheet of paper. And because of that, I was an ineffective communicator and my business didn't grow very fast. And I thought to myself, well, why isn't there one place online to store all of my stories? What if there was one place online to store all of my stories? Because I had mine on Post-it notes and I had mine on cocktail napkins. Then finally somebody gave me a story journal and I started putting my stories in a story journal, but the story journal wasn't always with me. So I still had Post-it notes and napkins and I'd jam those into my story journal. I was one strong wind away from losing all of my stories. And I thought, why isn't there one place to store your stories online? And I couldn't find one. So I made one. I made a tool called storylink.com, storylinq.com. It's one place in the cloud to store all of your stories. You can enter your stories and title them and categorize them and store them so that anytime you need to give a presentation, you can simply go and say, I want to start with this story and then tell this story and then finish with this story. And with the push of a button, your presentation prints out from start to finish. Now, instead of losing my stories on napkins and Post-it notes, all of my stories are in one place. Instead of it taking me hours to put together a 10-minute presentation, I can do that in 2 or 3 minutes. And my communication is not only effective, my company is growing and my revenue is through the roof. If you'd like one place to store all of your stories, that's storylink.com. So there it was, a 3-act play. And here's the good news. I've got a special bonus. I got a special bonus for buyers of the GoPro tickets at all levels. We're going to give you 6 months of storylink.com. We're going to give you 6 months of storylink.com to create the perfect presentation, a place to save your stories, link them together, and have on-demand coaching and videos of how to tell your stories the right way, and push one button and it prints out your whole presentation. This is storylink.com. And so I don't know what you're waiting for. I just did the 3-act play. slow business, go to GoPro, fast business, big business. I don't know. That's the pivot. That's the pivot that we want people to have. I believe you have a story to tell. I believe you have a story to tell. And if you tell that story, others are going to find out that there is hope, that there are solutions, and that they are not alone in this world. And so if you have a story to tell, GoPro is the place to learn how to tell it. StoryLink is the place to store it. Eric, I'm super excited about this event. I'm super excited about the opportunity to help people. And I'm super excited about hearing these stories.
How many people didn't know who Pat Quinn was and are glad that they know who he is now? I'm certainly one of them. He's helped me. He's helped Marina. He's helped so many others. And man, you know, I'm a little bit mad at you, Pat, because you never told me about StoryLink. I have an office filled with files and notebooks and journals with 8 trillion stories all over the place. And if I would have known that I could just have them all together inside of that, I would have had that a long time ago. Crazy, man. Why didn't you tell me?
Keep track of it all. That's the key.
So you're giving away 6 months, like a 6-month membership to this? Is that what you're giving away?
Yeah, 6-month membership with all the trainings, all the targeted coaching. More importantly,
trainings, coaching, help you tell your story, put together all your presentations, all of that stuff. That's what's the value of that? What's it worth?
The value of that is $2,500. We're excited about it and the opportunity to give that to everybody.
Okay, so that's for everybody who just gets any ticket, right?
Any ticket level.
$297 or above, and you have that, whether it's general admission, VIP or platinum, everybody has that. I can't wait to start utilizing that later today. I want to bring Pete Vargas up. Pete, are you there? Pete.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, I'd love to see Pat too up here. Pat, great job, dude. Great job.
Thanks, Pete.
Thank you so much. Pete, you and Pat kind of brainstormed a really cool thing for VIPs and platinums for GoPro. So can you explain what you're going to do, the two of you?
Yeah. So guys, we talked with Marina and Eric, and I'm really excited about this. But GoPro is going to host, and I want all the leaders to hear this too. They're going to host their first annual Speak Off competition. First annual Speak Off competition that literally Pat and I are going to facilitate, Eric. And so any VIP or any platinum level ticket holder is going to participate in this Speak Off. Now, what does that mean? That means that Pat and I are going to do a workshop the first week of December, Eric. And in that workshop, we're going to train all of the VIPs and all of the platinum ticket holders on how to tell their 3 to 5 minute version of their story. So they're going to get a pre-workshop. And these are workshops that Pat and I have charged $5,000 for in the past. They're going to get this pre-workshop, and then they're going to have 1 week, Eric, to submit their story, kind of their 3-act story of why network marketing is so big for them. And then all of them within a week will submit their stories, where Pat, myself, Eric, Marina, and all of the GoPro team, like the GoPro team, will pick the top 25 most inspirational stories. And then from there, we'll decide on the top 10. And the top 10 will be speaking on day 2 of GoPro's event, sharing their inspirational story. And the tens of thousands of attendees will be the ones who benefit the most, because these are going to be 10 stories of why network marketing matters in those 10 people's lives. So yes, everybody gets to submit their story, but the top 10, Eric, which is good chances if you feel secure in that, top 10 will share their stories from the stage. And that night, Eric, you and Marina, Pat, myself, the team will pick who's number 1. Ooh, Andrea said, I will be in the top 10. Who's number 2? And who's number 3? Those will get prizes. Eric, we haven't determined the prizes, but how generous you've been with the prizes, I'm sure they'll be out of this world. And so now the VIP and Platinum qualify for the GoPro Speak Off. They qualify for the GoPro Speak Off. And so you can see it on your screen right there. We're so excited about it. The first annual GoPro Speak Off. If you haven't gotten a ticket, you can go straight to the virtualgopro.com and get your VIP or Platinum ticket. If you have a ticket, you can upgrade it. Marina and Eric have made it very easy. Just push the upgrade button, and you can upgrade your ticket. Eric, the second thing, and I think you're back there, but the second thing, why do you want to be in person? Why would you want to be the Platinum? There's a couple of reasons. Pat is going to host a mastermind on night 1 of GoPro for all of the Platinum level only people. Pat and I will be hosting a mastermind. I'm going to ask some of my speaker friends to come out to this with us. After the first day is done, we will be hosting a mastermind at GoPro on site just for Platinum. So VIP, that is not something obviously VIP gets. This is a Platinum only bonus. So Eric, that's what we're going to do, man. We're going to host a mastermind on site for the Platinums. Here's the other perk for the Platinums. Any of them that advance to the top 10, they won't be speaking virtually on the stage. They will physically be speaking on the stage to compete for the top 3 prizes. So that's a cool thing that the Platinum gets. They don't just get the Speak Off, they get the mastermind, but if they do qualify to the finals, Eric, they actually get to physically speak on that stage in front of tens of thousands of people. And so, Eric, we're limited. You know this. We're limited with how many Platinum spots we are and how many VIP spots we are. Now that we've added this bonus, there is literally a limitation to how many people we can do. And don't worry, you're going to get a training, a pre-workshop training on how to tell your story before you ever have to submit your story in that first round. Eric, I'm stoked. I know that was one of the things that Marina got stoked about a couple of nights ago. And Eric, they can go to the website, and if they haven't gotten their ticket, pick one of these levels. But if they have already gotten their ticket, they can upgrade really easy, Eric. So
thank you so much. I am super pumped about this, the Speak Off, about the mastermind, about the training, about the story link, all of that stuff. Let me just quickly recap before we take a quick break, okay? And does anybody love Grant Cardone? Anybody get inspired by his big thinking? We've got Grant and others coming right after the break, so make sure that you tell your friends to stay tuned. So look, real quickly, here's the 3 tickets, just so you know, for GoPro. General admission, $297. You get the digital workbook, digital downloads, etc. VIP, you get 3 days, all that stuff. VIP room, VIP registration kit. I'll show you the registration kit a little bit later. Guaranteed space on the interactive screen. And then you get the Platinum party, etc. Backstage pass, be in person for the Platinum. Go to the next, please. With the bonuses they just added, bonuses, you got Pat Quinn's story link. So you get an extra $1,200 in bonuses for this, just for a $297 ticket. So now it's $3,800 for a $297 ticket. It's getting pretty ridiculous, right? For VIPs, go to the next. You get the GoPro Speak Off, that whole process, the training, everything else with it. That's what you get for VIP, and that's a $1,000 upgrade. And then next is Platinum. You get the Platinum only mastermind, plus the Speak Off, plus the story link, et cetera, et cetera. You get all of these different things, okay? So go virtualgopro.com. You can either get your ticket there or you can upgrade to your ticket. We're doing a drawing during this break. And when we come back, I'm gonna tell you, we're gonna pick 7 winners. I'm gonna tell you who the winners are. Make sure you stay tuned. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you 5 minutes.
been biting my tongue for all this time. Won't let anyone cut me short. I was thinking this was the way to go, and you put up your puppet show. I say cheers to life. No, I'll be no good man's wife. Just leave me alone. I'm running the show. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Live the life I'm proud of. No, you better go home. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Live the life I'm proud of. So I woke up, sun in my eyes, forgot all about what I did last night. What I do, remember that it was real, real nice. Talks about me are never good. I don't live life the way that I should. Oh well, I'm in for some fun tonight. Just leave me alone. I'm running the show. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Live the life I'm proud of. No, you better go home. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Live the life I'm proud of. Hey now, don't be shy. Follow my lead if you wanna be mine. Hey now, it's you and I. We could be the next Bonnie and Clyde. Hey now, don't be shy. Follow my lead if you wanna be mine. Oh, it's a time to rise up. Live the life we're proud of. Just leave me alone. I'm running the show. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Live the life I'm proud of. No, you better go home. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Live the life I'm proud of. Hey now, don't be shy. Follow my lead if you wanna be mine. Hey now, it's you and I. We could be the next Bonnie and Clyde. Hey now, don't be shy. Follow my lead if you wanna be mine. Oh, it's a time to rise up. Live the life we're proud of.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. The GoPro Recruiting Challenge continues around the world. If you haven't told everybody in your life to be a part of this, you're crazy. Grant Cardone is coming up. Sylvester Stallone is coming up. Pitbull, John Maxwell is coming up. Another $1 million a year earner, $1 million a month earner is coming up. So many amazing things. I told you I was going to do a drawing during the break for people who got tickets of any level. Here's the first break winners. Monica Fontenot, congratulations. Danielle Mason, Michael Bockart, B-O-C-K-A-E-R-T, Ruby Schrader, Robert Murphy, Mark Lewis, and Penny Monsheimer. Congratulations to all of you for winning one of the prizes. We're going to pick them at random and we're going to give them away at random. So we'll let you know later today what your prizes are. Also, people are saying, when am I going to get all these bonuses? I bought my ticket. When am I going to get the bonuses? Most of the bonuses you're going to get in December. You got to give us a little time because literally everybody just in the last few days said, here, add this, add this, add this, add this. And we got to organize it and figure it all out. We will get it to you. You got your Thanksgiving coming up anyway. We'll get it to you in December. So if you don't have them all, relax. You will get them. We will get them all to you. Now, I want to introduce you to a badass woman who has not only helped to change my life, but she's helped to change everybody else's life that she comes into contact with. Her motto is wake up, kick ass, and repeat. None other than the CEO of Network Marketing Pro. Please welcome to the challenge, my wife, Marina Worre. Come on up, babe.
Hey guys, I am so excited. Are you overwhelmed? Are you kind of like feeling like you're drinking from the fire hose with all this amazing knowledge, all this amazing information? Keep writing. I know your hands are tired. I know your mind is blurry, but keep writing because there is so much more coming up. And I wanted to talk to you how to become a badass, how to become unstoppable. Because here's the thing, you know, we have such a high expectations of what other people should do for us, what government should do for us, what the employer or your boss should do for you, what everybody else, the downline, the upline, what everybody else needs to do for you. But we underestimate so big what you and I can do for ourselves. I know we're living in this crazy world. This pandemic turned the whole world upside down. Millions of people are having health issues, millions of people having financial issues. But guess what? In my opinion, on top of that, there is a biggest thing that is destroying millions and millions of lives. And this is the mindset, the stress, the fear that we all live in. Because, you know, the media did the huge disservice to all of us because they keep pounding on all of us with the message that the sky is falling, that you have no choice to survive. You have no choice to live a better life. And that's not true. You and I have all the abilities. We have everything in our power to make our lives better. Because here's the thing, when change like this happens, when a pandemic like that once in a while, once in a century comes around, what is the first thing that everybody do? People get paralyzed with fear. And that fear becomes so overwhelming. That fear becomes so overtaking every part of your life. And what people do, we freeze. We forget how to move. We forget how to live. We forget how to breathe. We cannot do anything. So the coping mechanism for millions and millions of people around the world right now, what do you think it is? Cross their fingers and hope for the best. Hope that somebody comes and solves this problem. And yes, our amazing medical workers are working on the front lines, and big gratitude goes to all of them for saving our lives, for taking care of us when we get into the hospital, and all amazing scientists working day in and day out to create the vaccine so we can all get back to normal lives. But guess what? You and I have responsibility. You and I have a lot of things that we can do. We should not be sitting and hoping for the best and putting our hands in the sand and waiting for somebody to come and rescue us. You and I can absolutely do this. Because guess what? Even though this pandemic has been a huge tragedy for people around the world, the network marketing is booming. 90% of the entire network marketing profession is growing up. Yes, there are a couple companies that are going down, but majority are going up. And you know why? Because of this change, because what is happening in the world. One of the reasons why people were not joining network marketing prior was because, you know, they thought that, hi, I have a job. You know, I have a security. I have a paycheck to paycheck. I know the next paycheck is coming next month. It's coming the month after that. But guess what? Right now, it's not coming. Millions of people are fired. Millions of people are furloughed. And the worst part, some of those jobs are not coming back. There are tons of companies who filed bankruptcy. They are not coming back. Those jobs are not coming back. What do the millions of people have to do right now? They're looking for different options. They're looking for different opportunities. And guess what? Network marketing becomes an opportunity that everybody all of a sudden is like, tell me one more time about that thing, whatever you're doing that. Tell me a little bit more about that project, whatever the homestay mom can do. Tell me again, whatever the product that you're selling. People are interested. People are now open-minded. They understand that the job security that they had is not the security. The reason why they did not make that change before, it did not join you in this profession, because the biggest fear, there are tons of fears around the world, right, that we all face. Sharks, snakes, flying, all kinds of stuff. You know, one of the biggest fears is the public speaking. But in my opinion, the biggest fear that we all have and face in our lives is the fear of change. It's the fear of change, fear of unknown. People didn't know what to expect when they joined network marketing. People didn't know how their life gonna change. Not having that paycheck that is guaranteed to come into their mailbox next month or next week is scary. That's why they are worried about stepping into the true potential and making that shift. But all of us becoming professionals, all of us teaching the people in the proper way how to share the products, how to share their opportunity, not overstate it, not create some myth that like you're going to get rich overnight, but actually teaching them how to approach people in a professional way, how to not to sound salesy, how to build a trust in the relationship and rescue millions and millions of lives. That's what we do on a daily basis. And when you approach people with this message, when instead of telling them, hey, let me show you how cool I am, let me show you my mansion, my car, my fancy whatever, you go to them and say, hey, I have the opportunity for you, and I can teach you how to make $200, $300, $500. I can show you how you can put the food on the table. I can show you how you can pay that next mortgage bill. I can show you how you can dig yourself out of that hole. Let's lock arms together. Let's do it. Let me teach you. Let me show you what this amazing profession is all about. I'm sure you heard every single speaker, because the common theme by everybody saying is be fearless, be courageous. But here's the thing. You know what courage means? Courage doesn't mean that you don't have fear. Courage means that you're afraid, but you're doing it anyway. You're facing your fears. You're going through the challenges. You're going through the obstacles. Every single successful person that you've seen on this challenge, and every successful person you met in your life, we faced our share of challenges, and we still do every single day. We fall on our face flat, but you know what's most important? We get up. We get up and we keep moving. There is one amazing Japanese proverb I heard when I was a little girl, and it says, there is no shame to fail. There is a shame to not stand up. You know, everybody's so afraid of failing. Everybody's so paralyzed, like, oh my gosh, what if I fail? What if my prospect's gonna laugh at me? What are they gonna say? Boo. Guess what? Nothing. You're gonna find another person and you're gonna talk to another person. There are 7 billion people on this planet desperately looking for the opportunity, and you have it. You can show them the way. You know, all of us were born totally fearless, unstoppable, badass, fearless. How many of you have kids? Type in the comments below if you have kids. Aren't they something special and fun and exciting? And if you don't have kids, remember the time when you were a little boy, when you were a little girl. And remember when that child takes the first step, right? And what happens? Do they run immediately? Of course not. They fall and they start crying. And mom and daddy start running to them and helping that little boy or that little girl to help them to get up and take another step. And what that child does, he or she gets up and takes another step. And he or she probably gonna fail another dozen times, but every single time they would get up and they would get moving. So imagine now for a second, what would happen if that little baby, you know, sat on their butt and thought, I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna get up. It's just too scary. It's just too painful. It's just too challenging. I'm just gonna sit here for the rest of my life because it's a little bit more convenient and more comfortable. Would that be a tragedy for those parents and for that child? But guess what? Babies don't know fears. Kids don't understand that. They're fearless. They're going out, they're taking actions, and they're moving. So I want to encourage all of you, once in a while, when you're faced with a big challenge, with a big obstacle in your life, remember that baby story. Go into your inner baby. Find that courageous, powerful, strong guy or girl and help them to push you through and help them to get you out of that comfort zone. You know, I consider myself lucky. I was, when I was a little girl, my mom always told me, you are so powerful, you are so smart, you can achieve everything you want in life. And guess what? I was so little and naive that I believed that. I bought that story, right? And good for me that I bought that story because, you know, imagine I always had a picture in my head that I'm a main hero of the movie, right? I'm a main character that goes through the journey. Every character has their ups and downs and challenges, and they fall on their face and they have their bruises. But eventually through that journey, they learn the lessons, they figure it out, and they become a hero. You know, I'm coming from Ukraine, and Ukraine, we call it a happy ending. I know in the United States, it's a completely different meaning, so we're not gonna go in there, right? But I want you to imagine you being that hero at the end of the movie, you creating that story. What is the movie you're writing? What is that story? When all of that is said and done, what are you gonna tell to your kids? You know, like Tran said, he's expecting to live to 100 years. I hope so. I'm gonna live, Eric and I gonna live to 100. So what are you gonna tell those grandkids when you're sitting by the fireside and telling them your life story? Are you gonna tell them, you know, I really wanted to do this. I really wanted to go after that. But I had my doubts. I had my fears. And somebody said, I'm not worthy enough, or I cannot achieve those big dreams. And who do you think you are? You're just a girl. And I bought that story and I didn't do anything with that. And here I am regretting my entire life. Or your story gonna be, you know what? I failed so many times. I made so many bruises and I made a fool of myself time after time after time. But guess what? Every single step I took made me closer and took me closer to my goals and my dreams. And because of the sacrifices that I made, now you guys have a better future. Now you have better choices and options in life. See, failure is always an option. Quitting is not. When you quit, that's when you lost. When you quit, that is part when, you know, it's over. You cannot achieve anything. And guess what? I failed in my life miserably time after time after time. I was an independent woman since I was 16 years old. I joined my first network marketing company when I was 21, and I opened my own business when I was 18. But at some point, I bought this story that I need to stay home, and just raise kids and don't necessarily work. And as you can probably imagine, it's not necessarily my character. It's not necessarily what I want to do with my life. And there is nothing wrong with being a homestay mom. It's absolutely very hard and amazing job. But while I was staying home raising my kids, my ex-husband at the time lost all of my assets, mismanaged every part of my business. So here I am. I found myself at the moment in my life when I lost all of my finances. I became a single mom. But you know what was worse than that? I lost myself. I lost that badass woman that I was at some point. I lost my courage. I lost my strength. And most importantly, I lost respect for myself. You know that time when you're looking yourself in the mirror and looking at that reflection and talking and saying, do you think you are badass? Who do you think you are? You are broken. You are miserable. You are nothing and nobody. And I found myself in that point of my life. And one of the reasons why is because my relationship was not physically abusive, but it was very verbally abusive. And my heart goes to every single person who ever experienced physical abuse. This is a horrible thing. But, for me personally, I feel like I can take a punch. I can take the bruise is going to heal. I can take the punch. But when you rip my heart out, when you break my soul, how do I survive that? How do I get up from that? It took me years to find my voice back. It took me years to find my strength and my courage back. And that was the time when I met Eick. And through personal development, through all different amazing friends and people who were pouring personal development into me and their association with them, I found my voice back. I found my strength back. And looking back, I actually realized that there are 3 F's. And if you're taking notes, please write it down. The 3 F's that helped me change my life, that helped me find my voice and my strengths back are failure, friends, and forgiveness. And I'm going to be teaching on it on the virtual GoPro. I don't have, unfortunately, enough time to go into details, but write it down. Failure, friends, and forgiveness. So here's the thing. In every conversation, somebody's buying and somebody's selling. What are the stories that you buy? Are you buying your prospects telling you, I don't have the time to join your business. I don't have the money, or I need to think about it. I need to ask my spouse, whatever the story is. And most importantly, are you buying those same stories from you? Because here's the thing. The biggest conversation that happens in your life is the conversation that you have with yourself. The stories that you're selling to your own self are the most important stories. Are you selling to yourself that you cannot afford to live in this beautiful house, that you cannot afford to put your kids through college, that you cannot afford to put the food on your table, that you cannot afford to buy a virtual GoPro ticket for just $297? Is that the story that you're telling yourself? Or what would it be if you would say a different kind of story to yourself and to the people around you? How can I find a way? How can I figure it out? And what would it do for my life, for my business, for my future? Here's the thing. In order to be successful, you need to get uncomfortable at some point. You need to fail. You need to make mistakes. You need to learn from them. That's the journey. That's the part of it. You need to surround yourself, because I bet you all of you took tons and tons of notes during this 7-day challenge. And guess what? The virtual GoPro is almost twice longer. How much more valuable information you're gonna get from people training at that event that will make you money, This is the biggest difference. You know, yes, there are different kinds of seminars when you go and people give you like basic knowledge about life and about this and about that. We are not, I hope through this challenge, you notice that we are not teaching you basic knowledge about network marketing that you can put in your notebook, throw it on the shelf and forget about it. We're giving you the actual tips, the actual game plan, the actual strategies, how to make more money, how to take your business to the next level, how to take your life to completely new heights. So can you afford not to buy the ticket? In my opinion, absolutely not. Because what's it worth? Just $297? And what you're going to lose if you don't join me and Eric and all these amazing, powerful speakers who will be sharing their best practices at the Virtual GoPro? You're going to lose millions. You're going to stay in that environment that you are not happy with. And if you don't have the $297 right now, you're not going to have it a month from now or a year from now. Here's the challenge that Eric and I have. You know, we spend a lot of money for our profession because we want to do everything high level, high class. We're investing money into events, we're investing money into the studio, and we actually sometimes spend more money than we have. But what we figure out how to do, we learn how to out-earn our expenses. And that's what I want to teach you, out-earn your expenses, because you are the biggest asset you will ever have. You are the business. So if you don't invest in you, if you don't invest into this business, who will? Who will? Who will come and rescue? Nobody. You know the biggest challenge we'll all have? We start asking wrong questions and in the wrong order. People always ask, but how? But how? I can almost feel it. You saying, it's like, oh, but you don't understand. You don't understand the challenges that I have. You don't understand the obstacles that I have. I do. I was in a position when I did not have enough money to put the food on the table. I was in a position when I did not know how I'm going to feed my kids tomorrow. I've been there. I know it. And Eric and I, we figure out the way how to not be there. And most importantly, how to teach millions of people to change their lives. And that's what we want to teach you. So stop asking questions how. Start asking questions why. Why? Why did you join network marketing? Why this is important? Why you want to change your life? Why? Is it to retire your parents, retire your spouse, giving a better future for your kids, for yourself? Why? Why are you doing all of this? Why did you sit through 7 days of challenge every single day, taking notes like a maniac? Why? Because here's the thing. Once you answer the question why, the how you will figure out. You will figure out the right people, the right resources, the right tools will come into you. They will come like a train and you will be overwhelmed with all this love outpour of knowledge and wisdom to help you figure out. Do you think Eric and I knew exactly how we're going to build the studio? Did you think that we have like 20 million sitting in the bank that we just wrote a check and say, hey, here's our studio? No, we decided we're gonna out-earn our expenses. We decided that the why we're doing this is so much more important. It's so much bigger because I hope you can see my passion and Eric's passion to this profession. We wanna equip you with the tools necessary, with the information, knowledge, and everything you possibly need to be a network marketing pro, to be a professional in this world. You know what frustrates me the most is the profession that I deeply love and care about that does not have the rightful respect in the world. Then people turn their nose and it's like, what? You involved in what? You doing what crazy thing? And you know what I want to do? Eric and I, we want to change that. We want to change what people think about our profession and how they, in a very respectful way, recognize every single person, their work, their asses off to become a top leader, to become a professional. Because here's the thing. I truly believe that network marketing is a gift. Network marketing gives the average people the opportunity to solve their problems, to figure out the way to live a better life, to create the financial freedom for themselves and the freedom of choices, freedom of options. But guess what? All of that comes with price. Like Maria Forleo said, everything is figure outable. Everything is figure outable as long as you know why, as long as you understand why this is important, why the GoPro Virtual gonna change your life, why becoming a social media ninja gonna help you to build a huge organization, why becoming a better leader gonna help you to lead your organization to the new heights. Because here's the thing, when we do it in a professional way, when we teach our people and everybody around you how to approach people in the rightful, professional, skillful way, the whole world will open up for you. The world is waiting. Millions of people going to bed at night praying for a solution, and you might just have one. And I love you guys very much. And I want to close with, the world is not served by you playing small. It's just not. You were not brought onto this earth to live a miserable average life. You were brought onto this earth to be a kick-ass, badass, powerful leader, man or woman who can change millions of lives, because you absolutely can change millions of lives. And I want you to be a hero of your movie. And when the day comes, you're gonna tell a beautiful story for your next generation. I'm looking forward to see you all at the virtual GoPro. I love you guys, and I cannot wait to see all of you. Big virtual hug to all of you.
Well done, well done, well done. Can you see I married up? I did pretty good, huh? She's my secret weapon. People don't understand. Listen, that was amazing. All the stuff we talked about is amazing so far. I've got to tell you, the next two presenters, one is $1 million a month earner, and the second is Mr. Grant Cardone. So if any of your friends have logged off and taken a break or doing something else, call them up, send a group message, let them know, get your butt back on here, because you're about to learn some major, major insights to be able to grow your business. So our next presenter is a gentleman that I've got to know. He's a good friend, powerhouse, passionate about personal development, build a massive team, making a huge amount of money in network marketing, recruited an army and grown it into a worldwide phenomenon. Please welcome, to share his insights on how you could become a recruiting machine, Mr. Ivan Tapia. Ivan, go ahead, take it from here.
Thank you, Eric. That's amazing. Thank you for the amazing opportunity to be here sharing with all the amazing GoPro. I'm just overwhelmed and happy and grateful to be here and have this amazing opportunity, listen and learning from all the powerhouse in network marketing, because I keep learning. I'm hungry as never before like this. So listening to Stormy, listening to Jesse Lee, listening to everybody, Jordan Adler. I mean, it's amazing. Then listening to Pat, listening to Pete Vargas, and then about to listen to Grant Cardone, and of course yourself. I'm just happy and grateful. And to talk about recruiting. It's a lot of you guys don't know my background, but civil engineering from Tijuana, Mexico originally, and since the day I was born, I was actually just Sunday I was with my mom and my dad. You know, my dad's 82, my mom is 70 years of age, and I used to always tell my wife, you know, my mom used to always tell me I was very shy. I was a very shy little boy, and my wife was like, you're used to be shy. I don't remember that. And then some people in network marketing, you used to be shy. I don't believe that. But I always used to be programmed by my mom. I love my mom to death, right? But she always used to be the mom that, like, why is your son not speaking? Oh, because he's very shy. So I programmed myself that I was very shy and I was not good at speaking. I was not good at talking to people. So when I got introduced to network marketing back in 2009, my biggest paradigm was, how am I going to be speaking to people? I'm not good at this. So what happened is I made a decision. I made a decision to follow mentors and exactly what they said. How I did that? Very simple. I remember still listening to an audio cassette from Tim Sales back in the day. And he used to say how to walk and just talk to people on the street. And the one thing that I cut myself that once I heard a phrase and I said, you basically just, you prefer to be fire and ignorant, fire and ignorant than knowledge or nice. And one thing right there, I was just walking to the street and talking to people. Hey, how are you? And then they say, great. And I was like, this really works. People on the street really talk back. So now I had to go back and listen to the cassette, or right to the audio. What was he saying after the, hey, how are you? So I was basically listening and applying right there. And I want you guys to understand, when did Ivan Tapia actually started being good at recruiting? Because when I signed up into network marketing, I signed up maybe around 40 personals in my first maybe 4 months, but they were all family and friends. And I was not good at duplicating. So I basically burned all my 30 first personals. So it was not a great start, but at least I said, okay, I'm good at closing, but I'm not good at talking to strangers. So I needed to develop that. I'm going to share with you guys the story. And that's why I love that I came into network marketing in 2009, which for me is like the latest stage of old school network marketing. Now with the new stage of network marketing, which is social media, which is much easier, much faster, much next level. And what happened to me, I was still using in Tijuana, Mexico, those brochures, those flyers on the street. I was the kid dressing nice on the street, walking around. Oh, that guy looks good. I'm going to approach that guy. But how did I get to that level? Well, what happened is I was walking, and with the flyers, I was investing. I just had fired from my boss in 2008 December. So this was around the first quarter of 2009. I'm walking with flyers, making an investment in brochures and all that, my presentation cards, and walking around with my backpack and my products in the backpack all fired up. And I went to my high school, old high school. So when the students were coming out, I went there giving brochures to the parents. But I was afraid, and this is the breakthrough for me. I was so afraid of meeting an old friend or a parent that knew me. And what happened is I remember giving a brochure to the cars. They were picking up their kids. And then when I give a brochure, a lady says, Ivan. And I'm like, ah, shit. She knows me. And then she's like, yeah, Ivan Tapia, how are you? And I'm like, I'm doing good. How are you? And then she's like, you giving brochures? I heard you graduated as a civil engineer. I'm like, yeah, I did. What are you doing? Giving brochures. You're okay? And I'm like, yeah, it's my business. I just started off. I have an office here. And the guy that normally gives brochures for me didn't come to work, so I'm giving up the brochures. That's what I said. I was so freaking afraid of me saying, I'm giving out the brochures. And the lady's like, oh, okay. I get it. Don't worry. It happens. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, oh my God. But after that happened, I can tell you guys, in my head, I was like, damn, I didn't die. This lady didn't laugh at me. This lady didn't do nothing bad to me. I feel great. So what happened now after that one? Now I'm walking, posture, attitude. I'm giving brochures like crazy. And whenever somebody asks me, Ivan Tapia, you're an engineer? I'm like, yep, but this is much better than being an engineer. And you know why? I was like, why? Because being an engineer, I got fired. But by being an entrepreneur, nobody can fire me. And I know I'm here, but I'm going to get to this level. So I'm not telling you I had this attitude that I had 2020. I had it in 2009. I didn't have these nice shirts. I didn't have all of that stuff. But you know what I had? I had a big belief. And you know what I had also? I had a lot of hunger, a lot of debt. And the one thing I can assure you guys that all you guys need to know, to have, and everybody has been talking about, and I know Marina just touched on it, it's a big why. What happened to me is when I got fired and I lost my home and I got back living with my parents, I made a decision that I said I knew engineering was not going to be the path of the life that I wanted to become. And what I love about network marketing, about the personal development about network marketing, is that there's no lit. There is no lit. All the technical skills you can learn. You can learn how to talk. You can learn how to present. You can learn how to close. You can learn how to tell your story. You can learn how to prospect, to call people. You can learn how to do social media. And the one thing you just need to do is be adaptable. I remember when I was using Facebook back in 2010, I started my Facebook account. So 1 year after I started network marketing, I started my Facebook account, and people were laughing. Oh, you got like 1 like, 2 likes. And I remember I was working to like 100 likes and 200 likes by being consistent, giving value every day, talking to people every day. And then they put on Instagram. And I was like, dude, are you going to switch to Instagram? Nah, I'm not going to switch to Instagram. I am a Facebook guy, right? And then after a year, I'm like, oh, damn, look at Instagram growing. So guess what I'm started doing? I do Facebook and Instagram. YouTube happens, YouTube videos. TikTok happens, TikTok videos. I'm adaptable. I understand that I need to be on the trend. And what happens now with the new school is basically the same thing. You need to have mentors. You need to be in contact with the top leaders in your company and need to be understanding exactly why they use the words that they use. How do they prospect? What are their numbers daily? I remember one of the big meetings, this is back in 2011. I went to a big event. I paid $20 to go to that event. Those $20 plus my gas, $20 for me. So it was $100 because I paid for my organization. I love how Armand says, if you go and pay for yourself, you're only building for your upline. But if you grab and you pay for your organization, or your organization grows, you're also making sure that you're going to grow your own organization. I love that. So what happened, I remember I took 5 people to that event, and right there, the numbers. I remember that the top leader of that company, he said, you need to be prospecting 10 people a day. He said 10 people a day and do 3 presentations daily. I said, fine. But what happened, I was like, oh, would that just happen? I was like, I'm not making those 3 presentations per day because I was prospecting every day. A nice power phrase. If I would you? I was doing everything, but I was not getting the presentations. But I knew the consistency pays. Discipline beats intelligence. I'm not the most intelligent guy, but I just follow up knowledge. I just follow up leaders with results. So if he's saying that I'm gonna go with fire, I'm gonna go to emotion, because when I go back home, I'm looking where I'm living with my parents, making no money, and have a wife and a kid, I need to step up my game. I need to go on the street. So I remember or be on social media every day talking to people. So this is what I used to do. I used to go on coffee shops in San Diego, California, to Panera Bread. I used to go to McDonald's, McCafe. I used to go in Mexico to Talks, which is like a dentist, but basically in Latin America and Mexico. And I used to be there talking to people. Since I walked into all of those places, I used to be dressed in my best shirt. And hey, how are you? Smiling. Good afternoon. Everybody was like, who's this guy? Why is this guy smiling? And I used to always sit down with my Toshiba. I used to remember my computer, and I used to log in and be prospecting on social media. And coffee shops are the network marketing international offices. So every time I went there, I was just going there, smiling, creating relationships, and everybody knew me as a network marketing kid. So what happened is consistency pays because they always saw me there. And so the numbers, 10 per day. I remember I never got back home until I minimum prospected 10 per day. The most important activity of my business at the beginning was prospecting. Organizations do what leaders do. So I was the main guy prospecting every day. This is what I put in myself in my mind back in the day. I said, whenever they see me in a presentation or whenever they see me on the street, they're going to know I am in network marketing. Whenever they see me, I'm going to be the person who has been talking about network marketing the most in my city. Because if that's true, if that happens, eventually I'm going to become a top earner of that city. And you know what happens? Personal development always helps. Phrases always helps. How you talk to yourself and then Eric just mentioned my wife wasn't or his wife, of course, is like the reason or his secret weapon. Well, my wife is like the X factor also. My wife used to always tell me, because of you, Ivan, Tijuana's gonna be big. She always every day when I got back home 11 o'clock at night, she would say, because of you, Tijuana, Mexico is gonna be big. And remember, for the first 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I was like, okay, honey, sure, right? I used to be like, thank you. But in my mind, I was like, yeah, hopefully. But you know what? She never stopped. She kept saying it. She kept saying it. And I remember we were making basically whatever we were making as an engineer per year, we were now making it per month, thanks to network marketing. That's when I tell you guys there's no lit. And she used to me in an event and she's like, I told you. And I'm like, you did. This really happened. But I wanted you guys to know something also. 2013, I went to my first Go Pro event. Okay, 2013, that was my first Go Pro event. And since that first Go Pro event, today, our income has actually 20x, not 10x, 20x. Okay, so I want you guys to understand this. Personal development works, but applying it every day works even better. But make sure whenever you learn something on this 7-day Go Pro recruiting challenge, you apply it the next day. One of the biggest things that I've done in my 11-year network marketing career is when whatever I learn, I apply immediately. Just to give you guys an example, I used to not know anything about social media. Today, not only am I only basically prospecting online, I'm talking to people online, because the most important thing is you're not prospecting. You're creating relationships with people. This is a business relationship. It's a people relationship business. Okay, so I always focus on creating relationships, but I have different channels. I have different funnels. I have different ways of doing marketing today. I have my own personal way of doing it, which is basically talking to people and creating relationships. I have also a way of having basically ads on social media. But I have a new way, for example, when I'm putting some ads and it's automatically everything creating conversations. So today I have different funnels. Back in the day when it was old school network marketing, I used to create flyers, put on brochures. I used to put newspaper ads, radio ads. I used to give out my flyers to the restaurants and places. I used to do it all the time. I used to also remember that I used to go to the restaurants and barbershops and grab the business cards, because some of you guys remember the network marketers love to leave out their business cards and flyers, and I used to always grab them and me calling them, hey, how are you? Hey, I was going to this barbershop. Hey, I saw your presentation card here. Hey, yeah, how are you? Yeah, over here in Chula Vista, California. I remember his name was Armando, one of them. And I was like, hey, man, I want to meet you. And it was like, yeah, you want to meet me to talk about my business opportunity? I just want to talk. If you'll be open, maybe we can talk. Maybe I'll be interested. I just want to create a relationship. I used to always cut my hair at different barbershops. I want you guys to understand that. I used to always cut my hair at different barbershops. I used to always go to different Panera Breads or different Mac cafes. I used to be Monday to this one, Tuesday to this one, Wednesday to this one, Thursday to this one, Friday to this one, Saturday to this one, Sunday to this one, every day. Some people, you work 7 days? Of course. Business people make money 7 days a week. I'm sorry. So I'm going to work 7 days a week. Okay. So very simple math for me, very simple numbers for me. So in social media, guess what? Well, hold on. Facebook has prospects, Instagram has prospects, TikTok has prospects, and I love how Pat was saying about your story needs to be authentic and also relatable to different people. Well, I make my story relatable because why? I was broke. I had no money. You know, I was a shy guy. I'm married. I got two lovely daughters. I got parents. You know, everybody has pain. I used to have pain. So why do I keep working? Why do we keep prospecting? Because you always need to remember the pain that you used to have, because people still have that pain. It's people still looking for opportunities. People are still looking for money. It's still people looking for a better, and feeling better about life, feeling more happy, feeling better relationships. And if you become that person, or hold up, if you're looking and progressing into looking into that person that you want to become 10 years from now, people are going to get inspired by you. And you need to be talking about every day. You need to be talking and sharing that in all the different social medias about it, because people are going to relate to that. That is my biggest thing for all of you guys. I used to do it in newspapers, radios, going to people, talk to strangers. Well, guess what? I am doing exactly the same thing. I'm just not using newspaper ads. I'm using Facebook and Instagram ads. I'm just not doing what it used to be radio ads. I'm just going and doing videos in YouTube, which they get basically seen thousands and thousands and thousands of times, which I only record one time. And guess what? Instead of me personally giving flyers out there, I got a prospecting bot that does the work for me also. And guess what? At the same time, the same way I used to sit down at Panetta Breads, and I used to sit down at my cafes, or I used to sit down at Starbucks and come in, hey, how are you? And smile. Well, guess what? I still send some messages to some people, to some new people into network marketing, and to anybody, just basically because you need to attract and develop new people. That is the key. That is the key. If you attract and develop new people who have never had an opportunity to be entrepreneurs, who have never had the opportunity to be business leaders, because I said, if Ivan Tapia, if I meet an Ivan Tapia, if I meet a Jesse Lee, if I meet an Armand, if I meet a Stormy Wellington, oh my God, can you just imagine how your business is going to grow? It's going to be huge, huge. So that's my biggest thing for all you guys. Just 3 tips for you guys. Believe, because that's one of the biggest things. Believe that whenever you see one of the top leaders for speaking here, that is you. It is 100%. Your future is our present. That's simple. Your future is our present. Number one. Number two, remember in prospecting, fortune is in the follow-up. Don't worry about prospecting. They say no. Who cares? I don't freaking care if anybody. They still say to me, Ivan Tapia, come on now. He drives up this car. Jesse Liacci has a Ferrari. Of course she's going to prospect. They don't see my Bentley when I'm on social media. You know, my company doesn't even let me post my Bentley on social media, just to give you guys an idea. So it's not about that. But you need to understand, fortune's in the follow-up. And if they don't sign up the first time, you'll sign them up with your fortune. And the last one, make sure that you develop a character, develop an attitude that you know you have the best opportunity in the world, because I believe that network marketing is the best industry in the world, hands down. Low money to come in and create a business, so much residual income, so much opportunity to help the new person go to the next level, because if it happened to us, it can happen to all of you guys. Never quit. Always learn, because there's always learns to adapt, always new ways to learn, and make sure you're always connected here, because GoPro is amazing. And thank you very much, Eric, for the amazing opportunity. Love this platform, and make sure we'll see you guys at the GoPro virtual event. And I'm excited to be listening to Grant Cardone in a minute. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Mr. Show me it, Grant. I want to see it. Mr. 10X himself.
You got long fingers there. You got some long fingers there, Eric.
Well, you know what that means.
That's what I heard.
Mr. 10X, Mr. Sell or Be Sold, Be Obsessed or Be Average, all of the titles of his books and the books themselves and his philosophy around all of it. I agree with everything. I remember when I first got introduced to your stuff, Marina, somehow she got the book before I did, and she was reading it. She's like, you got to talk to this guy because you guys are thinking the same when it comes to
smart women get me before the guys do.
Well, anyway,
the guys, Eric, just to be honest, I mean, I'm serious about this. I think the guys, I told my wife this. I said, you know what? Women are more open and less judgmental than men are. Men are like, I can do that better. I can, like, there's this thing, there's this cover, right, with a man that a woman
could be. Could be. I mean, I've never had that with. I will tell you that you're so good at what you've done. I remember. I mean, like, my events were bigger than your events, and my social was bigger than your social.
You inspired me to do events.
And then you just demolish me on social, and then your events go, beyond, and you're like best friends with every celebrity in the world, and you're Mr. Worldwide. You're doing all this stuff. I'm just like, okay, and I'm just incrementally adding a little bit here and there. So you're one of the people who inspire me. You inspire me to think bigger. You're one of the people. I'm glad that you're in my life because you cause me to stop playing as small as I normally would have played. And the people inside of this 7-day recruiting challenge, they want to change their life. And there's several different categories of these people. One is they're just getting started. They're scared to death. So fear is causing them to play small. Sometimes it's just some skills and tactics that's causing them to not take as much action. But what we've been telling them is that all business is conversation. So get in more conversations, get more active, do more presentations, just do more. And you're the king of doing more. So I want to pass it over to you. These people, you understand network marketing, you support. Let them know what you think about network marketing first, and then also tell them how they can have a breakthrough.
You were telling me about the categories of the different people. I'm gonna let you do most of the talking today. So
no. I was just saying some are scared.
Yeah.
And fear is shutting them down. Some don't feel equipped. Some feel stuck, stagnant, and they can't figure out a way to break through. And then some are doing okay themselves, but they haven't figured out how to lead their team to do better. So you can help with all of those things.
I can help with all those. I've been every one of those people.
Hit it then.
I still struggle with today, lying to myself and becoming one of those. So hopefully your audience will take the time, number one, take notes. Like, I'm taking notes. Like I am going to learn something probably from myself and Eric, and the combination of this conversation. I might say something, I'm like, oh, wow, that light really went off for me.
You know what's funny? Can I just jump in? I will tell you, I love that you said that. And most people won't understand what you just said, but I do it all the time. I'm like in a presentation, and all of a sudden I'll say something and I'll go, ooh, that's really good. I need to write that down, because thing, you literally just taught yourself something while you're talking. And I thought in presentation, that's when all of a sudden the magic happens.
Dude, imagine a 19-year-old algebra teacher in her first semester of college or high school, or she's 29 or whatever the number is, I don't know. She's teaching class for the first year, and then fast forward, and she's teaching class 20 years later. She should know some things because she taught that she did not know the first year she did. Because, I mean, masters are teachers, and they become masters because they taught, not because they were students the entire time. And you know what I mean. So number one, let me just tell you about the fear thing. The fear thing is a lie. Okay, people are like, I'm scared. No, I want you to, every time you guys, they're like, I'm scared, and that's why I'm not doing it. Quit lying to yourself. It's not because you're scared. It is because, and I can prove this while we're here today, it is because the payoff isn't big enough. So I want you to start thinking about every time you say, I'm scared to go call on that person. If they had $1 billion, would you be scared? Like you would, and quit saying you're lazy, because you're not lazy either. Anytime you experience fear or lazy, or the symptoms of laziness, I can't get up in the morning to go do this, because your payoff is not big enough. This is one problem with network marketing, by the way. And by the way, I love network marketing. I think this is probably the most organic and rawest business vehicle ever created on this planet. It is basically the basic of all businesses is, hey, I have something and I want to tell you about it, and I want you to do it too, and then we both do better, and that's how you scale. I mean, network marketing is really just scaling. And Starbucks scaled, Elon scaled, Warren scaled, like Oprah scaled. You have to get more people to be talking about your brand or your business. So number one, the fear thing is, and you guys are the top of the most successful people in your network don't appear fearful. Okay, I'm gonna tell you why they don't appear fearful, because you don't know if they are or they're not. You can't see fear. Okay, they are willing to do it because they're getting rewards. We're doing it. And one of the biggest errors I think network marketing makes, and obviously it has to be this to get people in, is the entry point is so low. Number one. Number two, you are forced because of the FTC, I think it is, to not make big claims and can't show checks. It's such a terrible, awful law and rule and regulation. Man, I need to be shown possibility. I am sick of the middle. I'm sick of just getting by. If you guys think that success is hard, if you're taking notes, write this down. If you think success is hard, okay, how are you going to make failure work? Because failing's impossible. Like if you have figured out, if you have learned in your life how to just get by, okay, feed 2 kids, work your ass off and end up with nothing, pay the bills. If you figured out how to do that, you can figure out how to get rich, because getting rich is a lot easier than just getting by. I've done them both, and I'm telling you, just getting by is more difficult than having everything you want. So number one, the fear thing, I'm just going to tell you guys, you just got to start building the muscle. You don't have biceps, you don't have calves, if you don't do squats, you don't end up with thighs. You just got to work it out. You ladies know what I'm talking about. You don't do the squats, you end up with a flat butt. And Eric knows what I'm talking about too.
Wait. You talking to me? You tell me I have a flat butt. Is that what you're saying?
When's the last time you did legs?
2 weeks ago.
Okay, 2 weeks is too long. So number two, you guys that aren't equipped. If you're not getting results, it's because you have the wrong equipment. Like the plane either can land or it can't land. Like it's not, when you're flying a Gulfstream, that thing can it's either equipped to land or it's not. Like, and you need to fly yourself the way you would fly a plane. You need to know how to operate it. It's going to land every time. It's not going to have any failures. A pilot does not make sense of failing the landing of a plane. But most people treat landings or their liftoff, takeoffs as optional. You don't do that if you're flying a plane or a helicopter. It's not fucking optional to fail. So you gotta become equipped to say, look, I'm going to figure the strategy that works. And if it's not working, I'm gonna tweak it, I'm gonna change it, I'm gonna alter it. I'm gonna get next to somebody that knows how to do it better than me. I'm gonna role play it, I'm gonna drill it, I'm gonna train it. I'm gonna keep kicking until I figure out how this kick can defend me and my family. Whatever the training thing you want to do. For you guys that are stuck, this is the most dangerous of the first 3 categories. You're stuck because you're comfortable, You're stuck because of your friends, and you're stuck because of your loved ones. I'm 62 years old. Like I got a principle in my life. I never ask the people that love me for advice on how to run my business. I might want to. And the only reason I want to is because I know they're going to give me a little hug and tell me it's going to be all right. It is wrong to go to your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, your uncle, or your aunt. Anybody that loves you is going to tell you you're doing just fine. It's okay. You need to get somebody that doesn't love you, but believes in you. And by the way, your mother that loves you, when she tells you she believes in you, it's probably not true. She just loves you. If she believed in you, she'd say, hey, how many meetings did you go to this week? How many meetings did you have? How many? She doesn't say that. She, oh, make some time for me. What you doing for Thanksgiving? If she really believed in you, she believed in your dream, she'd be like, do not show up for Thanksgiving or Christmas. Quit calling me, quit talking to me. Go call on a prospect. Recruit, build your business, grow your business, make me proud. But she doesn't do that. She hugs you. And hugs might be great, but you can't take them to the bank. And then the fourth group is you guys that can't lead. You know, that's probably for a different conversation. That's going to take some time. And again, it's going to tie into that big payoff thing. Yeah. But, you know, I don't talk about leadership much. You know, I was with John Maxwell, and John's like, you know, I never hear you talk about leadership. I said, yeah, I never talk about it. But I do.
Is there a reason?
Because I'm like, just watch me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I want to, can I ask you a couple kind of follow-up questions?
Come on, please, man. Eric Ward, EW to the GC.
You did, is it possible to talk about the Undercover Billionaire?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So you did this show, Undercover Billionaire, where they shaved your head and you got a disguise, and they took away all your fame and money, and they gave you a couple dollars, and they dropped you in the city, and you had to go start and build a business, right?
$100, by the way. It was
$100. So here's my question.
This is me under a bridge.
Wow.
Okay.
I can't wait to see it.
Everywhere I went, people were like, are you Eric Worre?
That did not happen. When is it going to air?
January 6th, 2021.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. So
let me just tell you the backstory. You know,
no, wait. I want to get to the question first, and then you can give me all the backstory you want. Okay, but here's the question: if the same thing, the same requirement was put on you, they shaved your head, they took away your identity, and all you could do was build a network marketing business without being Grant Cardone. You were just Joe Schmo to grow a network marketing business and build a team. What would you do?
Well, the first thing I would do, how much money do I have?
$1,000.
I'd take the $1,000, I'd put it in the bank, and I wouldn't touch it.
Okay.
I would not manage money. I mean, you're going to see me do this on the show, right? So if you guys go back, you'll see me do this. You'll see me, I have no name, no product. Because what you're giving me, bro, is you're giving me a product and a brand to sell right out the gate. That's like, fuck, you just took, excuse my language, but you just made the whole thing easier. I went to Pueblo, Colorado, where I've never been, shaved head, can't use my name, no driver's license, like nothing, I got nothing. $100 in an old beat up truck. And I said, okay, what are the rules here? They're like, you don't have anything. You can't say you're Grant Cardone. You can't call your contacts for help. I said, okay, but I can use my intelligence, right? He said, oh yeah, dude. So what would I do? I would go look. The first thing I did was not manage money. Number one, this is very important, and most people are going to miss this. Quit managing your money. You're worried about your money, man. When you're worried about the money you have, you're worried about the past. And as long as you're focused on the past, if I have my eyes on the rear view mirror, I cannot drive my car. And money is that thing where you are worried about what you have. You've got money in a retirement account. You're trying to pay off your home. You're trying to pay your debt off. Don't worry about any of that bullshit. Look forward. Who has your money? this thing that I've been doing for years that aggravates people to like, who's got my money is my battle cry. Who's got my kids' shoes? Who's got my next dollar? I would never look, like when I went to Pueblo, and you guys will see this happen in January. The backstory is this. Discovery calls me and says, hey, we think you'd be perfect for this show. Would you do it? So what's the show? You got to go to a city. We're not going to tell you where it is. You got to lose everything. They didn't know I was going to have to shave, but they didn't understand how strong my social influence is, my organic influence. So I said, well, there's not a city I'm going to go to where they're not going to know me. I knew that. Like, people are going to know me. And so I had to shave my head. We're going to drop you off, give you $100. You got to build a business, any kind of business. What you're telling me is I would have a brand. I'd be like, hey guys, I'm with ABC and I got this, I got something. I didn't have that. Much easier. What you're telling me, the network marketing piece, to land on some vehicle that's already in trajectory, successes, other people winning, a connection, a network, dude, that's no brainer. My goal was to take $100 and build it into $1 million business in 90 days. This happened through COVID. By the way, I got sick, tested positive. I got altitude sickness twice, like the country got shut down. I mean, it was nuts. Hardest thing, Eric, I've ever done in my entire life. I would never do it again. And if they call you and say, Eric, do you want to do it? I recommend you say no immediately. If they offered me $5 million to do it again, I would not do it. Hardest thing I've ever done in my life. No place.
Can you tell us the punchline of how it ends, or does that?
Dude, no place to live, no food, no water.
Wow.
How long would you go on $100?
I mean, the idea of it intimidates me. The fact that you did it is unbelievable.
Yeah. So first thing I did was got rid of my money. I'll just tell you guys, but nobody knows this, but first thing I did was take the $100 and bring it to the bank and dump off the $100. Exactly what I'm telling you guys you should do. Quit worrying about the money you have. Don't pay for anything. Understand that every new connection is going to pay your bills, and never use your old money. This is why people don't understand my hustle today. They're like, dude, why at 62 are you always like 90% of the people I talk to, bro, if I had your deal, I would not be going to work every day. And because they don't understand how I play the game with myself. And so the second thing that I did after I went to the bank was all I did was focus on networking with the right people, making connections with people, and finding the right people. That's what network marketing is. Network marketing, people. It's a people thing. It's not life is not a money game. It is a people game. And by the way, money is a people game. The more people that know you, the more people will flow you. But and this speaks especially to the third and fourth group. This is what leaders in network marketing end up with, being the top producers, and they quit working. You've seen this over and over again. I know you have. They reached the diamond level, and now they're going to their club more than they work their business. They're doing the calls, by the way. They're doing the calls, but they're not doing the work. And everybody in their network knows it, by the way. And they even brag about it. I only work 30 days a year now. You should never tell. That's not leadership. I mean, I guess it is leadership if you want all your people on a golf course. So I can't tell you the results. I think most people you'll either be very pleased or you'll be like, dude, I knew he could do more than that. That's sad.
I mean, the conditions you were put under is pretty amazing. But what I love about it, and why I'm going to encourage everybody to watch it in January, the whole network marketing world needs to watch this, because if you were able to build something with that criteria, what could somebody do that, like you said, the product's taken care of, the company's taken care of, the infrastructure's taken care of, all the support, all the training, all the stuff, the branding, everything else. All you got to do is promote, and everything else will take care of itself. Build a team and promote, and build a team and promote. How big of a team could you build? And so, one, you put your money away. Two, you decided to network like crazy to find out who had your money and who could lead you to the money.
Yeah.
Right. And you built a little network and to be able to support whatever business you decided you were going to build. Same thing that a network marketing distributor can do in order to be able to do it. But if they can't figure out a way to take action, like one of the things that I believe in so much is your book, Obsessed or Be Average. I think obsession for success is necessary. And the most of the world is just mediocre. They're not obsessed with anything. They
I don't agree with that. I think.
All right, tell me.
Yeah, I think actually everybody has this. A guy told me, he's like, I got this addictive nature. I said, bro, everybody's got that.
It's just where you put it.
Yeah, you see somebody on a plane doing crossword puzzles. How many you done? Ask them. 10,000.
Right.
You see kids on playing games. How many levels have you been through, man? You see people on Candy Crush going through 1,100 categories.
Or binging Netflix.
Kids playing modern warfare stuff on Xbox or PS3 stations, P5, PS5, whatever. Dude, everybody has the ability to be obsessed. The question is, what do you want to be obsessed with? And again, this goes back to the payoff, bro. This goes back to the first thing I said today. There's no such thing as fear and laziness.
Do they just need to have a clearer imagination in order to be able to get to the payoff? Is that the thing? They don't have the vision to see it?
You need to know. I'm going to tell you some of the some of the unfair qualities of the show, the Discovery show, was that they said, hey, how hard is this? I said, well, dude, it's easier than real life. And they're like, why is it easier than real life? I said, because I got 90 days. 90 days, not 90 months. I don't have 90 years. I got fucking 90 days, bro. And just talking to you right now, I'm losing part of that day. The benefit of having urgency all up in my face every second of every day and not being with my family and not having any money and having 100% of my reputation online is such an unfair advantage for this show. Nobody will ever understand it until you do the show. The fact that I had 90 days, my name's on the line. Grant Cardone is on TV being recorded. He's either going to fail or succeed, and that's important to me. And the third thing, that I had no money to manage, and that I wanted my family back. I couldn't get my family, dude. I got $100. I can't fly my kid's leg to me, much less my whole kid. So people don't have urgency, man. You guys are surrounded by people like, oh my God, you're surrounded by friends. This is another thing I like about network marketing. You're all gathering to do something big. And most of us are surrounded by people that are telling us mañana. And I don't believe that life is short, by the way. I'm not talking about that kind of urgency. I think life is too long for most people because they aren't urgent about how they create their life.
Let me pivot to wealth for a moment. I believe everybody in network marketing need to have two businesses. One business is the income from their distributorship, and the other is the income from their investments. And the investment income at some point needs to be higher than their network marketing income on an annual basis. How important is that? When did you figure that out? Because that's another one of the things that I admire about you. Is boy, did you figure out money?
Thank you.
How do people need to be able to do that?
Look, my dad died when he was 52 years old. My dad did the first half of the equation perfectly, worked hard, saved his money, paid his debt off. When he died, the income stopped. There was no debt. There was life insurance in place. There was a handful of stocks that paid the dividend. My mom had to sell the house and the stocks because there was no new income. I learned at 10 years old, bro, you better never depend on one flow of income. I didn't know I learned it then, but I would, as I grew up, I would learn, hey, look, get money from work. Take money that's other people's money, by the way. I went and sold a car, or, you know, I went and traded an hour at McDonald's for $4. Whatever's left over, I'm gonna take that money, I'm gonna convert that piece of junk into something real. For me, I've been buying real estate for 30 years. And so every time I would get money, I used to spend I spent 251 days on the road without coming home once. And I was single, didn't have family. I mean, I was just trying to get my money right. I'd go out, I had an idea, I'd sell it, get the money from it, live on whatever little bit I could. Like literally for the first 45 years of my life, nobody even knew that I had any money, because I would take every extra dollar and I would bury it into one particular investment, like, as you know, it's apartments. I wasn't buying watches or Gucci belts or, you know, I think I got a Boss belt on right now, paid like $19 for. And
but the real estate's been kind of your vehicle of choice because of tax benefits, everything else, the appreciation, and it's your passion. And I will tell everybody, Grant has, and I'm not benefiting from this this comment, by the way, at all. But Grant helps people that aren't sophisticated in real estate to invest in smaller chunks in the projects that he does, and he has them be able to earn how he earns from the real estate that he invests in. He's been doing that on a large scale for many years now, but especially recently, he's paying out people on a monthly basis. And if you're not sophisticated in real estate, what I would just tell you, until you become sophisticated, work with somebody who is sophisticated so they can protect your money, so they can treat it like it's theirs. So Grant does that. They can find out grantcardone.com. Is that where they can find that out?
Cardone Capital.
Cardonecapital.com.
But let me say this, it's more important. The more important piece here is, if you're great at network marketing and you're building a real 7-figure business or 7-figure a month business, which you guys all have the possibility to do. And 99% of the people in network marketing could never build that same business outside of network marketing, period.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you believe you could, then go build it, because you can't. Okay. So that's the other thing about network marketing that nobody ever talks about. There's people in there that would never, ever be able to do that with any other franchise or business. You should not be buying your own real estate. You should be building your damn business. You should not be on the weekends looking for something else to do. It is not leadership to do that. Okay, Warren Buffett doesn't go out and look for a Wells Fargo he can build. He invests in Wells Fargo because they got good management. He has never built anything himself, ever. He finds great things and invests in them. So, and they all cash flow. He believes he cannot lose his money if it goes backwards. He's been wrong because he's violated some of his principles recently. But, you know, when I started my real estate business, Eric, you don't know this, and I know the audience doesn't know it. I brought a partner in so I could continue to focus on my business. I said, look, here's my money. You're going to manage what I buy, and I'm going to give you 25% of the upside, and you're not going to put one penny in the deal. So that way, and my mom said to me, and my brother said, why would you give him 25% of the upside, dude? He's got no risk. I'm like, that way I can stay focused on my business. I can keep building my name, my brand, my business. He will get the upside when we get it, and I can continue to build this thing without it taking energy from my main thing. And so I think people get their priorities screwed up and start thinking, I got to get another thing because you guys want to get off the treadmill. You actually don't trust your business, and you're trying to get out. And I'm not trying to get out. I'm trying to get as much as I can out of my main business so that I can fund this other business that's indestructible. And then
how much real estate do you have under management now?
Well, we own and we manage everything we own. We have $2.1 billion worth of real estate.
That's just awesome. Yeah. What was it 5 years ago?
Well, in 2008, I owned 600 apartments. Now we own, almost 9,000.
That's so cool. Well, listen, I want to be,
and just so you guys know, like the only thing I do in the real estate is I'm the picker.
Yeah.
Like I have a perfect picker. I'm a master at the pick. And we have a management company that manages the property. I'm just a picker. I'm a great picker. If you pick the right piece of real estate, it's gonna pay off. It's just when's it gonna pay off. The rest of my time is spent with
build
you,
your brand.
like you are an audience of people helping, like wanting to give back. And while I'm giving back, I expect some portion of that audience to monetize me. Last thing I want to say about that is just like the discovery thing. The reason I did the discovery thing was because the number one question I'm asked, and I'm sure I would bet $1,000 to your favorite charity, your number one question is, if you lost everything, what would you do? I know that's the number one question I get. If I was wrong about your number one question, I'll send you $1,000 to your charity. The number one question I'm asked is, dude, if you lost everything, what would you do? I said, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you what I would do. And that's why I took the discovery thing on.
That's so cool. I literally cannot wait for that. Listen, I want to be respectful for your time. I'm really grateful that you're offering this up as part of this challenge. The GoPro event is coming up in a couple weeks, and I would love for you to tell people in network marketing why they should attend this event. They can get a ticket for $300. They can also get a VIP or a platinum ticket, for $1,300 or $5,300. But why should they attend? And then I know, because I heard through the grapevine, that you are willing to offer up something as a bonus, just because of our friendship, and I'm very, very grateful for people who do get a ticket. You've got a pretty cool bonus to show them how to get wealthy. Give people your advice on that.
Yeah. So number one, I would just tell you, I'm doing this for you, but I'm also doing it for your audience, right? Because I believe in people. And when I was a kid, when my dad died, I wanted somebody to help me. And I really, frankly, didn't care who it was, a teacher, an uncle. I wanted it to be a man because I had lost a man. Probably had something to do with that. But, I promised my mom when I was 15, 16 years old, I said, one day I'm going to be somebody, I'm going to help a lot of people. And so the reason I'm doing this is because I want your audience to truly know who I am. I know sometimes people see me on Instagram and they don't really get to know who I am. And the program that we're going to include here really will introduce you to the thing that I think that I've done a better job at than anything, which is the understanding of money and finances. I spent 5 years getting an accounting degree in hopes to learn that and didn't. It's taken me 60 years to learn about money. And I would put what I know about money up with anybody that teaches anything about finances. So number one, that's the reason I'm doing it. And I also love you and your wife. You guys are awesome people. The second thing that I would tell people about why you should go to the GoPro event is really not about why you should go, but why you should make a decision to go right now. Not tomorrow, not next week. And I'm going to tell you something. This was taught to me by a man in a charity event. We were at the charity event, and this guy gave, he might have given $10 million that night. And he looked at me and says, hey, I noticed you didn't do anything tonight. And I said, yeah. He's like, how do you think you're going to feel about that tomorrow? And he's like, look, you do whatever you want to do. I'm just telling you, because you've asked me for advice on other things. Never leave a place without leaving a commitment. He's like, every time you leave someplace and don't do something, whatever you can do, 300, 1,300, 5,300, a deposit, make a deposit. You're making deposits, spiritual deposits onto the planet. They're little anchor points that you leave around the planet. I've been doing this for 4 years now. This has never disappointed me now. Every time I go someplace, I leave more than I took. Little deposits. I put it on a credit card. Okay. I'm a promise Visa. I'll pay them back, but I'm going to leave this here right now. So I never leave any location and not feel good about what I did. Eric, there are books that I have never read that I bought that I won't get rid of, that I know changed my life, and I never read the book. But because I made a decision to buy the book and put it on my shelf, some people call that osmosis. No, it's not osmosis. It's called commitment, man. Okay. It's called commitment. It's me saying to the universe, whatever you believe in, God, whatever, saying to some power greater than you that you don't understand maybe fully, that says, hey, Grant Cardone is committed. And every one of those books, every one of those programs, every conference I bought, paid for, put a deposit on, every one of them has paid me. Every one of those has made me. The good ones, the bad ones, and everything in between. And so I would just tell you guys, keep committing to yourself. Because if you don't, why would anybody ever commit to you? Go pro.
Wow, is that powerful? I love that. I love that. So can you tell them just about the course real quick that you're going to give? It's like a $2,500 course you're giving away.
Yeah, it's a 25. It's a 25. You can buy it on my website for $2,500. You can't get it from Amazon. I'm not giving them nothing.
Right. But and it's just going to teach you what's the name of the course?
Money and finance training.
Money and finance training. $2,500 course.
Grant Cardone's Money and Finance Training.
And all you got to do is get a GoPro ticket, virtualgopro.com. That's going to get you set up. On top of everything else, you're going to get this bonus. Grant.
Hey, Eric, let me just, you guys that are watching this right now, man, like, why would you know anything about money when nobody ever taught you anything about money? You watch your mama clip coupons. All you know how to do is how to follow the little dotted line. Some of you got real good at this lately. You now know how to go on the internet and get the coupon. That ain't going to make you any money. That's not how you get money to multiply. 3 things to money is simple. Get it, keep it, multiply it. Most people can't even do number 1. You think you got to make money. I didn't say make money, get it, get money. How do you get money? 2, how do you keep it? Like I got this great watch on. They're like, dude, you spent that money. That ain't my money that I spent on that watch. There's only one time you spend money on stuff that's stupid. And that's when it's passive income, not earned income. You need to learn that. Everybody needs to learn that. 3, you need to pay for things, buy things that are tax deductible. The GoPro ticket, tax deductible. It qualifies. You don't spend $300 on your kid getting a little stuffy doll. Okay, you can't write it off. So I'm going to share with you the little tips and strategies that the wealthy have used, not for the last 3 or 4 years or decade, but for the last hundreds of years to create wealth for themselves. If you don't violate these principles, I guarantee you, that's a big guarantee, by the way, from me. I guarantee you, you use the principles in this course, and I guarantee you'll be wealthy in your lifetime.
That's unbelievable. And you're giving it to them for free if they get a ticket to GoPro to change their life. Grant, you're awesome, my friend. I really appreciate you so much.
I hang out with good people like you.
You are an awesome dude, and anything I can ever do for you, I'm happy to do it. You want to learn more about Grant, go to grantcardone.com. If you want to have him put some of your money to work and multiply.
Can I just say something, Eric? If you want to learn more about me, guys, just get your damn ticket. Don't go to grantcardone.com. Don't go to my Instagram. Don't go look for me. Learning about me ain't gonna help you. You need to make a commitment to you. You don't need to do any more research. I don't know why you're talking to people about go look me up. Fuck it. They just spent 30 minutes.
Because I think you're cool.
Damn. Huh?
Because I think you're cool. That's why.
Well, that's different, dude. You need to Google, is Grant Cardone cool?
All right.
VirtualGoPro.com.
Everybody get your ticket. Grant, thank you very much. I love you.
Stop it, man.
It's 168 hours in a week. Most people work 50 hours a week, sleep 56. And if you're in shape, you work out about an hour a day. But what do we do with the other 55 hours in a week? That's the difference between millionaires, billionaires, and witnesses.
Can I get some energy? 1, 2, 3. Ah! Let's go.
She told me the biggest risk you take is not taking one. So anytime you feel like you're in a risky situation, go for it.
Every time I leave a GoPro event, I realize I just wished I had more of my team there.
How you see yourself is how the world sees you.
If you're going to be successful in business and in life, you got to understand what you're strong at and what you're weak at.
And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm encouraging every one of you to add value to the people around you.
In 2019, I attended GoPro, and that GoPro literally 10x my income.
When I attended this first event, I understood that this is something that I need. I need to learn, I need to master the skills in order for me to be able to help more people.
You know, the live event really was epic, but there were a lot of people that couldn't join us.
This year, 2020, because of the pandemic, guess what we're doing? We're going to have the largest online virtual event ever. That's GoPro 2020 online virtual event.
I am so excited about the GoPro event that's coming to you virtually.
It's so important. This is so powerful. This is such powerful stuff.
The only thing holding you back from recruiting the team that you want, from going after the prospects that really could expand your life and business, is you.
You cannot reach the next level of high performance at the same level of energy you have now. You have to start conditioning your mind, your body, your energy to be in a better place to be able to serve.
Whoever asked you to be a part of their team, they saw greatness in you.
For my wife and I, our biggest breakthrough came in when we finally believed that we could do this and that we could help others do this, and we believed in our core that anybody can do this business.
So between December 11th and December 13th, we're going to have the best speakers, not only in the United States, worldwide, on one stage here in Las Vegas, but you'll be able to watch it from the comfort of your own home.
It's your boy E.T. saying, do me a favor, go pro. All right, don't be an amateur all your life. Go pro and make the rest of your life the best of your life. Let's go.
It is where you learn to be a professional network marketer.
Wow, wasn't Grant Cardone fun? Such good information, so many good ideas. And I will tell you, the idea of being dropped into a city with $100, no identity at all, you couldn't leverage anything, that's all you had. You had to build a $1 million business in 90 days. Man, the fact that he agreed to those terms, but then also the thing that I found interesting about this conversation is he said, if I had a network marketing business, it'd be a piece of cake. All I had to do was promote it. Everybody else did all the other stuff. It'd be just nothing compared to having to grow something organically from the ground. So kind of reminds you of the special nature of what you have at your fingertips and what you can also offer others at your fingertips. Let me talk to you about this bonus course that he so graciously provided. Money and Finance course. This is actually not just for platinums, it's for VIPs and for platinum ticket holders. This $2,500 course is for people who upgrade to VIP or platinum. We already have an ocean of bonuses for people who get a $297 ticket, and you need to do that. But VIPs and platinums. So if you go to the next slide, please. What you'll see here is you get all of these things. The three prices are $297, $1,297, or $5,297 for the three packages. That's your choices. The bonus for a regular ticket includes all of these things, $3,800 worth of materials for somebody just to get a $297. And I will give you one more bonus today. If you get your ticket today, we will also give you the recordings of today, because I know today's a long session. It's going to, be 4, 5, 6 hours. You might not be able to get the whole thing. We're not going to give you recordings to everything. Those are for people who bought those backstage recordings. But we'll get you recordings for today if you get a ticket today. Okay? We'll send you that recording. So back to VIP. You also get the GoPro Speak Off, and you get Grant Cardone's $2,500 money and whatever it was, money and wealth finances or whatever, money and finance course. So that takes it to like $8,800 for $1,000 upgrade, something like that. And Platinum, you also get it. You also get the money and finance course. So that takes it up to like $14,000. Plus you're going to be in the house. Plus you're going to have an opportunity to speak on the stage, to qualify to speak on the stage, the biggest stage in network marketing history, plus, all these different things. Also, I will tell you, we're about to go to break in a moment. But before I do that, during the break, anybody who gets a ticket, scramble, get a ticket quick, because we're going to do another drawing of people during this break. So I told you, we're going to do everything we can to make it impossible for you not to participate in this virtual GoPro event. We're lining up so many of these things. It's unbelievable. And guess what? We're not done. We're not done. We're going to take care of you. So people who bought before, congratulations. People who are just buying now, congratulations. And guess what we got coming up next? We're going to take a 5-minute break and go to the bathroom, refresh yourself, whatever you need to do. When we come back, we got a multi-million-dollar a year earner going to share his secrets. And we have the one and only John Maxwell on how you can lead yourself, lead your team, how you can experience a breakthrough in network marketing. So go to, one more thing. There's some scammers out there putting out some fake links to our tickets. They're just trying to scam you. There's only one link to get tickets, virtualgopro.com. If you go to any other link, it's buyer beware, because there's scammers out there putting out fake links. So report them. If you see any link that's not tied to networkmarketingpro.com or GoProRecruitingChallenge.com or virtualgopro.com. Those are the only sites that are linked to us. If anybody else putting anything else out there, report them. We're already got people on it reporting them. People, man. I mean, if they use their creativity to put it into a real business, they could own the world, instead of using it to try and shortcut people or to scam people. Super dumb. So your decision now, and do me a favor. If you've gotten value and if you've gotten your GoPro ticket, I want you to put a number 7 into the comments. Every single one of you that's watching right now, put a number 7 in the comments, slam a number 7 in there. Okay. And if you're going to get a ticket, you don't have one yet, but you're going to get one before the end of the day, I want you to put a number 1 into the comments. I don't care which level you buy. That's up to you. GA, VIP, or Platinum, whichever one fits you, that's fine. But I'm excited for it. It's going to be amazing. I want to see lots of 1s and lots of 7s. Congratulations. We're going to rock the world. We're going to go to break. We'll be right back. 5 minutes.
Running from 9 to 5, been biting my tongue for all this time. Won't let anyone cut me short. I was thinking this was the way to go, and you put up your puppet show. I say cheers to life. No, I'll be no good man's wife. Just leave me alone. I'm running the show. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Live the life I'm proud of. No, you better go home. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Live the life I'm proud of. So I woke up, sun in my eyes, forgot all about what I did last night. What I do, remember that it was real, real life. Talks about me are never good. I don't live life the way that I should. Oh well, I'm in for some fun tonight. Just leave me alone. I'm running the show. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Bonnie and Clyde. Hey now, don't be shy. Follow my lead if you wanna be mine. Oh, it's a time to rise up. Live the life we're proud of. Just leave me alone. I'm running the show. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Live the life I'm proud of. No, you better go roll. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Live the life I'm proud of. Hey now, don't be shy. Follow my lead if you wanna be mine. Hey now, it's you and I. We could be the next Bonnie and Clyde. Hey now, don't be shy. Follow my lead if you wanna be mine. Oh, it's a time to rise up. Live the life we're proud of.
Welcome back. Welcome back. This next session is going to be spectacular. We got a top recruiter going to give you some information. Also, you're going to get a special recorded message from Tony Robbins, a little piece from GoPro. And you're also going to hear from the one and only John Maxwell. So I'm super excited. But we're going to start with recruiting training. This gentleman is a dear friend. He's recruited hundreds upon hundreds of people. He's built huge organizations. I've known him for a very long time. He's going to talk to you about the 5 critical elements you need to be an effective recruiter. Please welcome to the challenge, Mr. John Haremza.
Hey, Eric, can you hear me okay? Hear me okay? Okay, fantastic.
Unmute him or something.
Can you hear me?
All right, cool.
We hear you. We hear you. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay, I think I must have had my my debut on GoPro and I got my mic muted. So anyway, it's great to be here, Eric. Thank you and Marina for inviting me to be a part of this. I'm incredibly humbled and honored and grateful to be a part. I can't even believe that I'm a part of this. This is just amazing. I want to share just a little bit of my story, and I'm listening to all of these trainers and all of the challenges that they have gone through. And it should be an inspiration to each of you. It is to me. I mean, I'm listening to Stormy today and I'm just blown away by her story. And one of the things that really touched me about her story when she talked about talking to her people, talking to the people that she really identifies with. And I really thought that was key. So I'm going to talk to those people that have had struggles in their life, right? I mean, my background, I grew up in a small town in Minnesota, a town of about 2,000 people. I have a learning disability. I have dyslexia. I had no self-esteem, no self-confidence, shy, introverted, literally wouldn't even say hi to someone unless they said hi to me first. So if that's you, if you're that person that could never, ever imagine doing something like this, folks, that was me. I mean, so one of the things I want you to understand through what I'm going to share with you is wherever you are in your life, whatever has happened to you in your life, if you're that person that is sitting there saying, there's no way I can do this, I'm not good enough. I'm here to tell you, you can absolutely do this. I entered this industry wanting to keep it a secret. The first person I actually brought into my business was my brother. And that was because we had made a pact between us that no one else was to know about it. So I entered network marketing trying to keep it a secret. I'm like, why would I ever want to recruit someone and create my own competition, right? So you look at, where the people are today. They were just like you at one time. They just got started. They didn't know what they were doing. I mean, when I entered this industry, I didn't know what I was talking about. And when I was done talking with people, they didn't know what I was talking about, but they wanted to join me, right? Because they could see the excitement. And that's one of my very first points that I want to talk about as it relates to recruiting, right? People buy people. It's your passion, it's your posture, it's your belief, your enthusiasm about what it is you're talking about that's going to attract or influence others. I mean, the bottom line, when you are on fire, it's not what you say, it's how you feel about what you say that really counts. And so and people ask me all the time, John, what is the most important element for success in network marketing? And it is your belief. You see, and Marina talked about this earlier, you're either buying or you're selling. You're either buying someone's story about why something isn't going to work, or you're selling your story about why it is going to work. And whoever has the greatest level of belief or confidence is going to have influence over that other person. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about this because I believe it is so incredibly important to your success, is your belief. You need to be 10 foot tall and bulletproof. It is not a matter of everybody buying your story. The important thing is you don't buy their story, right? You have to have, because if you show any hesitancy, when somebody throws that objection, that negative comment, if that devastates you, if you curl up into a little ball and, oh my God, I didn't realize that, you have to be confident. You have to believe in what it is you're doing and what it is you're talking about, or you are sunk, right? But if you do believe, if your belief is where it needs to be, you're going to have influence over other people. So this whole concept of belief is incredibly powerful. Again, people buy people. One of the other things that I want to talk about is how do you maintain that belief? Because we all have challenges, we all have hurdles, we all have life going on. And so I believe it is absolutely crucial to maintain your belief. You have to be plugged in. You have to be on the conference calls. You have to be on the Zooms. You have to attend the events. I think about my now 32 years in this industry. How many calls do you think I've missed? How many events do you think I've missed? Approximately. I can tell you it's almost zero, right? You've heard it said repeatedly through this, success leaves clues. If you want to be successful, your belief has to be a 10 out of 10. You have to have your belief a 10 out of 10, at least from a standpoint of when you're talking to others. You might have some insecurity, some self-doubt in your heart, but you have to show up. You have to show up and you have to be positive inside. How many people have you been around who are just the Debbie Downers? You just feel like you almost have to have therapy after you're done talking with them because they're so negative. I always say there's two types of people in this world. Those people that brighten a room when they come in, and those people that brighten a room when they leave. You need to be that positive, excited person if you want to attract someone to do what you're doing, right? So the way you do that is you have to be plugged in. You have to be listening to the conference calls. You have to be on the Zooms. You have to do personal development. There's no question in my mind, my mindset, what I've learned from personal development through being plugged in is 100%. I wouldn't be here today if I wouldn't have done that. You have to do it. You have to do it consistently, right? Personal growth, I tell people it's like bathing. I mean, if you don't do it every day, you're going to start smelling and people aren't going to want to be around you. Your attitude, your mindset is not going to be where it needs to be. I mean, I sometimes go to bed listening to Jim Rohn, right? I fall asleep. If I've had a bad day, if I've had a rough day, if I can sense my attitude or my mindset is slipping, you have to be conscious of that. And you have to catch it, because you are not going to attract people. You are not going to be able to recruit people if your belief is not where it needs to be. So that's the number one point I want to make, is your belief has to be in place. The next thing, and Pat talked about this, you've heard everybody talk about it, is your story. I mean, we learned everything you need to know about network marketing in kindergarten. It's called show and tell. We tell stories about our company, about our products, about what's happened to us and what's happened to others. And you need to get good at telling stories. And here's what I can tell you. If you feel you're telling your story to a lot of people and you are not getting any traction, you are not recruiting anybody, guess what? You don't have a good story. You need to go back to your upline. You need to go back to someone that is having success. You need to tell them your story. You need to listen to them, and you need to refine your story. I was talking to someone, this was probably like 6 weeks ago. And, he's been with our business like 3 years, literally hasn't recruited anybody. He told me his story. Took about 40 minutes to tell the story. I just sat there and listened. And when it was done, I'm like, my God, you have got a $1 billion story here. I mean, $1 million story. I mean, it was a phenomenal, unbelievable, life-changing story. I says, you just need to learn how to tell it in 3 to 5 minutes, right? And that is the absolute key to this business. You have minutes, seconds to stimulate an interest, to get someone to pay attention and look at what it is you have. Okay, so you've got to get really good at telling your story. I always tell people there's 2 ways to build this business: fast and slow. Fast works better. You want to create, you hear about it all the time in our industry, you want to create this 90-day story, And so, I joke about it. I've now made about $25 million in this industry. And I tell people I made it in 90 days. They've just taken 32 years to pay it out. I developed a 90-day story, and I tell it over and over and over and over again. You have to develop a compelling, exciting story that is going to attract others. Okay. And if you don't have that, you need to do that. And so if you've been around for a while and you're thinking, well, I've already been in 90 days, I've been in 6 months, I've been in 2 years. Here's what you could do. You can say, you know what? On November 17th, I got it. And let me tell you what's happened in the last 90 days. You can say, I was involved in this industry for 3 years. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what I was talking about. But let me tell you what's happened in the last 90 days. You can always create that 90-day exciting, compelling story. For you to be an effective recruiter, you have to have a powerful story. So make sure you get that story down. Your job when you recruit people, I believe, is to stimulate an interest. You want to use your story, use your excitement, use your energy to get someone to pay attention. And then what I believe is you need to use tools to tell the story. Because here's the thing, everything you do sets an example of what others think they have to do. So if you take 30 minutes trying to explain something, or 2 hours trying to explain something, or you mesmerize them with your knowledge, they're going to maybe get excited, but they're going to wake up the next morning and say, I don't think I could do that. So I believe you want to stimulate an interest, not satisfy an interest. You want to use tools to satisfy the interest. And here's the key about tools. It's properly setting the tool up. See, if you tell too much about the tool, if you tell too much about what you're doing, they don't think they need to review the tool. Look at the link. You want to stimulate the interest, get them excited to review the tool. And when I get a little pushback, one of the lines I love is I say, you know what? You are way too sharp, and this is going to be way too big for you not to take a few minutes and understand what's going on here. When you get a little pushback, I'm not interested. I love this line. It almost always moves it forward. You are way too smart. This is going to be way too big for you not to take a look at what is going on here. Okay, so that's another great line just to move it forward. Now, the next thing that I think is crucial in recruiting and building a business is you have to follow up, and you have to follow up on that timely basis. I mean, I'm probably one of the most fundamental people there are. You've got to follow up on a timely basis. I believe when you follow up, I learned the business with three-way phone calls. It's one of the oldest tools in the book. It's still effective. The three-way phone call You learn every time you get on a three-way phone call with your upline and a prospect. The information goes through your ears and your prospect's ears. Your upline's helping you bring someone in. Information is going through your ears, so you're building your belief. You're learning while you're helping that new person get started. So the three-way phone call, incredibly important. The other thing I've learned on a follow-up is you need to be prepared to overcome objections. The last thing you want to do is argue with someone. I don't have any money. I don't believe in network marketing. And you start challenging or arguing them. And this was mentioned, I think, in the first day, feel, felt, found. Folks, it is 3 magical words. If you use them and use them effectively, it will constantly move the process ahead. I don't have any money. I know how you feel. I don't have any time. I know how you feel. I don't believe in network marketing. I know how you feel. What you're doing, rather than arguing, getting their defenses up, is you're breaking their defenses down. And I know how you feel. You agree with them. You can't argue with somebody that agrees with you. And then it opens their mind. I know how you feel. I felt the same way. Now you're empathizing with them. You and I are just alike. And this is what I found out. So here you are. Hey, this person knows how I feel. They felt the same way, but yet they're doing the business. What do they find out? It opens their mind up for you to move the process forward. Folks, it's one of the oldest techniques in the book, but it's incredibly effective. The next element is getting that positive decision. Folks, you have to ask for it. Eric's talked about this. It's one of his favorite closes. I use it every single day, every single three-way. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being ready to get started, where are you? On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being ready to get started, where are you? And you just sit back and listen and let them tell it. I'm a 7. Next thing you say, okay, what do I need to do? What do you need to see? What has to happen to move you to a 10? See, so many times we just start reiterating, going over everything again. What you want to do is you want to identify what is holding them back. Maybe it's a spouse, right? Maybe it's finances. Maybe they don't believe in the comp plan or they don't understand something. So by taking that next question on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being ready to get started, where are you? Find out where they are, find out what it is that's holding back so you can spend your time focusing on overcoming that objection. Okay, the last thing, guys, is it is committed. It comes back to my very first comment, people by people, right? You have to be committed. You have to be committed. You have to be consistent. You have to be focused. I mean, focus is incredibly powerful. And you just need to ask yourself, what are you willing to do? I mean, I entered this industry. I was living in a small town in Minnesota, about 3 hours outside of Minneapolis. Twice a week, I would get off work early. I would go to Minneapolis to go to an event. I'd fill my car up and bring people with me. I mean, what are you willing to do? Okay, I mean, you need to get rid of the excuses. You need to quit the blame. You need to, at the end of this whole event, you need to look in the mirror, look at that person, that only person you can't lie to, and say, I'm going to do this. Stop. I mean, you need to make the decision. I don't care what's going on. I mean, sometimes I almost feel bad about people that everything is perfect in their life. I mean, because they don't have the pain, they don't have the challenges, they don't have the things that may drive them. I mean, I think back, I think I should go back and thank everyone at my old, workplace for, being so negative. I mean, it's like the hair on the back of my neck stood up. They motivated me to push through and to go forward. So find your motivation in your pain. Find your motivation in your story. You can do this. This can be life-changing, as it has for everybody you've heard. I mean, they were just where you were at one point in your life. So with that, Eric, I'm out of time. So great to be a part of this. Thank you. Appreciate you very much. Love the event.
John, thank you very much for bringing value, as you do always. Really, really excited for you. Look, let me tell you, because I saw the chat blowing up about Grant's bonus. Everybody said, wait a minute, he said he was going to give it to everybody. Let me tell you what he actually told me, and then let me tell you what we're going to do about it. He said, Eric, I want this to be for VIPs and platinums, not just for anybody in general admission. But so many people heard something different when we were talking. I got him on the phone while John was talking, and I said, people are are a little bit, well, they just wish they were excited about the bonus. They wish they could get it. Is it okay? And so here's what he agreed to. We're going to give it to every single person who gets any ticket between now, from all the way in the past up until midnight tonight. And then starting at midnight, it's for VIPs and above only. Okay. But up until midnight tonight, if you get your ticket today, even if a general admission ticket, you're going to get this $2,500 bonus. Okay. But you got to get it today. You have to get it today. Tomorrow, it's just for VIPs and platinums. And he agreed that that's cool to be able to do, which is very gracious of him. Thank you, Grant. If you're still watching, I really appreciate you very, very much. Let me tell you about the Break 2 winners. We did do a drawing. Samantha Mansell, Wilbert Lewis, Ben Maiolo, Deborah Zecca, Becky Triplett, Lindsay DeGraff, and Monique Plant. Congratulations to all of you. You're going to be in the drawing. We'll let you know what you won. But one more time, I will tell you, this money and finance course, check it out, the money and finance course. This, not just for platinums and above, not just for VIPs and above, it's for every single person who gets any ticket, so long as you do it by the end of the day today. Enjoy that on with the compliments of Mr. Grant Cardone. So now just give me like 4 seconds and I've got to get Mr. John Maxwell on the line. So give me just 4 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, we are with the one and the only, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. John Maxwell. John, thank you so much for being part of this challenge and joining this organization and helping them have the breakthrough that they're looking for.
I'm excited to be with you, Eric, and I'm excited about what you're doing and how people are responding so well to, reaching their potential and being all they can possibly be in the business.
Yeah, thank you so much. And you've, how many books have you written now?
80 some, 80
some.
maybe 86. I don't know. It's in the 80s.
I feel so bad about myself. I've written one. I just feel like a poser. It's just,
first of all, if you're going to write 86 books, first of all, the first thing you have to be is old. I mean, if you're not old, you can't write that many books if you're not old. So, I qualify age-wise, and since I had nothing to do, I've just been writing books.
Well, you have helped. Yeah, come on. You have helped so many people tap into their leadership. And over the course of this 7-day challenge that we've put people through, and that so many people are having big results, what I hoped you could share with them is how to effectively lead themselves and how to manage their time, what they can do on a daily basis in order to be more successful in their business. You're amazingly qualified. I just want to sit back and listen, and I'll let you take it from there. You have the stage, sir.
Thanks, Eric. And I just want to say thanks for letting me be with you. I always enjoy our time together. I just am grateful for how many hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people you possibly affect by your message and your leadership. And so whenever I can partner with you, come alongside, add value to you. See, when I add value to you, I'm like multiplying value to everybody else because your stream just expands and goes out. So thank you for your great work. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for this opportunity. And I am very excited to talk to each one of you right now about what I call everyday essentials. When Eric just a moment ago talked about managing time, I've never done a time management course in my life. And there's a reason. I really don't think that I can manage time. I think let's put it this way. Time goes on, whether I manage it or not. You don't have to, I don't have to say, boy, I hope we can get another hour here in our day. No, it's time. What I need to do is instead of managing my time, I need to manage my priorities. And I need to really ask myself, what are the everyday essentials? And I think in business that you're in, when you have no one maybe right over on top of you as far as these are the things that you do and these are the times that you do them, I think when you get a little bit of free time, all of a sudden you begin to ask yourself, okay, how can I maximize my time? Well, I maximize my time by understanding my priorities. And I wrote a book about a year ago called The Power of Five. And I wrote it for the direct marketing group of people because I love so much what you do. I love so much how you help people. I've just, honestly, you're right at the top of my list as far as favorite people, because every day you work hard at adding value to others. And what I want to give you now is something that will add value to you, because it adds value. It'll add value to the people. Eric talked briefly about helping us to manage ourselves or lead ourselves. The ability to prioritize your life is one of the signs that you have learned how to lead yourself. Now, let me just start just real quickly and say to you that when people ask me what my greatest challenge in leadership is, I always tell them, like, my greatest challenge in leadership is leading me. It's not leading you. My gosh, I mean, I can tell my team what to do and give them a vision. That part is easy, but for me to flesh out, to live out the priorities so that everybody else on my team can see it. Remember, leadership is highly visual. People do what people see. Nobody ever followed an unknown, unseen leader. They don't. And so leadership is everything about being an example, visualizing, fleshing out what you want. And so when I lead myself well, it sets my team up for them to do really well too. Just as if I lead myself poorly, honestly, there's no shot that my team is going to succeed at all. So let me tell you a quick story that'll give you the foundation, and then I'm going to give you the five essentials I think that you want to have in this business to be successful. But first of all, the story. If I have a tree in my backyard and I want to cut it down, and I have an axe, if I go out, pick up my axe, go to that tree, and if I swing that axe 5 times at that tree, okay? Put the axe down, go back in the house, next day, go pick up the axe, go to the same tree. Every day, I pick up the axe, go to the tree, and every day I swing 5 times, put the axe down, back. Every day, 5 times. It's just 5 times, okay? Not 50, not 5,000, just 5 times. Taking that axe, swinging that tree. If I do that every day, okay, what's eventually going to happen to that tree? You know the answer. It's going to fall. If it's a big tree, this may take a few years. If it's a smaller tree, I don't know, maybe a couple of months. I don't know. But here's what I know. If every day I pick up the axe, go to the same tree, swing 5 times, just 5 times every day, eventually that tree will fall. Okay. Let me give you the essence of the story and let me apply it to where you and I are in our daily life. In this story that I just gave you, 5 things need to happen for me to succeed in knocking that tree down. Number one, I have to know what I want to accomplish. And that's where we all start. You have to know what you want to accomplish, okay? And what I want to accomplish is I want the tree to fall. I want to cut the tree down. So the first thing I've got to do is in prioritize my life is absolutely know what my big picture goal is. Okay, that's number one. The second thing I need to do, though, to be successful is I have to have the right tool. If you notice, what did I do every day? I went outside and I picked up an axe. Well, an axe is going to cut that wood. And I pick up an axe. Now, I didn't pick up a baseball bat. Now, I probably have a baseball bat, and I suppose I could go out to that tree and I could swing that baseball bat 5 times at that tree every day. But here's what I know. With the wrong tool, a lot of hard work, still won't make me effective. I've got to have the right tool. And so when people talk about how hard they work, many times I want to call timeout and say, let me ask you a couple of questions. And one of the questions I'm going to ask them is, talk to me about the tools you have. What are the resources that you use that allow you to accomplish what you want to accomplish? Cut down the tree, I got to have an axe. So I've got to know what I want to accomplish, and I have to have the right tool. But there's something else that has to happen. Number three, I have to take action. It's just very simple. If I go out and sit on the porch and say, boy, I'd like to see that tree cut down, and wow, I think I've got an axe over there that I believe I could use that as tool. Nothing happens until you make something happen. You got to take action. The only way that you can have traction is to get action. My dad, Eric, when I was a kid, he'd look at me and say, okay, John, 5 frogs are on a log. 4 decide to jump off. How many frogs are left? One, Dad. No, 5. 5 frogs are still on the log. He said, son, just because you decide to do something doesn't mean you did it. You got to do it. And so action is right in the middle of these 5 things, because I'm just here to tell you, well, my mentor, John Wooden, used to tell his ball players, don't tell me what you're going to do. Show me what you're going to do. And he'd say, John, nothing happens till my players show me. They got to show me what they're going to do. So this power of 5 is just very simple. I have to know what I want to accomplish. I've got to have the right tool. And when I know those 2 things, I've got to take action. I've got to take action. Now, number 4, I have to stay focused. If you noticed in the little story, every day I went to the same tree. Took the tool, swung the axe 5 times, same tree. Now let me ask you a question. What would have happened if instead of going to the same tree, I got out the second day and I thought, you know what, that tree over there, that tree needs to be cut down. I think I'll go over there 5 times over there. And the next day I thought, oh my gosh, I think that tree over here 5 times. And, here we are. When it's all done, I'm not going to cut any trees down. I'm just going to have a bunch of scarred trees in my backyard. And that's exactly what happens to people. They get distracted. What you focus on expands. And so therefore, for me to understand my everyday essentials, I've got to know what I want to accomplish. I've got to have the right tool. I've got to take action, and I have to stay focused. I have to stay focused. Now there's one other thing, and then you've got the story, and now I can build off of the story and help you really lead yourself well and get your everyday essentials down really pat. The last thing, and this one's so missed. Oh gosh, I never hear anybody hardly talk about this, but it's so essential. Number 5, you have to be consistent. There was a word I used a dozen times in the story. Every day. Every day. Every day I go out in my backyard. And every day I pick up my axe. And every day I take action. I swing 5 times. Every day I stay focused on the same. Every day. Every day. Every day. Every day. Every day. Now I'm 73, and you're just going to have to trust me on this. Consistency compounds. It just does. And I know in our, get rich culture quickly, and I got to have it now. I understand this goes completely against the culture and everything else that we basically have probably been involved in our daily routines. But I just want you to know that consistency compounds, and there's an incredible return if you stay with something that really works. The 5 things that I'm going to give you in a moment, if you just stay with them. And the challenge, obviously, with consistency is, well, there's nothing sexy about it. So let's start there. I mean, who wants to go get a consistency award. And you can't get that the first week. I mean, at the end of the first week, somebody doesn't say, wow, here, we got a consistency. No, it doesn't show up the first week, first month, first year, first 5 years. You see that here's the thing you just don't want to miss about consistency. All the compounding is on the back end. All the compounding, not some of it. All the compounding. So on the back end, Eric, I had an interesting conversation with Tyler Perry, and he was talking to me about his business, of course, which is entertainment. And he was saying, John, when I started off, I wanted to be a director, so I needed to have a studio. So I built a studio. Of course, he was fabulous and did well, so he outgrew that studio. So he built a second studio and outgrew it. And he said, then I said, okay, my gosh, I don't want to do this again. So he said, I built the biggest studio I could even think of. I mean, studios, complexes, place to make movies, the whole deal. He said, well, man, thank God I got that behind my back. He said, John, we outgrew it. And he said, honestly, I wanted to stop right there. And I said, I don't want to do another studio. This is, how many of these do I have to build? And he said, for 3 years, I just kind of pushed it. No, don't want to do it. In fact, he said, one day I came to the realization that I could not grow to the next level until I had the facilities I need. So he said, I started all again. And so we had this interesting conversation. In fact, we were back in the green room before we were going to get ready to go out on a program. And then when he finished it, I said, Tyler, I said, let me just see if this makes sense to you. And here's what I don't want you to miss. When you can afford to quit, you can't afford to quit. When you're on the back end of the compounding, I mean, people say, I'm 73. They say, John, why don't you retire? Well, I don't want to retire. I love what I do. I love what I'm doing with you today, Eric. I love sharing. I love helping people. I love adding value to people. But when people come to me, they say, well, John, why don't you quit? Well, I don't want to quit. Now here's what's huge. If I quit now, my return every day is compounding huge now in my life. I mean, when you have 83 books, you don't need to worry about royalties. I mean, I don't have to. I mean, it's just the old meters clicking all the time. And I'm a dream come true for any publisher because I don't even have to market my stuff. It just keeps growing and keeps on. So here's the point. When I quit now, whatever I don't do tomorrow, well, it's going to have a huge gain for me because of the compounding of consistency. In fact, I'm telling people, if you're going to quit, if you're going to get in the business and you're going to quit, why don't you quit the first week? Just quit the first week. You don't have anything. Hey, you're not going to get any return on it. I mean, just quit. Just quit and walk away. And somebody said, you lose anything? No, didn't lose anything. Why didn't lose anything? Hadn't put anything in it yet. Hadn't given it enough time. So if you're going to quit quick, quit early. You know what I mean? And then you never lost a whole bunch. But here's what I do know. If you stay with it, in the beginning, it works like this. In the beginning, I'm not as bad as people think I am. I'm out there trying and I'm not doing really well. And I'm having more misses than hits, that's for sure. In the beginning, I mean, I tell people all the time, you're never good the first time. So get it over with. Get over it because you just got to. So in the beginning, I'm not as bad as people are, but can I tell you at 73, Eric, today, I'm not as good as people think I am. I mean, I'm just clipping coupons. Everybody's going around getting amazed and just saying, dear God, John, look at all the things you're getting accomplished in your 7 companies and your enterprise and the whole. Can I tell you something? I'm on the back end of the compounding now. And that's what I want you to understand. That those 5 things, if I know what I want to accomplish, have the right tool, take action, stay focused, and be consistent. If I can do those 5 things, now I'm ready to talk to you about leading yourself. Now I'm ready to say, okay, now what does that mean? What that means is there are 5 areas, and I call them the Power 5 because, again, there's a huge power return to you in it. And there are 5 things that if you do that in this business, I will promise you, you will excel. So let me give them to you quickly. Number 1 is personal growth, personal development. It all begins with the fact that I am willing to invest in me. And by the way, no one should invest in you until you first invest in you. I have people all the time saying, John, would you sponsor me? No, sponsor yourself. Now, let me tell you something. The moment that I see you're serious and you're able to put money into the game and you're able to put some skin in the game, I'll come right alongside of you. But I have no interest at all, no interest in getting you started. You got to bet on yourself. And this whole process of personal growth is the greatest investment that you will ever make in your life. One of the things I love about direct marketing organizations is their emphasis on personal growth and development. You know what? Everywhere I travel in the world, whether the people are in that business or out of that business, when I see somebody that's in personal growth, I can promise you 90% of the time they'll say, I got started in a direct marketing company. And they got me reading the right books and they began to get me the right resources and the digital products. And all of a sudden I took off. And so what I'm saying to you is, okay, here's what you got to understand. The only way you can grow your organization is to grow yourself. You cannot give what you do not have. And it's never happened in the history of mankind where somebody grew a business bigger than them. You know that. When I teach the laws of leadership, it's the law of the lid. And whatever my lid is, that's going to be the potential of my growth. Well, the only way that I can move that lid up is to continually, consistently, intentionally develop and grow. So I'm saying to you, very simple. Every day you've got to invest in yourself. My father just passed away on July 4th of this year. He was 98. In fact, next week he would have been 99. And he was an amazing, amazing man. And literally up until 95, every day, he worked full time up through 95. But he was constantly learning, constantly growing, constantly. We'd get together and say, now, John, here's what, and he was just like a new kid. He was just like a kid. Now what I'm just saying to you, every one of you, is that whatever your limitation is, that'll become the limitation of your people. Wherever you stop, that's where the people stop. So they need an example. Talk about leaders. They need an example. They need a model of personal growth and personal development. That's one. So lead yourself by intentionally, personally growing every day. I'm 73. I'm growing more than I ever have personally. I thrive on growth and development of myself. I love the learning, and I still am curious about how can I improve myself and how can I get better. I'm still asking questions. Okay. The second area is huge, is the ability to connect with people. You are in the major people business, and your people skills are going to determine how successful you are. And just because of sake of time, I mean, my gosh, you and I could, Eric, go for a day on this. But on connecting with people, don't miss this one. So let me just simplify it. Okay, my name's John. I'm your friend. I try to make it easy. Try to simplify. It's because I need it for myself. I'm not very smart. Okay, here's how this works. Don't miss this. You and I are either a plus in people's lives, or we're a minus in people's lives. It's just that simple. Every day, I'm either adding value to people, or, to be honest with you, I'm kind of taking value from people. I'm either a giver or a receiver. And people with great people skills, when people say, well, what kind of personality I need to have and what kind of set of relational skills, I started saying, let me explain something right now. Very simple. Every day, intentionally add value to people every day. If you will just do that, your people skills will go through the top. Trust me, because people migrate to people that add value to them. I do, you do, we all do. And when somebody's going to be a plus in my life, wow, I'm looking for it. In fact, it's just this simple. I knew I was going to be with you today, Eric. And since I knew I was going to be with you today, I've been so excited because you're a plus. You're a plus. You're a plus in my life. You're a plus in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people's lives. You're a plus. And everybody knows that. Everybody knows that if they get to Eric, you're going to add value to their life. That's a fact. And so what do? We migrate to you. There's a reason why you have so many people migrate to you. There's a reason why so many people listen to you and you influence. There's a reason for that. You're a plus. And the day that you're not a plus and the day that I'm not a plus, you know, when I start living for myself and not for others and wanting people to add value to me instead of me first initially adding value to them, let me tell you something, my crowd will shrink until I'll be with myself. The ability to lead yourself in personal growth, the ability to lead yourself in intentionally connecting and adding value to people. Number three is mindset. It's now we're talking about how I think. Again, back to my father and his illustrations, I still remember a conversation many, many years ago. Well, in fact, it was my dad and mom's 50th anniversary. Wow, I think before mom died, I think they've been married 67 years, I believe. But anyway, it's our 50th anniversary. We're in Hawaii, all of our extended family. And I said, Dad, your attitude, your mindset. I mean, my father was mentored by Norman Vincent Peale. And when I was in the 7th grade, Eric, he took me to Columbus, Ohio, to Veterans Memorial Auditorium to meet Norman Vincent Peale. And he spoke there in at a convention, and then we had some time with him and you know, made a life impact on my life. Well, my dad has this incredible mindset. And so I was talking to him about it, and he said, John, he says, the greatest gap between successful and unsuccessful people is how they think. He said, if I could do one thing for people, you know, I would go and I would work on their mind. As a person thinks within their heart, within their mind, so they become. And I am right now today where my thoughts have taken me. And so every one of you that are watching, listening, it's the same for you. So the ability to live on the other side of yes. In fact, Eric, I remember a conversation you and I have. I'll never forget it. In fact, you were talking and I stopped and I put on my iPhone immediately because it was so good. You were talking about, because you live on the other side of yes. Okay. You got this mindset, this opportunity mindset. And we were talking one time and you said to me, John, I've stolen it, by the way. I have stolen this and this really works. He said, he said, what I do is I say yes, tell the world, and then figure it out. And I mean, I'm going, yeah, say yes, you know, tell the world, this is where I'm going, this is what I'm going to do. And then I got to say, oh my gosh, now, how am I going to make this happen? Well, I tell people all the time, you've got to live on the other side of yes, because that's where all the possibilities are. And again, and this is huge. During COVID-19, 5 years from now, the question I would want to ask people more than the other question is, what did you do in COVID-19 to improve your life and improve the life of others? And I will promise you, the great divider right now are the people that have just basically become victims of this situation that we're in and said, oh my gosh, and I think I need to watch Netflix, and you know, where are the potato chips, and oh my gosh, and the people who say, okay, this isn't what I like, this isn't what I expected, but I got to figure it out now. I will promise you, these days make us or break us, and it's our spirit, our mindset, our attitude that does it. COVID-19 doesn't make you or break you. I cannot control what happens to me, but I can control what happens within me. And it's the mindset. So when we're thinking about the power of 5, okay, you know, my growth matters, my ability to connect people matters, my mindset matters, and of course, number 4, I mean, you know, I'm going to say this: leading matters. Leading matters. And by the way, every one of you that are with me, you're leaders. And this is what I try to help people understand. If you influence people, you lead people, because that's what leadership is. It's influence. It's nothing more and it's nothing less. And so your goal in life is to increase your influence with people. Now, you cannot lead people further than you're willing to go yourself. And so the question is, you know, can I, which is my ability, and will I, which is my attitude, how much will I commit myself to development and personal growth? There's a reason I teach leadership. I started almost now 50 years ago. And the reason, that's a long time, isn't it? Gosh. And the reason I started was very simple. I came to the conclusion in my early 20s that everything rises and falls on leadership. I bought into that hook, line, and sinker, that leadership makes a difference. Good leadership tilts the scale positively, bad leadership tilts the scale negatively, but everything rises and falls on leadership. When I became convinced of that truth, that's when I gave myself my whole life and my mission to teaching that. Because if that's the case, if leadership is the key, then the better I lead and the more I learn to lead, the better that I'm going to become. And I heard Earl Nightingale say that if you'll spend 1 hour a day, every day, on the same subject for 5 years, you'll become an expert on the subject. And I was in my 20s and I said, I want to be an expert in leadership. And so I literally spent 1 hour a day, every day, on the subject of leadership. Sometimes I was practicing leadership. Sometimes I was asking leadership questions. Sometimes I was talking to leaders. Sometimes I was doing some leadership experiments, but leading every day. Now, here's what's interesting. Because Earl Nightingale said 5 years I could become an expert, and I thought, okay, in 5 years I'm going to become a leadership expert. Now, that did not happen. Okay. That's why I'm still in the leadership. I discovered something, but let me tell you that in a moment. So I started off my 5 years, an hour every day on leadership, and I'm like Cape Canaveral. Okay, year one's done 5, 4, 3. I'm kind of doing a countdown. Oh, wow, I'm getting closer. Experts coming, expert day. And about halfway through that, Eric, there was a change within me. I was now beginning to really love and learn and develop my leadership skills, and I was getting good. I was getting really good. And here's what happens. The moment your growth allows you to get good, you stop asking the question, how long will it take? That no longer is an interest to you at all. And you start asking the question, how far can I go? How far can I go? And I started saying, in this leadership stuff, how far can I go? Now, what's interesting is, I don't know. I've not arrived there yet. I'm still learning about leadership. The reason I've written 80-some books is because when I wrote my first leadership book, Eric, I thought, okay, I wrote my leadership book. I'm done with that. Put that to bed. Now what will I do? And then I kept leading. I thought, oh my, I didn't realize this. And oh, wow, this is a topic on leadership I've got to explore. And see, the more you know you don't know. And the more you know you don't know, the more you want to know what you don't know. So it's never, and so there's no finish line. In fact, I have a list of books I'm going to write. Literally, I already have. If I get all of them written, it'll be over 100. I mean, because I got my list. And one of the books I want to write is a book I'm going to call "Is There a Finish Line?" And the thesis of the book is, for some people the answer is yes, and for some people the answer is no. And for those who say yes, there's a finish line, I'm going to retire when I'm 65 or whatever, they cross their line. Now, the problem is when you cross your finish line, this is kind of like an IQ test after a while. The problem is once I cross the finish line, I'm finished. What's so great about that? I know all kinds of people, they're finished. They still have possibilities and good years and they're finished. And I just look at them and think, wow, they're already dead. They just haven't made it official. You see, I don't think there is a finish line. I don't. I think that we were created to grow and add value and get better and expand and reach our potential. And I believe that we just keep doing that. I think the ideal death is that you were still running. You're still running. I don't even have a desire to cross a finish line. I play an infinite game, not a finite game. By the way, Simon Sinek wrote a great book. He's a good friend of mine, called The Infinite Game. Fabulous book. Now, enough of that. So if I've got to close this out. Okay. I've got to be growing personally. I've got to be connecting with people. I've got to have the right mindset. I've got to be expanding my leadership. And number 5 is significance. I have to get beyond success to significance. Now, by the way, I'm all for success. So, you cannot give what you do not have. So get successful. In fact, the credibility of a leader is success. I mean, when you think about it for a moment, who wants to follow somebody that's a failure? I mean, no one ever got up and said, man, if I could just get on a team with a loser, I could really do good. No. My success gives me the credibility and people the appetite to follow my leadership. So, but there's something beyond success. And that what I want to say in closing is, in fact, I know a lot of people, very successful people, that they're very unhappy with their life. But significance, see, success is about me. All the stuff I've got, my houses, my plane, my cars, nothing wrong with stuff. I'm not anti-stuff. I'm just saying it's pretty much about me, about my companies, my John Maxwell Enterprises, my books, my. Significance is all about you. And I tell people, if you really want to have a great life, forget yourself. Honestly, just get over yourself. How long will it take for you to get over yourself? You see, I can't help people until I get over me. But the moment that I say, okay, I'm proud of my successes, I'm very grateful for them. But now I've got to add value to people. I've got to intentionally make a difference in people's life. I've met a lot of successful people that were unhappy, but I've never ever one time met a person of significance that was unhappy. Not one time have I ever met that person. In fact, you and I were talking earlier, Eric. I have a book that'll come out the end of January called Change Your World. And it when you say how many books have I written, 80 some, but I can tell you that book, that's me. I can die now. I can die now because that book is who John Maxwell is and who I believe people want to become. I think we all want to make a difference and change our world, but that's for another day. Perhaps we can do that some other time together. If we can, that'd be great. But the point being, if you could do those 5, that's the power of 5, the ability to personally grow, the ability to connect with other people, the ability to have the right mindset, think right, lead well, and grow as a leader and live a life of significance. Those are the everyday essentials, I think, that make a person successful. And I hope I've helped. That's why I came to be with you.
John, come on, you help all the time. Here, let me say a couple things. First of all, the Change Your World comes out in January. And let's, as a community, let's help John get that onto the bestseller list faster than ever before. We know already it's going to be a bestseller, but there's a link that we'll put up on the screen, cywbook.com. You can go and pre-order that book. I believe him when he says it's going to be the one of the big defining books of his career. And also, the Power of 5 is another book that I would recommend that you get of John's. Go to Amazon.com and get that Power of 5 book. That will help you grow your network marketing business. Now, John, I got to ask you a question. You know about the GoPro event that we do. We're hosting this for the first time virtually in this crazy studio that we've built in Las Vegas. Spent $20 million building this spaceship of a studio to deliver this event December 11, 12, and 13. Why should, and you've been really nice to offer this free mentors guide for people who get a ticket, but why should somebody invest in themselves and attend that event? And then tell them about the mentors guide that you're going to give them if they do decide to register.
Well, the mentoring guide is a free guide that you're offering them that we have done on how to build your business. And it's just the stuff that your people want to know. I've got a business. How do I build it bigger? How do I start my business? How do I build a business? And we did that for people just to help them do that. And that's my understanding is for everybody that gets a ticket to go pro, you're giving that to them. So that's what I think I don't know, $2.99 resource that you're giving to people who get the ticket. So first of all, let's just forget everything else. That's kind of an IQ test, isn't it? I mean, you get the how to build your business just by getting a ticket to go pro. Now, Here's what I know. I had a mentor of mine when I was young called Lon Woodrum, and here's what Lon taught me. He said, John, if you want to be great, you've got to go to great places, great events, and be with great people. He said, you understand big people will make you feel bigger and be bigger. Small people will make you feel smaller and you'll become smaller. So when you say, why should I go to GoPro? It's very simple. Because GoPro is going to offer, again, all kind of teaching, resources, added value stuff that you won't get if you're not at GoPro. And my whole thing is, why would you miss an opportunity to grow yourself and get better? I mean, first of all, just stop for a moment. Why would I not get a ticket to GoPro? I mean, just talk to me for a moment. Why would you say, you know what? I just think I just don't think I want to grow anymore, develop anymore. No. You see, it's to me, it's kind of like when I am with you, Eric, I'm going to become better and I'm going to become bigger. And I'm going to become bigger on the inside, so I can get bigger on the outside. I'm going to become better on the inside, so I can get better on the outside. And so GoPro offers the resources and the teachers, the lessons that you're not going to get anywhere else. You're not, and one of the things, you're committed to this industry, you're committed to this business. And so there ain't anybody that knows it like you know it. And so it's kind of like, why not go to the pro and learn and get the stuff that you need to get better? So, honestly, I think it's an IQ test if you don't get a ticket, don't you?
I do, actually. I don't want to say that, but I can't, that's my belief.
Well,
if you want to be serious, if you want to be serious, you just don't want to be a tourist in network marketing, you need to attend GoPro. And thank you for offering this mentorship guide to help people build their businesses for people who do get a ticket, just to give them one extra reason. And if people bought a ticket prior, we'll make sure that you get this resource also. But John, thank you for your belief in us, your belief in network marketing, your encouragement to help us stretch into a better version of ourselves, and the tools and resources to be able to do it. Not just the belief, but the guidance and the wisdom. We really, really appreciate it. And we really, really appreciate you.
Thank you, friend. I always love being with you.
You too, my friend. And I'll see you down the road sometime soon.
Eric and Raina are kind of family for us, and I feel a kinship with all of you. I'm excited to be here, seeing so many of you that have traveled from all over the world. Who came from outside the United States to be here? Wow. How many Americans in the audience out there? I'm just curious. All of you in this room, I have such respect for you. I've never met you personally. I've met about 100 people beforehand. You picked a very different path than the vast majority of human beings do, right? You didn't take the last path of least resistance. You took the one with strongest resistance, right? You picked yourself a profession where your raise becomes effective when you do. You picked a profession where you can get in for a couple $100, but you can make millions of dollars a year. You can be in business for yourself, but not by yourself, as we all know. All that sounds really wonderful, and then there's the reality of business, there's the reality of dealing with people, there's the realities of rejection, there's the reality of all things you face. If you can master those realities, then the gifts are beyond imagination. Where you've been has nothing to do with where you're going unless you spend your time looking in the rearview mirror. If you're trying to move forward, look in the rearview mirror, you're going to crash. We all come up with a reason why our life is the way it is, and we tend to look backwards at something that happened to us, but we've all had happenings. Who's had horrible, terrible things happen in your life here? Raise your hand and say, I. How many insights do you need to change your business tonight for the rest of your life? How many do you need? How many? One that you actually make happen. The most powerful thing in life, and the reason I came by today to be with you, is to remind you what you already know. You're more than enough. This business is not complex. It may look complex at times, anything does when you're new at it. What this really comes down to is learning to get absolutely clear on what your goals and presence are, having your daily action items, and then it's really about total presence. Because if you have that presence, people will feel you differently than anyone else they've ever met, and they will remember. And there'll be a time, if you don't get them now, where you're going to get them. They're going to come to you. You're going to see it. It's going to be there. Because it's so rare to have somebody be really there. I want you to be filled today, not some other day. It takes trading your expectations for appreciation. And your whole life will change like that.
I've got to tell you, GoPro is something pretty special. You could talk about why we are encouraging you so strongly to be a part of it, why we're trying to make it ridiculously hard for you to say no. It's just magical if you're involved in the network marketing profession. Let me tell you about John's bonus that he graciously added, the Mentor's Guide to Building Your Own Business. He offered that up. He sold that for as high as $560. I think if you go look on his website right now, I think it's $260, but he's giving it for free for every ticket level. Any ticket level, you're going to get this bonus. So congratulations on getting this bonus on top of everything else. If you take a look at now, all the things we're adding, this is for every ticket level, all right? On top of the other stuff for VIP and Platinum. Throw that slide up. $4,336 worth of stuff just for a $297 ticket. I told you we were going to make it hard. We're going to make it pretty hard for you to say no to this. Over $4,000 worth of stuff for free, just by getting a ticket and changing your life. That's how much everybody believes in you. That's how much everybody wants to see you do well. Listen to me. We told you when we started this, we were going to go for 4 hours plus, and guess what? We're just entering the plus. We've got a lot more, actually. We're going to go for a little while longer. Good news is anybody who gets a GoPro ticket today is going to have lifetime access to today or prior to today, lifetime access to today's recording. Okay. In addition, the replay of today will be up for 24 hours until 11 a.m. tomorrow, and then it's going to go away. It's going to be gone. So make sure that you share this with everybody in your team. Make sure that they watch this. Third is if you want to get lifetime recordings of the entire 7 days, you can still go here and get that. You'll get video, audio, and the notes for this entire event. You can go get that, GoProRecruitingChallenge.com/lifetime-access. You get all of it. Okay. So that's, we're going longer. We still have Pete Vargas. We still have Pitbull. We still have Sylvester Stallone. We still got Rachel Pekarik coming up. It's going to be awesome. Going to be amazing. Okay. Will you please make Pete co-host so he can share his screen? I think he's able to do it. VirtualGoPro.com for your tickets if you don't have it already. And Pete Vargas has been like Pat. He works with Pat Quinn a lot. And if you enjoy Pat, one thing as I'm introducing Pete, hold on 1 second. As I'm introducing Pete, I want to ask all of you, who's been your favorite so far during the challenge? And if you can't pick one, pick three. Pick three. Okay, I'm gonna give you all the people. Like a million years ago, we had Emily Vavra and Jefferson Santos on day one. There's Marie Forleo, Tony and Sarah Zalecki, Whitney Husband, day two. Pete Vargas and Jesse Lee Ward, day three. Dean Graziosi, Tom Chenault, and Danian Fire and Stefania Legato, day four. Fraser Brooks, Ann Fisher, Brian Carruthers, day five. Les Brown, Jordan Adler, Ricky and Francoise Untermeyer, and Trent Shelton, day six. We giving you value or what? And today, Stormy Wellington, Pat Quinn, John Haremza, Armand Smirnix, Grant Cardone, John Maxwell, and we've still got Rachel Pekarik, Pete again, and Pitbull and Sylvester Stallone. So put your top 3 or whoever you show some love. Every single person, if you're on here watching this thing for free, for crying out loud. Put your love into the comments. Let them know. Send them your appreciation. Tell them thank you. These people didn't have to help you. You're not, helping them other than they're able to contribute and that makes them happy. Show them your love. Put it in the comments. Show them your love. All right. So Pete Vargas, this guy is also, teaches you how to tell your story, how to advance your reach. And that's what we're all trying to do with recruiting, is to advance our reach. And Pete, I'm going to let you take it from here. Blow their brains out with the information that I know you're going to bring. Thanks for doing it.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here, man. Hey guys, listen, I'm going to share a strategy that none of the leaders backstage or anybody watching on Facebook knows how to use to start recruiting more people. If I would have used this strategy back in college, I shared this on day 2. This profession got me through college. It got me through college. And I'm actually going to share a recruiting strategy today, right now, for about 20 minutes that I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of the speakers, a lot of the recruiters this week, and it does not matter. It doesn't matter. I really believe, I was on the same day as Jesse Lee. I believe Brian, I believe Sarah and Tony, I believe John. I got to see Ann, she was phenomenal. I'm telling you, this is a strategy that allows you to reach a market and masses that you've never known possible. Most of you don't know this is possible. And I'm about to give you something that literally can become one of your biggest recruiting tools that exist. And 99.9% of people in this profession aren't using it today. Does that sound good? Does that sound good? Cool. Hey guys, backstage, I see you on Facebook. I see all of you here. I'm excited to be here with you. Let me tell you something that separates you from a lot of people. Like, I know it's been a long day, but a lot of people never make it to the 4th quarter. You guys realize that we're in the 4th quarter right now? We're in the 4th quarter. I see the leaders who are back here still learning. They're still learning. They don't have to be here. You realize most people never get out of the bench, off the sidelines? Like, most people sit in the crowd. A few people make it down to the field to even play in the game. A lot of people go into halftime saying, I'm calling it quits for today. I'm not feeling too good. And right now we're in the 4th quarter. And you guys are in the 4th quarter with us. And I want to commend you because that says something about you. I don't know about you, but I got 4 kids upstairs right now running around in between things. And so do all of you at home. A lot of you have kiddos or puppies or dogs or pets or, a spouse who's like having another kid. I know that because I'm like my wife's 5th kid. But you're in the 4th quarter here. And we're going to finish this day strong today. And so today I want to share a strategy with you. And Facebook, I'd love to see Facebook. How are you guys doing out there? I see tens of thousands of you still on Facebook watching. How are you guys doing? Backstage, how are you guys doing? I want to share something today that is a strategy that I am so stoked about. And I'm going to share my screen. Got like 6 slides for you, and that's it. I ain't going to be long, but I'm telling you, a lot of you guys are going to be like, wow, why am I not doing that in my business? And I'm going to talk about this thing called the power of stages. Can I see some of y'all backstage? Can y'all see my screen? Can y'all see my screen? I want to talk about the power of stages. There is this idea of putting your message on stages outside of the industry. I'm not talking about MLM network marketing events. I'm not talking about the profession events, okay? If this is the profession events out here, my hand, the amount of events that exist out here in the entrepreneur space, the female empowerment space, the personal growth space, the so on and so forth. If there are millions of events in the network marketing industry, there are hundreds of millions of events that exist outside of the industry in the profession. And guess who needs to have their messages on those stages? You. I'm telling you, I saw Stormy today. I saw John today. I saw Jordan the other day. I saw Ann the other day. I saw Jesse Lee the other day. Like, what they're sharing was not company or product specific. So why would they not take that to somebody else's stage and attract a whole lot of customers and distributors? And that's not just for them, that's for every single one of you listening today. This concept and this idea, I'm going to get to scratch the surface enough to help you go get a win today. However, I'll talk about it deeper at GoPro Virtual. I will go into the depths of this, of how this can become one of the biggest strategies for you in 2021. How do I know? I have booked 25,000 stages across the world. And a lot of you might or might not know this, but these are our clients. These are our clients right here. Some of them, most of them active today. Most of them are current clients. Eick and Marina, a client of ours. Why? Because of the fact that they're wanting to even get their message out there bigger. But here's what I'm most proud of. I'm most proud of the everyday entrepreneurs who you wouldn't know. How many of you did not know Pat Quinn today? Say yes or no. Did you know Pat? Yes, Pat, or no, Pat? Guess what? I call him a best kept secret. And I think a lot of you are best kept secrets. You might be known in your industry, or you might not be known in your industry and profession. But why doesn't more people in the world know about you outside of the traditional ways in which you recruit? So guess what? I'm talking about an untraditional way to recruit today. Is that okay with you guys? An untraditional way to recruit today. This is a recruiting challenge. I got to give you the recruiting challenge. I got to give you a tip that nobody has talked about today. And oh, by the way, yes, we booked 25,000 stages, but you see that number on the right? I haven't updated my stage yet. I haven't updated my slide in a couple of months. That actually, our students have booked over 100,000 stages since 2018. And the people that I'm most proud that we represent are everyday entrepreneurs who you wouldn't know. Who you wouldn't know. People who are making a difference in the world. Don't worry, I'm going to help you understand. I'm going to connect the dots. But here's the question I want to ask you today. This might be, there's 2 or 3 questions I'm going to ask you. This might be one of the most important questions. Does that not look freaking cool right there? Does anybody else does that look cool? Like, I'm going to be on that stage. It's going to be the biggest stage of my life. And I haven't asked Eick or Marina's permission. What is it? How does the saying go? Like, apologize later? Like, is that how it goes? Is that, somebody help me in the chat. Like, how's the figure of speech go? Like, I'm going to apologize later. Okay. You ask for forgiveness later, however it goes. My question to all of you is, I'm going to give Marina and Eick have entrusted me this week with some of the speakers that you heard. Do you know who we were responsible for bringing in this week? Trent, Pat Quinn, Marie Forleo, John Maxwell. Anybody enjoy those folks? Now here's the problem. They're pretty well known. And a lot of the times people call them to ask them to be on the stage. Well, I called Eick and Marina and said, can I have these speakers come? And they're like, yes, they're friends of ours too. We love them. They hadn't heard Trent, but they had heard from Jesse Lee about Trent. And so they entrusted me with a handful of people that have been on the stage this week. I helped them reference Grant so we could have Grant on this stage this week. Oh, and Dean Graziosi, if I didn't say Dean Graziosi. Now I'm responsible for a handful of people being on this stage. Could I just ask you guys a favor? I want to put today on the next break. Can I put a handful of you on this stage? Is that cool? Does anybody want to be on the GoPro stage in December 11th through 13th? Can that be one of the first stages that I put you on? Is that okay? I mean, I want to see the chat on this. I can't necessarily see the chat, but listen, it's a stage like this that changed my life. It's a stage like this when I was just getting started in my business 5 years ago on a Brennan Burchard stage that launched my business. You know how many minutes I had, Ann? 3 minutes. And in those 3 minutes, I was sweating, I was shaking, I had imposter syndrome, but I just put my story out there. And I'll tell you what, on a scale of 1 to 10, it was about a 0, maybe a 1. But I put myself out there. And 3 or 4 people came up to me and said, man, we need what you have to offer. I'm like, what do I have to offer? Like imposter syndrome. And literally that was the launch to my business. And so at the end of today, I'm going to tell you how a few of you are going to get the chance to be on this stage. Marina and Eric have entrusted me. So I'm going to have them, take that leap of faith with me right now. But what I want to talk to you about is the power of these stages. Now, when you think about stages, you're already thinking misconceptions of what I'm thinking. You're thinking professional speaker, you're thinking make a living that way, you're thinking keynote fees, or you're thinking I'm not a speaker and I'm not asking you to be a speaker. I'm asking you to share the value that you have to offer the world. Do you realize that it's possible to talk and not talk about your company nor product? Do you realize all of these recruiters, Brian and John and Jesse and Ann and Jordan and, Tony, they haven't talked about their company. They haven't talked about their product, but immediately I thought, why aren't they on these stages right here? Why aren't they on these stages right here? You see, right now in a COVID world, physical stages are on hold. They're on hold. But digital stages aren't. Digital stages aren't. Let me ask you a question. I want everybody to respond. Do you currently listen to anybody on a daily or weekly or monthly basis? Is there a type of a digital stage in my definition that you listen to somebody? Yeah, tell me who it is. Yeah, the Bible. So you listen to the Bible. Okay. What else do you listen to? I want to see this. This is really important. Somebody listens to Tony Robbins or Les Brown. But what type of stages do you listen to? I know that's going to seem weird. Anybody listen to podcasts? Anybody listen to anyone's stories or lives on social media? Does anybody ever listen to a challenge? Like, do any of you listen to any of that stuff, or is it just me? Is it just me? Like, I listen to it all the time. And do you realize that when I listen to it, and if that person's in my ear enough, Brian talked about a book the other day. That's powerful. I'm going to talk about the fact of you being in somebody's ear on a third-party validated stage, that you just shared a powerful message and they heard you. What begins to happen is they all of a sudden connect with you a lot faster than almost anything else could do for you. Sarah and Tony, I know you guys have been on some as well. And so listen, what I want to encourage you today, this is a strategy that's going to be a little bit new. And I don't care if you're just getting started in the profession, if you have a business that falls into one of those buckets that Eric talked about, stuck, or how Grant tackled that, or if you're a very successful leader on here. Does not matter what bucket you fall into. I want to encourage you. I'm going to give you the what, the why, and the how, and I'm going to be done. These are what I'm talking about when I'm talking about stages. What? And I'm not talking about in the industry and profession. Please hear me. There's a whole world. There was a lady a couple of years ago that said, Pete, I just want to be in front of females, but I can't find any stages. And all of a sudden we did a little Google search, and 5 minutes later, we found thousands and thousands of stages that she could be on just like that. So there's social media lives. There's challenges like we're in today. There's other people's webinars. There's associations out there that host trainings all the time. There's podcasts. There's summits. There's YouTube channels. There's online media. There's other people's courses and membership sites. There's virtual masterminds going out in the world. And there's virtual events going on out in the world right now, all in the world, everywhere around you, outside of the profession. I cannot stress that enough. I'm talking about outside of the profession. Those are the types of stages that are happening, and there's tens of millions of them. And if I can tell you a secret, my wife is one of the most introverted people that you will ever meet. One of the most kindest, compassionate people you ever meet. She doesn't have the energy of me, or maybe some of the people you saw. You know what I loved about Brian the other day? Good old guy, just humble, not like charismatic. And I don't mean that in disrespect, Brian. I mean that in like, yeah, that's powerful, but yet Eric had him on this stage. And that's what my wife loves about this. As an introvert, she can talk on a podcast all day long. And every time my wife speaks on a podcast, it brings more people into her world. It brings more people into her world. And I want to tell you that every time you go out and share a message on one of these stages, and I'm going to help you understand how to get on these and why they would even want you. But all of a sudden, people connect with you and they're going to come and want to follow you and work with you and become a customer with you or a distributor. If you will do what Pat Quinn taught you at the front end of the day, at the front end of the day, you cannot come and just promote a company or a product. You share your story. Why would they want you on their stage? I'm going to give you the why and the how. Let me give you two whys. Can I give you two whys today? Why they would want you on their stage? They would want you on their stage because you have a powerful story that can serve their audience. And they're gonna bring you in on one of two ways. Do you realize one of the most searched things on Google right now? Do you know what one of the most searched things on Google right now is? Anybody out there on the chat want to take a shot at this? How do I start a home-based business? How do I begin to work from home? I could take a lot of variances of it, and reposition it. Do you know what thought leaders and people out in the world are looking for? Someone to come and say, how do I start a home-based business? Or what does it look like to be successful in a home-based business? Or what are the steps that you take to deciding on a home-based business? Why aren't you the ones throwing that down? Why aren't you guys the ones throwing that down on these tens of millions of stages? Okay, that's the distributor side. Do you see how that could connect recruits back to you instantly? Do you see that? I'm going to give away one of my stages at the end. I have a stage with 151,000 people. I have a stage that the Tony Robbins and the Eric Worreys and many others have been on. I'm going to give that stage away at the end. I'm going to talk about that at the end. That just occurred to me. So we'll talk about that. But then there's the product side. There's the product side. Let's say you have anything with health and wellness at all. You want to know one of the other things that people are asking and requesting for content providers to provide on their digital stages? How do I stay healthy in the midst of COVID? Or take whatever it is that you do, and they're searching for that type of content. So now you could go talk about that. Would you embed your product? Would you talk about, yeah, a little bit. For those of you that heard Pat Quinn earlier, like I'm telling you, the guy is a machine. A lot of the recruiters who have spoken back here, he has worked with one-on-one. And so there's this opportunity of why they would want you on stages. Let me share this with you. Why do I want you on them? I was on Grant Cardone's stage the past 2 years. And Grant Cardone this last year, he's now hired me back to be on the third year in a row. Grant said this. He got in front of his audience. You know, Grant's fun. And Grant said, hey, how much did your ticket cost to come to his event? And people were like, 500 or 10,000. I'm like, 10,000. Whoa, 20,000. I'm like, wow. I'm just listening in the background. I'm like, where's he going with this? And then Grant said this, how much do you think it cost me for my ticket? And he said, $8 million. And you could hear the audience just kind of, oh, that's what I paid to put this event on. And I'm thinking, that's the hard cost. He's not talking about his team, his time, the resources. That's the hard cost. And I had this epiphany. You saw the title of what I call this, Other People's Stages. I got up there when I talked about these 11 digital stages. This was pre-COVID, 3 weeks before COVID. So I was also talking about physical stages. And I said, guys, you know the power of being on other people's stages? I said, how much do you think this stage costs me to be on? And everybody started saying, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. I said, zero. Zero. Not only do I have a man who's put $8 million into his marketing and his sales just for that event, I've got a man who for 20 years has been building that community. And now, here is the biggest thing I want you to understand. I don't care what bucket you fall in. There's podcasts that have 100 listeners today. And if you're on that, awesome. There's some of these leaders back here that I'm telling you, there's podcasts that got hundreds of thousands of listeners today. And why aren't you on them? But here's what I want to tell you. The reason they'll want you on there is not to recruit. The reason they want you on there is to provide value and solve a problem for their audience. And that's what you do. That's what you do. That's what all of you do. And so listen, how do you win these stages? You start showing them how you can solve a problem for their audience. Oh, I've got a framework that will help people understand how to launch a home-based business. If people buy into that talk, who do you think they're going to buy into to be their upline? You. Or yeah, I've got a great talk on how to really maintain your health in a post-COVID world. Yeah, guys, the power of other people's stages is so, so huge. And so what I want to encourage you to do, this is what I want to encourage you to do. I want you to pick one of these categories. I don't think I'm sharing my screen anymore, am I? I want you to pick one of these categories, and I really want you to make a determination to say, you know what? Do low stakes, practice low stakes. Go back and listen to Pat in the next 24 hours before this comes down. Go back and listen to Pat and pick one of these and go search it. Women's podcasts, women's entrepreneur podcasts, women's small business podcasts, podcasts for male entrepreneurs or general entrepreneurs. Like you can look and there is an abundance. And in 30 minutes, in 15 minutes, in 5 minutes, in 3 minutes, you will begin to see yourself land more recruits and more distributors than ever. This is what I want to say to you is I want to break through a little bit of mindset here for a lot of you guys, because a lot of you probably didn't know me. This was 2 years ago when I was on a stage of 30,000 people right here. My wife was in the stadium, and do you realize that Mexican down there on the far right bottom felt like an imposter? I felt like an imposter because you probably before today could name most of the others. How many do you recognize on that picture right there? How many do you recognize? You probably recognize the majority with the exception of me. I bet you if I asked some of these people, Ann, Jesse, Lee, John, I can see you guys, Brian, you probably name every single person on there with the exception of me. Maybe not one, maybe not two. All weekend long, all my wife and me and my team heard all weekend long through the stadium was, who is this guy? Everybody kept saying, like, who's Pete Vargas? Who's Pete Vargas? And that weekend, this in lieu of the recruiting challenge coming to an end, that weekend in 1 hour on Grant Cardone's stage, I recruited 1,000 new customers in 1 hour. In 1 hour. But I got to tell you, and I'm going to end this the same way I started the other day, but a lot of you feel like that right now. That's exactly what you feel like. That was me making a $1,500 investment into a speak off at Brendan Burchard's event less than 5 years ago. I invested in VIP. And I was scared to death. I was scared out of my mind. I was over 320 pounds right there. Shaking, nervous, sweating, imposter syndrome. And a lot of you feel like that today. You feel this fear, you feel stuck, you feel like, how do I go to the next level? I know exactly where you feel. And I don't just know it 5 years ago. I knew it the day that I was walking on my college campus when my car had just gotten repossessed and I didn't have money to pay for school. And I started asking myself the question, how am I going to get by? And network marketing did something special for me in college. Did something really special. And also being on Grant stage changed this guy significantly. You know, one of the biggest differences between the guy on the left and the guy on the right is the guy on the left simply invested in himself. He invested in himself when he was scared to death. And I'm so glad that you guys are here on the fourth quarter with us today, because I want to give you a new strategy, but I believe there are new levels for every single person that's left with us here today. Like every tens of thousands, there is a new level that you are intended to go in 2021 to impact a significant amount of people's lives. And not only do I want you to have a new strategy to recruit more people, I want you to have the mindset that it doesn't matter if folks don't know who you are right now. Do not let that stop you from recruiting people. And so, Eric, that is, man, that's what I want to share with them today. And man, I gotta maintain with the party here. I want to make it pretty dang irresistible, Eric. But that speak off at Brendan Burchard's event changed my life. It's the reason why I pitched you and Marina on doing the first annual GoPro speak off. And so, Eric, I have a course that literally is how to win 31 digital stages in 31 days. It's how I did it the month after COVID. I literally, the month after COVID, after losing a lot of money, and Eric, you know the story, I told my team we're going to go get on 31 digital stages because my physical stage business was shot. And I got on 31 stages and it generated a significant amount of new recruits for us. And so that is a course, and I'm going to state this loud and clear because Grant didn't. I want people in VIP because I want me and Pat to get to work with them in their stories in the workshop and in the speak off and all of that. And so this is one of those courses.
Is it VIP or platinum only? Which one?
This is for VIP and platinum. That course will be
VIP and platinum, because the slide I have says only platinum. So
no,
all right, cool.
VIP as well. So that's what I want to do for VIP as well. And Eric,
so, can you take me off for a second and put Pete back on so you can show the slides. Pete, just walk through this. This is the course that you're giving for VIPs and platinums, right?
Yeah, it's VIPs and platinums, and the one that we're given actually has to do with winning digital stages because that's what's relevant to COVID. It's our brand new course that we shot in May after doing it, and yeah, man, we're actually going to help them understand how to go find and win digital stages to grow their network marketing businesses.
Love it, love it, love it. Thank you so much. Everybody, if you want to upgrade, go to virtualgopro.com or get your ticket. If you haven't got your ticket, go to virtualgopro.com. That's where you go. We're going to take one more break. And when we come back, we have Pitbull, we have Rachel Pekarik, and we have Sylvester Stallone to kind of close out the day. But I also want to tell you about tomorrow and about Thursday before I go to the break. Tomorrow, we're going to come back and have a bonus day. One bonus day, 90 minutes. The top network marketing recruiting trainers are going to come back with me, 11 a.m. Pacific time, and give you their final thoughts on this challenge. And then on Thursday, bonus day number 2, I'm going to go through the 7-day recruiting challenge Cliff Notes, just kind of summarize everything because I know it's been a lot. Summarize everything over the course of about 90 minutes. We're going to do that on Thursday. All of the speaker bonuses are available until the end of the day on Monday, and then they go away forever. They're gone. So people who take action today, obviously, during the break here, anybody who's purchased, we're going to be doing some more drawings for more prizes. Anybody who purchases today or prior gets all the recording of today. And yeah, I think that's it. So 5 minutes, we'll be right back. Amazing superstars coming up in just a few minutes. Talk to you then.
Running from 9 to 5, been biting my tongue for all this time. Won't let anyone cut me short. I was thinking this was the way to go, and you put up your puppet show. I say cheers to life. No, I'll be no good man's wife. Just leave me alone. I'm running the show. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Live the life I'm proud of. No, you better go home. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Live the life I'm proud of. So I woke up, sun in my eyes, forgot all about what I did last night. What I do, remember that it was real, real nice. Talks about me are never good. I don't live life the way that I should. Oh well, I'm in for some fun tonight. Just leave me alone. I'm running the show. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Live the life I'm proud of. No, you better go home. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Live the life I'm proud of. Hey now, don't be shy. Follow my lead if you wanna be mine. Hey now, just you and I, we could be the next Bonnie and Clyde. Hey now, don't be shy. Follow my lead if you wanna be mine. Oh, it's a time to rise up. Live the life we're proud of. Just leave me alone. I'm running the show. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Live the life I'm proud of. No, you better go home. I'm telling you, it's my time to rise up. Live the life I'm proud of. Hey now, don't be shy. Follow my lead if you wanna be mine. Hey now, just you and I, we could be the
As we come back for our final segment, I just got to tell you, I am so proud of each and every one of you for stepping into your dreams, stepping into your future, for making the decision to be a part of GoPro, for taking the notes, plugging in, getting all this information to be able to change your life. This has been exciting for us. I know all the trainers have enjoyed being a part of it. Celebrities also enjoyed being a part of it. So I just, if nobody's told you lately that they're proud of you, I just want you to know that I'm one of those people that's proud of you for being here and taking a step to change your life. So before we go to our first trainer, Pete told me during the break that he forgot something at the end of his presentation. So Pete, why don't you fill in the blanks?
Yeah, I just saw the comments. I promised stages, and then some of you backstage didn't even call me out on that, man. Like, I was trying to give away stages and you guys didn't call me out, but I saw it all over Facebook. So, hey, Eric, this is what I want to do. I think, you asked for forgiveness later. So I really didn't have this conversation with Eric. So this is what I want. Anybody who takes action in the general admission ticket, because I know that's the reality for some of you guys today. I'm gonna make sure that Eric and them upgrade 5 of you to VIP. We're gonna randomly pick 5 people at the end of the day from general admission to be in the VIP, which then puts you in the speak off. And let me tell you, the speak off, for you to share your story or learn how to share your story, yeah, it'll be really cool in the GoPro speak off. And it might be cool for those of you 10 that advance to the finals of that. But the real power in that is when you go take it out into recruiting and prospecting. That's when it's game changer. So 5 of you are going to upgrade. And then Eric, this is going to be a great one for somebody. Everybody that gets VIP, we're going to upgrade one of you. I'm going to ask Eric and Marie to upgrade 1 to the platinum level. Platinum also gets to speak off, except the other thing they get is they might be in the finals on the physical GoPro stage. And today there was a bonus announced that they'll have a mastermind with several of the speakers at the physical location of GoPro in Las Vegas. And then to top it off, Eric, I'm going to challenge you and Marina today for the top 3 winners of the speak off this year. But all 3 of the top winners of the speak off this year, Eric, I'm going to make sure that all 3 of them get put on a physical digital stage that I will personally put number 1, number 2, and number 3 on an entrepreneurial type of stage for your top 3 winners this year, Eric. I'm going to do that. So the only way you qualify for that speak off is to be VIP or to be, I keep saying it wrong, Eric, but platinum. That's the way you do that. But we do that, Eric. That's what we do. We brought speakers to you. So I'm going to take the top 3 that you and Marina vote as number 1, 2, and 3 and put them on stages. So that's another bonus that all of them will actually win a powerful stage as well.
All right. Thank you, Pete. Everybody knows all the information on that. I mean, we're like going bananas with all this free stuff and opportunity, but that's what we're here to do. Listen, we've got 3 presentations left. One of the top recruiters in the world is going to train next. Then we have Mr. Worldwide, Pitbull, and then we're going to close with Sylvester Stallone. Tell your friends, let everybody know. If they were here before, come on back. We're heading into the final stretch. Our next presenter has over 1,000 personal recruits in her business, over 300,000 distributors on her team. She's going to talk about Instagram, how to recruit using Instagram. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rachel Pekarik. Rachel, take it away.
Thank you so much, Eric. I'm so excited to finally be here today to wrap up this challenge. For some of you guys have gotten huge mindset shifts. You've grown a lot in your ability to tell your story and to think about, okay, this is what I need to do to go to the next level, to become one of the best recruiters in the industry. I want to give you guys tactics that are working for me right now. This is how, and I'm going to share with you over the next 15 minutes or so, how I am recruiting people every single week using Instagram. So let's dive right in because we don't have a lot of time. We're going to go over some of the reasons why Instagram and the basics, and then I'm going to teach you 3 simple steps called reach, relate, and recruit so that you can begin exploding your engagement and how many followers you have that are going to turn into qualified prospects. At the end, I'm going to give you a Instagram daily method of operation so you know exactly what to do if you have 30 minutes to an hour a day to invest into this exploding platform. Now, I had a lot of people, Eric, asking me, should I abandon Facebook or what is the next platform to go to? And this is not about putting aside Facebook. In fact, a lot of the things that you've already mastered using social media and Facebook translates well to Instagram, but we've got to go where the people are. And right now we're looking at this amazing social media app that's growing 50% faster than social media in general, with over 1 billion active monthly users. And the average user right now is spending almost an hour a day on Instagram. And this is the stat that blew me away. 3/4 of Instagram users say that they have bought something or purchased something off the app. Guys, doesn't it make sense? If people are spending money while on a social media app, they're swiping up, they're investing, they're looking into information about products, we want to go in front of that traffic and stand in front of it with our message. Now, I want to share some basics, but because of the time, I want you guys to understand I can't teach you like the ins and outs of the app and all the little buttons and where to go and do filters or posts or reels. All of this is available on YouTube. And this is the amazing lie of entrepreneurs. In fact, it's the #1 lie that I hear from any business owner is, I don't know how. I don't know how to do Instagram. I don't know how to do Facebook. I don't know how to invite, present, recruit, close. Guys, there's so many trainings available, whether investing through GoPro or even simple things like learning an app on YouTube. Become a student. Here's the basics I want you to set up, and that is your profile. You want a great photo, something that's clear, a nice headshot, some power words that describe your brand, kind of the things that you're going to be posting or talking about, what your followers can expect from you. And you want to link to your replicated website. Now, I'm going to share with you a hot tip. I just recently started using something called Linktree, and it's this nice little, you can kind of see it's a couple of different links all stacked together, hence the name. And it's a way for you to bucket several links. So imagine you could have your company website, you could have a presentation, a sizzle video, you could have your calendar for somebody to book a call with you or to order maybe samples. There's a whole lot of things, a blog post that you wrote or a YouTube video that you just shot. Use Linktree if you want to point your followers to multiple links. Now, once you've got your profile set up, I want you guys to follow this strategy. In fact, say this in the comments right now: reach, relate, and recruit. Reach, relate, and recruit. These 3 simple steps over the last year has turned my Instagram from dead as a door, like so tired, no engagement, no new followers, flatlined at 3,000 followers, 2,900 to be exact, to now over 26,000 followers. I went from virtually no likes on a photo to hundreds of likes or even thousands. Now, if we're going to reach, we have to go in front of where people are. We got to find your perfect prospect as a network marketer. This is a time for you guys to invest in the recordings, go back to this replay, pause, and grab a pen and paper and write down some ideas, brainstorm. Your perfect prospect, your ideal distributor, the next superstar, diamond, elite, ambassador that's in your team. Who are they? Who do they follow? What are their interests? Where do they congregate? Where do they check in on social media? Where do they shop? Where do they eat? Where do they frequent? Also, what are the things that they like to do? Influencers, places, and hashtags. This is where we're going to find your peeps. So this is how we're going to grow your following and reach more people. First, we're going to look up influencers. Let's say, for example, you are big into plant-based or vegan lifestyle. I know a lot of people are really into that. Not my cup of tea. I like bacon, but you do you, boo-boo. You can go to something like an influencer like Dr. McGregor, who's the founder of nutritionfacts.org. You can go to his page, and if you guys will notice, there's over 600,000 followers. You can click on that number and you can actually see every single Instagram user that's following Dr. McGregor. And so Dr. McGregor, you can actually go and follow them, send them a message, just like a friend request on Facebook. And guess what? Many of them will follow you back. So you send a follow, send a little DM, say, hey, great to connect. And a lot of them will follow you back. These, if you're into plant-based living, do that. But you can do that with any influencer in any category that's, you know, aligned with your brand. Now, another way to reach more people and to grow your following is to look up places. Here's a great example. I used to live in Scottsdale, Arizona. And one of my favorite things, I'm in wellness, I'm in health and nutrition. So I would check out places like True Food Kitchen. If you guys have ever been to True Food, you know, it's a really delicious, non-GMO, organic, really crunchy kind of restaurant. But think about it. If you're into that kind of lifestyle, if your products or your services are aligned with that lifestyle, the people that are checking in at True Food might be your ideal customer. So go there, go follow those people, send them a message, and connect and build some friendships. Another way to find people is through hashtags. Let's say that you're into the ketogenic diet or you're selling exogenous ketones. You can look up things like keto or ketogenic or whatever, and you can find people that are posting recipes, ideas, tips, strategies. If they're already following a keto diet, maybe they'd want your supplements. Guys, you can do this for travel, for legal, for any sort of service, product, health, whatever it is. You can look up hashtags for your ideal prospect. You go follow them, you send them a message, you build rapport, and a lot of them are going to follow you back. Now, one of the biggest ways that I've gone from 3,000 followers to 26 followers or 26,000 has been posting frequently. In fact, if you really want to hyper momentum your growth on Instagram, I post a minimum of 3 times a day. Every time I post, I actually add a location, whether it be like a city, like right now I'm in Sedona, Arizona, but I might even, you know, take somewhere else, or I'll even switch up like a local hotspot. I might take myself at different churches or coffee shops or venues or whatever, trying to reach people that are searching that area. Now, I always hashtag my posts, and this is super important, guys. If you want to reach and grow your following, this was the mistake. Holy moly, I made this for years. The mistake that I made was I was not hashtagging. I want to show you guys an example. Here's a faith-based post that I did a little while back. And it was just a really simple little quote. She talked to God daily, and that's what made her lovely. Then I did 30 hashtags in the comments. And if you guys will notice in insights, so this is like the back end of Instagram, it tells you where people are coming from. It looks like here that over, what is it now? 1,600 people of the 3,000 that it reached, 1,600 came from the hashtags. So these are people, 55% of the people that saw this post were not already following me. So they found me through that hashtag. Here's another one. This was actually just a week ago, and I posted a political meme. This reached over 30,000 people. And this has been very effective for me to post relevant information of things that are happening in, like, you know, the world today. Guys, look at this. Over 30,000 accounts it reached, but over 20,000 of them came from the hashtags. So guys, what's your big takeaway from reaching more people? Hashtags. You got to hashtag every single post, and you got to vary it up every single time. Now, the next step after reaching people is to build rapport, and we do that by relating. We relate through being vulnerable. A lot of people will make the mistake of thinking, I can't recruit somebody because I'm not successful yet. Ultimately, guys, you got to start where you are with what you have. Bring people on the journey with you. You know, nobody wants to see somebody go from 0 to 0 to 0, but show them from you going from 0 to hero. You want to add value, become a thought leader in your space. And I would encourage you, if it's your cup of tea, to be a bit polarizing. I have always been a little bit polarizing, meaning a little out of the box thinking in my beliefs, in my posts, in my brand. I shout Jesus from the rooftops, and that has attracted a lot of like-minded people inside of my organization and, of course, inside of my following. And also, I build rapport through using my Instagram stories as a reality show. It's my behind the scenes aspect of my life with my husband and my traveling and my dogs. Now, because of the time limits here today, I don't have the amount necessary to teach you guys exactly how to build this unshakable rapport. But I talked to Eric today and I said, listen, I'd love to record. I have a very special training. It's $197 value that I'm going to put inside for those of you guys who are purchasing Virtual Go Pro. You can get access to this content creation so that you never wonder what to post, that you're focused, that you're on brand. If you guys can get excited about this, drop a 1 in the comments below. This is going to be your exclusive bonus. And I'll share with you guys how I've used this content creation strategy to garnish 350,000 total followers on Facebook and Instagram. Now let's talk about recruiting. Let's recruit using stories. This is my #1 lead generator right now, is I start a conversation. So I might start a conversation amongst one of our product lines, hair care, anti-aging. Think about whatever product that you have right now. Start a conversation or ask a question. Then I'll post a lot of before and afters or social proof or stories, and then end with a call to action. Hey, who wants more information? Drop your cell phone in the comment below and I'll text you details. And what happens? Ding, 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 ding. Guys, you can almost hear it. Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. It's like money coming just from starting a conversation, using social proof, and then having a call to action. Give me your phone number. Vote yes or yes. I mean, have something at the end that says like they're opting in for you to contact them to get information. Now, I also recruit using stories highlighting my team's success on a very FTC compliant way. I always share my income disclosure. I never do anything like egregious or anything like that because your company has compliance training, hopefully. But we share what we're using our business for or the blessings that is happening in our life. When we're at events or when we have team recognition or rank advancements, I share those all the time. I'm constantly putting them on my stories. So people are like, social proof. Oh my gosh, people are winning there. Are you highlighting your team's success stories, your cross-line success stories, your upline success stories? Guys, show them that if they join you, that they're going to see success if they put in the work. Now, here's some more story ideas of how to recruit. I do things like I'll post stories of when I do team calls or mentoring Zooms or when I'm on trainings like this. But my proven method has been starting with a question or a topic and then story, call to action. Before and after, before and after, before and after, call to action. Social proof, call to action. And I'll put 20 in a row. In fact, I think I'm one of the #1 sellers of one of the product lines in our company because I've created a result with it, but I'm constantly on my stories talking about that product line. Now, another great way of recruiting is to actually put your stories in what's called a highlight. These highlights are little bucketed archive stories. So they're from days ago or weeks ago or even years ago. And I created different highlights for my different product lines. I want you guys to think about what you could do on your Instagram today to highlight your different product lines, services, or opportunity. And guys, there's great tutorials that teach you how to set this up, but it's pretty simple. And I have sales come in all the time on my Instagram. People saw like my weight loss highlight 18 months ago. So it just is a way for you to get some evergreen sales happening. And lastly, recruit doing posts. About once a week, I curate a post that has a story and a strong call to action. Something either about the product or the business. And I always choose a really great photo with a really compelling storyline, right? And I always say, hey, drop the word info, drop the emoji or drop the word video, and then you follow up and you get them to a presentation. Now, again, I have so much to share with you. I want to share with you guys my favorite apps to make your photos beautiful. Some of the common mistakes that you guys are doing in content creation that's hurting your recruiting. But you guys got to make sure that you register for Go Pro to get that training. Here's how we're going to close. Every day, you got 30 minutes, you can become an Instagram influencer. You got 60 minutes, we can supercharge this results if we're focused. Reach, relate, and recruit. You want to follow 25 to 50 new accounts every day that align with your perfect prospect, your ideal customer or distributor. Post at least 3 times a day with 30 hashtags maximum in the caption under every single post. This is and you always want to change it up every day. Don't use the same hashtags over and over. You'll be shadow banned. Then relate, do at least 1 Instagram story a day, but I recommend doing them all throughout the day. Tell stories through your posts, add value, be inspiring, and talk to them like they're your friend. Get to know them, invite them to engage with your brand. And then lastly is recruiting. Make sure that at least once or twice a week, you're curating stories and posts that are going to drive people to asking for information about what it is that you do. Guys, for years, I was struggling on Instagram. I was stuck at 2,900 followers. I began to do this exact play, and I've, 6x'd my results, and I'm recruiting I recruited like 9 people last month off of Instagram. So in closing, from GoPro and all of us, we're so ready to watch you guys fly. Make sure you guys registered and check out all of those bonuses. And if you like this training, tag Eric, tag myself, tag all of your favorite trainings for this week. It's been such an honor to be here. And back to you, Eric.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Rachel. Rachel Pekarik, great insights, great training. So proud of you. Now, we've got a celebrity in the house. And to introduce my good friend, Armando, we've got a quick little video. So check it out.
Armando Christian Perez, Armando!
Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 305.
I want you to give me everything you got.
Me not working hard. Yeah, right. Picture that with a Kodak. A lot of things in these records have come to life. Me with a Kodak. Performing in Times Square came to life right in front of me. I'm not the best rapper. I don't want to be the best rapper. But goddamn it, I'm the hardest worker. And more than anything, being a Miami boy, first generation Cuban American, I love the fact that I grew up an underdog. Didn't graduate high school, hardly went to school, but it was a teacher that changed my life. She thought it was a fight going on, and when she broke through it, she seen that we were rapping, and she said, "You have talent." My first major concert, Luke said, "Get this on stage." The more I heard no, the more I was like, I gotta fight for this. I believe in this. My happy is to get up every day and look life in the face and go, please, what you got, baby? Come on. I always tell people, look, there's no losing, only learning. There's no failure, only opportunities. And there's no problems, only solutions. It all depends on how you want to switch. You're gonna sit up there with somebody that looks at you and says, I don't think that's a hit there, bitch. Music talks to everybody, and it's a universal language. We created a new name. It's called Total Market. We all bleed the same blood, breathe the same air, and put our pants on one leg at a time. How I feel about the Latin community, I don't ever leverage it. You know, I am it. Put it on my life, baby. We went back to one of my old neighborhoods, Little Havana in Miami, and we opened a school called Slam. It means the world to me because you see these kids and you see you. This isn't a gimmick. This isn't propaganda. I'm up here because it works. I live it every day of my life. And that, folks, is how you take a negative and turn it into a positive. It was all a dream. Now I just wake up and live it, thinking that the sky was the limit until I figured out there's footprints on the moon. Now I'm like, get out the way, bitch, move.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the one and only Mr. 305, Mr. Worldwide, Pitbull, Armando Christian Perez. My friend, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank God for that, my friend.
I know you're right in the middle of the Latin Grammys. Thank you for taking a break from that. What a year. What an amazing situation we're all living through. And I want to just start off by asking you a question. We have this huge global challenge going on, and a lot of people looking to have a breakthrough in their life. A lot of people looking to try and figure out how to turn the negative into positive, trying to reframe their circumstance and make it better. How did you turn your life from negative to positive? And what advice would you have for somebody who's looking to do the same thing?
You know, when I always speak about negative to positive is that when I grew up in Miami, it wasn't a pandemic that we were in, but it was an epidemic that we were in. So it was cocaine, crack, heroin, AIDS, and everything was happening at the same time in the neighborhood. So being able to survive that, learn from that, and take all those negatives and then turn them into a positive. Okay, so like in times like this, what does it do? It's just survival of the fittest. It's all about how your mind and how you pivot. It's all about how you're going to reinvent yourself, how you're going to re-challenge yourself, how you're going to take the risks that are going to come up now. But I've been saying that 2020 is clear vision. So this is for everybody out there to really see what's going on, because this isn't the first and it won't be the last. So what you got to be, I think, for everybody out there, the best advice I can give them is prepared for situations like this. Not everybody has the luxury of being able to do that, but even at the lowest economical form, be able to have something in the gas tank ready for certain times like this that allow you to, how can I say, read what the next opportunity is going to be. Because if you're too busy worrying about, I'm looking for the right words, because I know what it feels like to not know stability, security, or protection, or where the next meal's coming from, or if there's going to be a home to show up to, or lights on, or water on. So I don't want to overstep when it comes to that, because I do relate. But if it wasn't for those times, then we wouldn't be able to pivot the way we are right now in these times, which is, for me, the most important thing was to help those that needed the most off rip. How do we get involved to help the people that needed the most, being small businesses around the country, because those are the ones that have the highest impact when it comes to our economy, especially in the urban community and especially in the Latin community. So that was one of the first things that we said, oh, how are we going to do this? The other thing, to being involved in schools, we found a way, how are we going to pivot to educate these kids that we took on the responsibility of making sure that we're the ones that are helping them pave the way for their future. And number 3 was giving them what I know how to do best, which is music to inspire them, motivate them, which is the true universal language, which is what unites, doesn't divide. And we're literally living in times right now of divide and conquer. And people fear what they don't understand and hate what they can't conquer. And people hate what they don't understand and fear what they can't conquer. So,
well, can I ask you a question?
There,
well, let me just ask you a quick question.
Yeah, real quick, Eric.
Yeah, at some point, there was some sort of a defining moment that when you changed everything. What was the moment that caused you to change your life?
The moment that caused me to change my life was just I would say when I was about 5-6 years old. You know, I got tired of moving around so much. I got tired of the instability, the security, the insecurity, and having no protection. So at that age, it wasn't for me about money. My mother always told me money's a passport, allows you to come and go, but it doesn't make you. It was about, for people that I love in my life, I wanted to create another world for them. And at a young age, all I thought was security, stability, protection. How do I get my hands on that? Now, clearly, money is a part of that, but you make money. Money don't make you. And in these times, you see the guys with the most money in the world that are the ones helping the least, if you ask me. And me, somebody that I sell a product, which is music. Music sells everything but itself. And my music gets stolen all the time. I got 20 billion views on YouTube. If I had $1 for each view, I'd have $20 billion. So I literally do this because I love to do it. And with the record that we put out, we said, hey, here's 100% of the proceeds to help whatever we can possibly help with, you know, in real organizations and charities that we know that are transparent, and the money's going to get to the people that need it the most, right? But I mean, you have these multi-billionaires that are just in these times bragging about how their companies are worth trillions of dollars at this point. And I don't see them showing up like that. So it just goes to show you, it doesn't matter how much money you have to have a good heart, to be humble enough to understand what people that don't have anything are going through in these times. And the reason that I understand is because I've been there before. So the people out there, bottom line, hey, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. This is survival of the fittest. This is when you really figure out who you are and how you're built. And as humans, we are resilient and we're fighters. And this is the time where we should take this situation around the world and unite and come together. That, to me, is the most powerful thing that we could possibly do right now. And they're finding ways to try to divide and conquer. They really are. But let me tell you something. That's why I'm so proud to be a part of music, because music is something that speaks to everybody. And I'll say it again, music unites, it doesn't divide. And that's what we need in this time.
Let me ask you one. I also know that you just started a podcast, Turning Your Life from Negative to Positive. And
Yes.
people can go find that podcast from negative to podcast, negative to positive. And that's, I guess it's branded with Pitbull, or is it your name, Armando Christopher
Yes,
Perez?
sir.
Or
No, it's Pitbull negative to positive.
all right,
Yeah,
Pitbull negative
from
to
negative to
positive.
positive.
Everybody go there, subscribe to that, download that. I know that's going to be amazing. Also,
I mean,
I would just
it's
ask-
been great.
Go ahead. We have a little lag here.
No, I
Go
said
ahead.
it's been great, and exactly what I'm telling folks out there. You know, that was something that when God closes the door, He opens a window, and we pivoted. We said, "Oh, look, man, we're having speaking engagements around the world with yourself and with Tony, with other folks, and I love to speak to people to let them know that, hey, man, there's no secret sauce, there's no magic formula. It's all hard work. The harder I work, the luck I get. But what you got to be able to do is the biggest risk you take is not taking one. So the podcast is all about that. I've already had Little John on there, Luther Campbell, Flo Rida. We have Fat Joe coming up, Emilio Stefan. So it's going to be from entrepreneurs, artists, philanthropists, comedians. Everybody is going to be on the podcast, but it's going to be the same message. How did you take your negative and make it into a positive? And everybody will tell you, hard work, bottom line, pays off.
Well, last question for you. I want one of my favorite moments at GoPro is when you were on stage and the translation for Spanish was not working, and people in the back were whistling, and we can't hear, we can't understand, and they were all like, kind of not happy. And you just said, hold on. And you just ripped it in Spanish, and they all went bananas. So I would like you to answer one question in English, but then also in Spanish for the whole Spanish speaking community worldwide. And it's a huge one watching this. I'd love for you to give them one piece of advice if they're an entrepreneur to make this next year the best year of their life. Give it to them in English, and then also give it to them in Spanish to close it up.
One or two entrepreneurs all around the world. This is the perfect time to test yourself, because what is entrepreneurship all about? It's about failing. It's about losing. It's about falling. It's about slipping, but it's about getting back up, learning, living, giving, teaching others. That's what entrepreneurship is all about. Entrepreneurship is about being an underdog. Entrepreneurship is about people telling you, no, it won't work. You're crazy, stupid, impossible. The more you hear that, the more it should feed your soul, the more it should feed your spirit, the more it should feed your fight. So to every entrepreneur out there, 2020 is clear vision. Now you can see the whole play. So now come 2021, make it prime time. Make it count. Not only for yourself. Now I'm a big believer in not selfish, but self first. Always put yourself first. What I mean by that is believe in yourself, love yourself, help yourself, okay? That's the only way you're gonna be able to help others, love others, help others believe in themselves also. So for everybody out there, self first, invest in yourself in order to help others. And that's what 2021 will be about, prime time. So I'll switch it in Spanish now. Para todos los entrepreneurs que están allá afuera en el mundo, en estos tiempos es el tiempo que de verdad lo que es, te va a cambiar la vida. Si tú eres una persona que quiere estar en negocios o quieres crear ideas, quieres ayudar a todo el mundo allá afuera que lo necesita más, estos son los tiempos que de verdad te va a enseñar quién tú eres, no solamente como un negociante del dinero, pero el dinero no te hace a ti. Hay mucha gente que yo conozco que tiene mucho dinero y no le importan de lo que es ayudar a las personas. Y sin embargo, entonces eso es lo que ellos están en froto. Y no hay dinero que puede comprar una persona buena. So, para todo el mundo de afuera que quiere tratar de crear un negocio, crear una idea, cuando escuchas la palabra no, cuando escuchas la palabra estás loco, eso nunca, o loca, eso nunca va a trabajar, eso es imposible, deja que eso te dé inspiración para seguir para adelante, para que sigan para adelante. Y siempre acuérdate, para adelante, para arriba, no mires para atrás ni para impulso, pasos cortos, vista larga, que nada pasa rápido, uno tiene que trabajarlo duro. Para todos los latinos allá afuera, siempre muchas gracias por todo el apoyo. Y en estos tiempos es cuando uno tiene que enseñarle al mundo por qué los latinos son los latinos, porque somos personas que entendemos la lucha, entendemos lo que es el sacrificio y entendemos lo que es la familia, unirnos y ayudar a todo el mundo. So, muchas gracias, que Dios los bendiga y que sigan para adelante. And I also said in Spanish to everybody out there, paso corto, vista larga. I mean, short steps, long vision, all right? Short steps, long vision. Don't believe in instant gratification. What comes quickly is quicker. Make it a slow, but a for show.
Armando, thank you for offering up some value for these people during this challenge. Everybody go to Pitbull's From Negative to Positive podcast. Make sure you download that. Make sure you're a buyer of his music, not just a listener of his music. Support the artists out there doing the work. Thank you for what you do for charity. Thank you for what you're doing for the world and for schools and for education and everything else that people don't even really know about you. Thank you for doing all that.
Hey, truly my pleasure, Eric. I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate the platform. Look forward to seeing you in person and helping as many people as we possibly can. All right? You keep it up.
See you soon, my friend.
Keep knocking it apart. All right? Stay blessed, my friend. Dale.
So you had to get excited again. I'd say, all right, I'd come to a conference call, I'd hear a great story, and I'd run back over to the land of the victory, and I'd sponsor 5 people. And these 5 people would do nothing. But I was so committed. I wanted them to win so bad. I'd say, all right, it was like I had 5 chickens running around. And I'd pick up. So you had to get excited again. I'd say, all right, I'd come to a conference call, I'd hear a great story, and I'd run back over to the land of the victory, and I'd sponsor 5 people. And these 5 people would do nothing. But I was so committed. I wanted them to win so bad. I'd say, all right, it was like I had 5 chickens running around. And I'd find my chicken, and I'd go, hey, all right, now you can do it. Here's what I learned. And, we're this and this, and, you can do it. I believe in you. And we've got, all right, you do it. Yeah, I'm in. So say, fly, chicken. Now, do chickens fly? No, it'd flop back down. But I'd run back over and I'd say, come here, little chicken. I believe in you. Thank you. All right, well, listen, we've got our top leader coming in on Saturday to do a Super Saturday training. It's going to be awesome. Can you be there? I say, all right, I'll see you there. Now do chickens fly? No, straight back down. But I'd run back over and I'd pick up my chicken. And here's the challenge. I had 5 of them. And so I'm fly, and I'm running around, and I'm just constantly fly. Now, you know what happens? You know what happens when you constantly try to make chickens fly? You end up with chicken shit all over you. So here's the lesson. There's chickens and there are eagles. Our job is to sort through the chickens to find the eagles. You got to decide that you're going to be an eagle. And here's what made all the difference. All the difference in the world. When I finally said enough is enough. When I finally got sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I said, never again am I going to sacrifice my goals and dreams for a life of mediocrity. Never again am I going to live in the cesspool of mediocrity that I'm living in. I finally said, you know what? For once in my life, I'm going to go all in. And I crossed over the bridge one last time, and I burned the damn bridge. And that's what made it work for me. So if you want to know what's going to work for you, burn your bridge.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are up to the final speaker of our 70. You knew he was going to be last, right? You had to hold Stallone to the end, but I've got to tell you, but before I introduce him, we have 7 winners from the last break. I just have to tell you the winners first, and then I want to tell you about Mr. Stallone. Bibi Aziz, Christopher Rios, Megan Roloff, Allison Margaritas. So I'd like to have a Margaritas at this point. Jessica De La Rosa, Siobhan Ryan, and Scott Cooper. Congratulations. We're going to be drawing for your prizes. So this interview, because Sly is on a movie set, The only time that we could interview him was, I think, day 2 of this challenge. Remember the one day I told the backstage people I got to get off because I got to go do another interview? This was the interview that I did that day. You'll see I'm wearing something different. But Mr. Stallone is going to be joining us at GoPro. He's going to be here in Vegas in the middle of our incredible stage, delivering value to all of you. And it was really, really fascinating. I really admire him as an artist, as an individual, as a person, as a hard worker. And for 74 years old, the dude is jacked. You'll see. He is just jacked. It's very inspiring and intimidating at the same time. So without any further ado, please enjoy Mr. Sylvester Stallone. Ladies and gentlemen, I am with the one and the only Sylvester Stallone. Sly, I want to thank you for agreeing to be part of this special GoPro event. This is going to be the largest gathering of entrepreneurs in the world, and I'm excited for the lessons that you're going to be bringing.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to do it, and it's a challenge, so I'm looking forward to it.
One of the things that I admire about you the most, one of the things I admire, period, is an artist. And as an actor, writer, director, painter, all the different things that you've done in your career, you've had to, I mean, in many of your movies, you overcome obstacles, but I've also know from your personal story that you have overcome obstacles, and you are, what people might not know about you is you're the epitome of an entrepreneur. You know how to create business, how to create commerce. And these people that are going to be attending,
right,
want to have a breakthrough, and they're trying to overcome, and they're pursuing their entrepreneurial dreams, and they're trying to figure out how to get past those obstacles. Do you have any advice for people that really want it bad, that are hungry, and from some of the lessons that you've learned?
Well, I talk this over with my children constantly, because being my offspring, it makes it actually a little bit difficult sometimes, because they feel as though it's all nepotism. But that aside, I think about it more now than ever. And I think one of the biggest problems is quite often we start to think entrepreneurially, sometimes a little later in life, and go, oh, the ship has sailed. But that's not true. Ship never sails as long as you have something unique, and that, you know, okay, if it works for me, I'm sure it'll work for someone else. And that's one of the common connective tissues, that you can't just think, oh, well, I like it, but no one else will. You have to say, when I did Rocky, everyone thought it was the worst idea possible. But I said, okay, I get that the masses don't like boxing, but they all deal with the sense of alienation, loneliness, and wanting some recognition in life. So therefore, it's not about boxing. It's about the aspect of achieving a goal that you think is far beyond your reach. So I try to find, even in every crowded area, there's always a niche. There's something. For example, go tequila, then all of a sudden, this is kosher tequila, or this one is flavored, or there's something in there that sets them apart. And that's what takes a little bit of the brain work, because you don't want to sit there and say, okay, yeah, I got this great little mousetrap. You say, yeah, we've heard of it. It's been around for 200 years. You have to try to say, what makes this also very desirable? Also, you think about who are you appealing to, which is primarily women, you know, because if they're buying things, if you're inventing something, not for, let's say you're not you're the new carburetor, the new, the new addition to a car that just is going to revolutionize gas consumption. That's a male audience. But if you're doing something that's going to be consumed in the home, you have to think about who controls that. And I think it for me, it's my wife. So you better appeal to that. And so I don't know if I've really answered anything specifically. If I had a certain subject, like, for example, I'd like to go into the liquor business. And I've been doing it, but I've spent 5 years going in and out of it because just as I get to the finish line, or maybe the starting line, I should say, something goes wrong. And I know it's not unique enough and it's going to fail. So now your ego is like, oh God, I want to do it. But then you have to say, am I ready for this failure? Because I know deep down in my heart, it's not special enough. So it's always grinding. And I think when you put these things in the back of your mind, like when I have to solve I write a lot of screenplays. I mean, I must have 50 of them over there. And every day you go, is this worth a damn? You know, are you really just writing psycho babble for yourself, or is this going to actually apply to an audience? And it's that ongoing battle with yourself. You know, nobody can make you feel inferior if you don't let them make you feel inferior. So what I mean, this is a choice that you make up. You have to decide, am I going to let this person dissuade me? No, hell no. But they will try, because, you know, like attracts like. You know, everyone loves to band together as a loser corp because they don't have the guts to go out there with just a sword and a shield and face an army of detractors. I've always said that Hollywood, it actually functions on the motto, HHH. It was told to me by Peter Sellers. Hollywood hates happiness. You know what I mean? It's just, that's what you're going for. Everyone wishes you well. The old adage that a friend in Hollywood is someone who stabs you in the chest. They don't even hide it. You know, that's the cliche goes. So it's all about perseverance. If you really look at the winners and losers, it's the guy who can take the beating, or the woman to take the beating. The people that go on Shark Tank and say, nah, we don't like it. And they're humiliated in front of millions of people, yet they go, we'll be back. We'll be back. And then other ones, you see them just completely collapse and give up totally. So
I think perseverance is critical. And like what you talk about, I've seen in some of the other interviews, keep punching, you know, just keep going. The persistence is a big deal.
It's everything. It's everything. Like sometimes when I would spar and I was actually praying the other person would knock me out. It's just like, you knock me cold because I can't take it anymore. It's like, I'm done. I'm exhausted. I'm this. I want out. And then another part of me says, just stay in there for one more round. You may catch a second wind. And I did actually. and I put a nice little beating on a fellow actor of mine who will remain nameless, but he deserved it. But I was going to give up. I was going to give up. This guy was a former pro fighter. But I said, you know what? I think if I come back in this one round, he's going to lose his heart. And he did. And I feel the same thing about perseverance. I mean, there is no bigger long shot in the world than me. I would have more of an opportunity to try to be an astronaut than an actor. I've had a #1 film in 5 different decades. 5 different. And I think this one I just finished, I set a goal. I said, I'd like to have a #1 film in 6 decades. And it's a film called Samaritan. I'm only telling your audience not to, you know, sit there and be self-grandizing. I continually set the goals. They may be stupid and absurd, but it's what gets you out of bed in the morning. And that.
Can I ask a question about those goals? A lot of people I find in the entrepreneurial space, they hit a comfort zone and then they go on cruise control. They go into what I call a success coma. They just kind of keep existing, they keep breathing, but they don't reach for anything higher. You were done working for money a long time ago. You already had all the fame in the world.
Yeah.
You know, you're already an icon, you know, for literally every person on the planet. What causes you to keep stretching for the next thing?
That's an inner fire that I think some people have and some people don't. Because there's a very scary aspect to our life, and it's called freedom. Freedom of choice. That means it's all on you, whether you want to be a winner or a loser. You have the freedom to make that choice. And a lot of people don't want that. A lot of people say, you know what, I'm happy working for the company. I'm happy doing that. And that's cool. But if you're to actually go out there and make that righteous decision that I'm going to buck the trend, that's a very scary thing because you're definitely all alone. It's like Valley Forge, man. Are you going to win this one? I don't know, but we're not giving up. Even though our feet are falling off, we're still going for it. And that's why we're America today, because we had a lot of, I think, the military entrepreneurs, guys that were not going to give up the fight, even though they were making no money and losing limbs, they still kept going. And complacency is almost like being a drug addict. You're into a routine where you're not excited about anything. You're just kind of in a haze, and you take that numbing pill. Yeah, don't make any waves. But guess what, man? Tsunamis are coming. Change is coming. If every one of us, everyone listening to this, say right now, God, if I could go back to 1983, I'd be a billionaire. I let so many things go through when I knew it was the right choice to buy that building. I could have bought that block. Geez, that house was 120 grand. Now it's 12 million. I see it every day. I'm guilty of it. I sit there and go, God, you could be worth billions of dollars, but you didn't have support. You didn't have that person quite often going, go for it. Actually, you had people saying, you know what that's going to cost, man? Look at this shit neighborhood. There's never going to be any. Don't you think people, the real rich people, if it was any good, would have bought it themselves? I remember Carl Icahn saying to me, he's worth, what, $20 billion? He goes, remember one thing, I might as well throw a dart. You might as well throw a dart, Sly, at the Wall Street Journal to pick a stock. Because everything good we got first. You get the crap. The big fish, us, we know everything. And I said, you know what? You're right. That's their business. So why would you get into that business with them? Because they're going to kill you. So you got to find your niche. Say, this is what makes me happy. Like I feel good about real estate, or I feel good about automotive parts, or maybe I want to build an art gallery and things like that. And say, this is something I would do for free. You know, I've always said that. I know it's kind of stupid, but it's fun. If you're doing something out there just grinding 18 hours a day, you're going nowhere, and I want to build a boxing gym. I go, why? There's no money in it. You know, what you want to do is build equipment, maybe, not a gym. Be the machine, not a wheel in the machine, not a cog in the machine. Be the machine. But that takes major commitment. That's why I think all good businessmen are a little crazy. At least they're called crazy, but they're not. They're obsessed. They're obsessed. And those are the ones that are never complacent. I have been complacent. And I let other people do my thinking. I delegated. And literally I had a 6 year, 7, 8 years. I didn't work. Until finally I said, you know what? I'm going to go over there and start writing all these screenplays. Let me show you. Screenplay after screenplay after screenplay. This comes from my brain because no one else was going to present it. See what I mean? So you had to throw yourself a life raft. Don't expect him to do it. He'll miss you by a mile. Throw yourself a life raft. Do it yourself if you can. But don't be complacent, man, because it'll go away. There's someone just coming right behind you and wants to knock you down and take your idea and roll right over you because he has ambition and you're complacent. Yeah, I got the yacht. I got the Ferrari. Not for long, pal. Every year, Ferrari coming out. There's a new book. You got to keep.
Yeah, exactly. You got to keep moving to stay relevant, right?
Oh my God, all the time. Especially like in my industry, I should have been done 20 years ago. I mean, I'm doing action films at 74 years old, which is crazy. I mean, really, even I think it's crazy. And the bones hurt and the back hurts. And I had 4 operations in my back. I've had 3 neck fusions. It keeps going and going, but there's still something, even as jaded as I think I should be, I have nothing left to accomplish, but that's not true. By your nature, every day you can accomplish something if it's fun. You know what I mean? If it's something you really enjoy doing, not strenuous, not where it's destroying your family, not where you're like walking around in a state of stress, but just like, yeah, man, this is a game. It's like a football game.
So fourth quarter or first quarter or any part of the game's not over until we leave the planet. We're here to do something. We're here to make a difference. We're here to have some fun. We're here to see what we can kind of make of ourselves. 2 things make me happy. One, when I'm growing, and 2, when I'm contributing. I know the same's true for you. We're super excited to have you at this GoPro event, and we're going to have an extended conversation. Entrepreneurs are coming from around the world. These different independent network marketing professionals from around the world are going to be tuning in to learn from you how to be more successful and how your life lessons can be applied to help them have a breakthrough. So I just want to thank you for your willingness to be a part of it. This is a treat for me. And
treat for me too. I enjoy this actually, because I don't get to do this much. You know, it's like, I'm just talking to myself usually. So it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Well, Sly, that sounds weird to say, but Mr. Stallone, Sylvester Stallone, one of the most iconic entrepreneurs in the world, a true artist, going to be joining us at GoPro December 11th through the 13th. I cannot wait for that experience.
Yeah.
And I hope everybody watching this joins us.
Thank you. Keep punching. See you soon.
I wouldn't want him to punch me ever. I think he would absolutely knock my head right off of my shoulders. You know, one the question I wanted to ask him, but I was too nervous to do it. He had that little bobblehead behind him on the table. If you go back and look at it, there's a little bobblehead on the table. I'm like, what is that bobblehead? That's what I wanted to ask him. So I cannot wait until GoPro when I get an hour with them to ask all the questions. And guess where I'm going to get the questions? From all of you. You're going to be the one giving me the questions to ask him. I'm going to ask him during GoPro. I cannot wait. Just amazing, amazing individual, amazing man, very generous with his time. Kind of surreal, you know, for a kid that barely got out of high school to be able to have a conversation with somebody like that, or to call Pitbull a friend, or, you know, Tony and all these other people. It's just wild. Anyway, very, very cool. Listen, I have a couple quick assignments and then we are done for today. I'm going to go backstage if you guys have any energy. It's been a spectacular 7 days. First thing I want you to do is, if you've achieved any recruiting or customer results, I want you to post those results in the comments. If you've recruited, put the number of customers or distributors you've recruited since we started, put it into the comments right now. Okay? That's right now, number 1. Number 2, I want you to know that the page, the GoPro Recruiting Challenge page, is not over now because we're done with the formal part of this training. We're going to continue with friendship and mentorship and information and updates and announcements as we move forward into the future. So congratulations for being part of that. I want to thank all of the trainers, so many of the people that made this amazing for these last 7 days. Thank you all for your generosity, for your giving hearts, for your wisdom, for your knowledge, for your experience. Thank you for being a part of it. This replay of today is going to be available for the next 24 hours only, and then it's going to go away. So I would highly recommend that you share this or tag this with your friends. Let them see all these different incredible trainers over the last, what has it been? 5 hours and 46 minutes. Okay. Lot of value in this. Get your ticket to GoPro. If you haven't done so already, I don't know what I got to tell you, because we've got, I don't know, $8 trillion worth of bonuses that you get if you buy a ticket, whether it's VIP or not. Go to virtualgopro.com, get a ticket, change your life. It's going to be unbelievable, going to be amazing. And tomorrow, I'm going to come back with all of the trainers for a bonus day at 11 a.m. Pacific. We're going to go for about 90 minutes with all the trainers, the recruiting trainers, to give you kind of their final thoughts. And then on Thursday, I'm going to come back and give you a 90-minute Cliff Notes summary of the entire challenge. So finally, let me just tell you this from Marina and myself and all of the people who are involved in Network Marketing Pro and all of the people involved in this profession. We are very, very proud of you. Proud of you for taking a step, proud of you for being here, proud of you for showing up, proud of you for taking the notes, proud of you for the person that you're going to become in the process of becoming a professional. You're spectacular. You're amazing. Don't let anybody else ever convince you anything different. Okay? So that's it for the formal 7-day recruiting challenge. We'll be back for a bonus day tomorrow. But until then, we're going to stay with Backstage. Everybody else, have a great day, and we will see you soon. Take care.